Section 17 of Crime as Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 17. Association of Criminals and Their Causes. Subchapter 94. The etiology of associated crime, which is the most important and the most harmful, deserves to be studied by itself. The first cause that may be assigned to this phenomenon is tradition. The long persistence and obstinacy of such associations as the Mafia, the Camorra, and the Brigandage seem to proceed in the first place from the antiquity of their existence, for the long repetition of the same acts transforms them into a habit, and consequently into a law. History teaches us that ethnic phenomena of long duration are not to be eradicated easily at a stroke. The Camorra was already in existence in Naples in 1568. We know from the edicts of the Spanish viceroys, Count Miranda, the Duke of Alcala, et al., that gamblers, gambling housekeepers, and those who levied tribute on these houses on their own account were threatened with the galleys, and also those prisoners who, under pretext of an offering for certain holy images, levied a tax upon the other prisoners. Monnier remarks very truly that the etymology of Camorra shows its Spanish origin. The word in Spanish means a quarrel, brawl, or dispute, and camarista signifies a bad character. The Arabic word kumar means a gambling game. We learn from a novel of Cervantes that at about the time we have been speaking of there was an association in Seville exactly corresponding to the Camorra. This society likewise levied tribute upon every thief for an image, which was held in special reverence, gave the police a part of its gains, and undertook to execute private acts of revenge, including the sfregio, or face-slashing. To this association were attached novices, called minor brothers, who had to hand over the entire proceeds of their thefts for the first half-year, carrying messages to the major brothers in prison, and perform subordinate offices generally. The major brothers had a common surname, and shared equitably the sums which the associates turned into the common treasury. The thieves in Morocco also levy a tax upon the prostitutes. Societies entirely similar to the Camorra have existed in all imperfectly civilized periods. Thus Scalia was found mentioned in the Middle Ages in the rules of the Stinch prison and the prisons of Parma, abuses like those of the Camorra, especially in connection with gambling. We read that each roomful of prisoners had its chief, called Capitano, or Podesta. Precisely in the modern Camorrists have their priore, and this medieval Camorra used to tax the newcomers, just as is the custom today. In Don Quixote we are told how certain idle folk exacted a share of the gains of lucky gamblers in return for a prediction of the lucky or unlucky plays. This is the ordinary mission of the modern Camorrist. Brigandage, which persists with obstinacy in southern Italy and in Sardinia, probably has its origin in historic tradition, for it already existed in the most ancient times in central and southern Italy, and Strabo mentions it in connection with Sardinia. In the kingdom of Naples, writes Gianon, volume 4, 10, there were always bandits in the train of the invaders, Greek, Lombard, Saracen, Angevin, or Albanian, all alike thievish, cruel, and greedy. Subchapter 95. Religion, Morals, Politics. In countries where civilization is not yet firmly established, there exists no clear notion of morals and justice, and religion is often but the accomplice or instigator of crime. In Bari there was said daily the Mass of the Brigands, at the expense of the Brigand Pasquale. "We are blessed by God," he said to a friend. "The Gospel says so." The state of morality naturally falls in with these notions of religion. In Naples, 1877, an Esposito, after having assassinated an ex-Camorrist, by order of his chief, went to give himself up to justice in order to protect his superior from arrest. An applauding crowd accompanied him to the prison, and covered him with flowers like a hero. Onofrio. Where justice is quite powerless, the injured person must necessarily have recourse to his own strength or that of his friends. If honour is at stake, he will seek a private revenge, or if it is a question of stolen property, he will come into a friendly understanding with the thieves. In Sicily, as was seen in the Lombard trial, One pays a certain sum to recover a stolen house or sheep, or the thief may pay a certain sum to the person robbed, in order to avoid persecution or the recovery of the stolen property. This proceeding recalls at every point the customs of primitive justice. There is another and very potent cause that favours the formation of associations of criminals in civilized countries. This is the admiration inspired in the weak by brute strength. Anyone who is seen in the midst of an effeminate population with their soft flesh, soft speech, and weak character, a real Camorrist, with martial brows, iron muscles, and rolling R's, comprehends at once that if the Camorra had not been brought in, it would have risen of its own accord, as the inevitable result of the contrast between the energetic individuals and the sheep-like multitude. Even the Camorrist bows to this law. A strong and violent man himself, he bows to one stronger and more violent. Monier cites a very curious proof of this influence. A Calabrian priest, imprisoned as the result of an affair of gallantry, upon entering the prison, was asked to pay the usual tax to the Camorra. He refused, and being threatened, replied that if he had been armed, no one would have dared to use threats with him. "If that is all," said the Camorrist, and in the twinkling of an eye offered him 2 knives, only dropped dead the next moment. The same evening, the homicidal priest, who feared the vengeance of the Camorra more than he did the justice of the Bourbon government, to his great astonishment, found himself offered the office of Baratolo in their society. He had been admitted as a Camorrist with his own wish. The same adventure happened to another Calabrian, who refused to pay the tax and threatened with his knife the man who tried to collect it. Onofrio writes, "In Sicily they call anyone who has courage mafioso." The Camorra is thus the expression of the natural self-reliance of the strong when they see themselves surrounded only by weaklings. But it is not only the strength of the few that maintains this state of things, but also the fear that the many. The brigand Lombroso declared that the warmest partisans of his enterprise were the respectable landowners, who, from fear of making him their enemy, told him of the house of their neighbours that he might rob. They did not realize, he added, that they in their turn would be pointed out by others, so that in the end they lost much more than if they had combined against me. A single unarmed Camorrist, writes Morimer, shows himself in the midst of a crowd of thousands of people and demands his tribute. He is submissively obeyed, much more so than if he were the regular tax collector. The spirit of the Camorra, writes Mordre, persists in Naples. That is to say, intimidation persists as the result of arrogance and presumption. Mono explains the long persistence of the Camorra and brigandage in southern Italy by the dominance of fear. The religion taught by the priest was nothing but the fear of the devil. The prevailing politics consisted of nothing but fear of the king, who held the middle class in subjection through fear of the proletariat. While both classes were kept in order through the fear of a brutal military and police force. Fear took the place of conscience and devotion to duty. Order is kept not by elevating man, but by degrading him. And what happened? Fear became a ready weapon in the hands of the most violent. Subchapter 96. Barbarism. Aside from what has been stated above, many other circumstances belonging to a state of semi-civilization may have an influence upon the prevalence of brigandage. Such a state of society offers more opportunity for successful ambuscades and safe passages of refuge. Thus the forests of Sora, Vesuto, Eselea, Fraiola, and Silla were always a resort of brigands, and the same is true in France of the forests of Osquier, Rouvray, etc. For similar reasons, localities largely uninhabited and not connected with others by frequent roads are favourable for brigands, and it is never known to persist in countries crossed by numerous good highways with many towns. The province of Syracuse, which is better provided with roads than any other in Sicily, has no brigands, while Basilicata, in which in 1870 91 out of 124 communes had no roads, was the province most infested with brigands. Subchapter 97. Bad Government. In Mexico, not so very many years ago, the sons of noble families thought it entirely proper to commit highway robbery, just as was the case in Paris in 1400 and in Venice in 1600. In the last years of the pontificate of Clement XIV, there were recorded 12,000 homicides, of which 4,000 were in Rome itself. In Venice up to the time of Napoleon, there still existed the so-called bulli, who domineered over the people at pleasure, entirely by means of the terror they had managed to inspire. To comprehend the unhappy condition in which society was reduced at this period is enough to recall that the most famous men of the Republic were publicly banished for ignominious crimes. It is enough to cite Morosini, Camaro, Falieri, and Mocenigo. Says Molmenti, in the memorial addressed to the Emperor by the communes of Castiglione, Medol, and Solferino against Ferdinand II. Gonzaga, it was proved that the assassins of the prince had murdered poor peasants, cut off their heads, and exposed them in an iron cage under the walls of the Castiglione. These men-at-arms burned farmhouses and barns, plundered the dwellings, stole money, cattle and furniture, and cut down or rooted up the vineyards. Even in the Republic of San Marco, which, although fallen into decay, still preserved a reputation for strictness. The depredations of bandits were frequent, especially in the last 2 centuries. All precautions, laws, threats, and punishments often remained ineffectual. If a Venetian nobleman committed a crime, the government immediately sent a band of men into the city whose peace he had disturbed. By the population in whom the criminal inspired the greatest respect protected him, and the noble delinquent found a safe retreat in his own castle. The magistrates themselves, almost all nobles, after publishing decrees and sentences against the offender and making loud threats, suffered the man to fall into oblivion. The ambassador of the Venetian Republic in Milan, sword in hand, claimed that he possessed the right of asylum. So when one morning the chief of the Milan city guard and his men passed before his residence, the ambassador, to punish such audacity, had a volley fired at them and killed or wounded several. Finally, in the times of Cartouche, there existed in Paris something which resembled, if not the Camorra, at least the Sicilian mafia. The thieves at that time were organized into bands and had accomplices even in the ranks of the police. They had swayed over bailiffs and spies, and enrolled a whole population in their number: innkeepers, porters, watchmakers, tailors, armourers, even physicians. In France in 1500, the Burgundians and Bohemians were veritable bands of brigands composed of vagrants and soldiers of fortune, who, as society became more and more civilized, withdrew into the forests of Rouvray and Estrelles, where fugitives from the civil wars went to increase their number. Subchapter 98. Weapons. Another matter which has great influence in promoting brigandage is the carrying of weapons and familiarity with their use. The gladiators in old Roman times were the most terrible leaders of bands of brigands and transformed their companies into veritable armies. Tomasi Crudeli says quite rightly, in the whole of southern Italy, beginning with the Campagna, the knife is not to be regarded as an implement of treachery, but rather as the sword of the people. Almost always, in fact, its use is preceded by a formal challenge. The custom of holding these duels is so deeply rooted that during the disarming of the Sicilian populace, there were established in all the districts of Palermo hiding places in the walls, known to all the inhabitants in the districts where they hid their knives, and of which they got them in case of a dispute. Subchapter 99. Idleness. The prevalence of the mafia in Palermo is due to the absence of any manufacturing industry, and to the influence of the monasteries, which is favourable to idleness. Certainly priests and monks have always been among the causes of brigandage. The province of Naples in the 18th century, out of 4 million inhabitants, had 115,000 ecclesiastics, of whom half were monks. Each village of 3,000 inhabitants had at least 50 priests. The priests made begging not only a trade, they made it a work of merit. One of the principal causes of brigandage and the Camorra, says Monnier, was a custom widespread among the Napolitans of letting their children from the age of 3 on grow up in the street. There they learned to beg and to swear by all the saints that they were orphans and dying of hunger. The beggar soon became a rogue, and being cast in prison became a member of the Camorra. If he was brave, or his victim, if he was a coward. The mild and fertile climate of Naples, as well as that of Palermo, is a help to idleness and tempts the inhabitants to lounge in the streets, and it furnishes the means of life at little expense, as not let the need and duty of working be felt. This is why associations of malefactors are more frequent in the principal cities, especially in the south, where the violent passions are more likely to provoke certain classes of crime. The formation of societies of criminals plainly depends upon the character and conditions of the country. Thus we see the Mafia and Camorra springing up again after they had been broken up and all their members deported. In 1860-61, a great number of Camorras were deported from Naples. Yet after a short period of depression, the Camorra was more active than ever, and now dares to threaten the electoral councils, the Palladium of Italy. The Mafia, destroyed in Palermo in 1860, rose again in 1866, armed and powerful. The Camorra, annihilated in 1874 by Mordini, was resuscitated in 1877 under the regime of Nicotera, and if it not installed its members in the highest places in the city government, it certainly has a tremendous influence in the elections. In Messina, in 1866, the Camorra was destroyed, literally, by the execution of its 29 leaders. But the men who accomplished this feat, having the reputation of being brave men, made use of it to carry on the Camorra themselves as actively as their predecessors, or even more so. Subchapter 100. Poverty. Much has been said with regard to the effect of poverty. The pictures which Filari has drawn of the condition of our people in the south are so horrible as to make us shudder. In Sicily, he writes, there is no other relation between peasant and landlord than that of oppressor and oppressed. If there comes a bad year, the peasant returns home from his labours empty-handed. If the year is a good one, then usurers take the place of hail, grasshoppers, storms, and hurricanes. The peasants are a troop of barbarians in the heart of the island, and it is not so much against the government that they rise up, as against usury and oppression of which they are the victims. If they execrate every form of government, it is because they believe that all governments sustain their oppressors. That poverty, however, has not all the importance that Filari would like to attribute to it, though it certainly has a great deal. It is evident when one considers the facts more critically. Thus the district of Montreal, which is certainly one of the least poor in Sicily, is just that in which the Mafia recruits its worst members from among the well-to-do classes. Naples, too, where the Camorra rules, is certainly not in a worse condition than Calabria. Artina, whose criminality has been described above, is one of the richest districts in the province of Rome. Moreover, the Camorra draws more victims than true accomplices from among the poor of Naples. Subchapter 101. Hybrid Civilization. Still worse than the lack of civilization as regards the encouragement of criminal societies is a mixture of civilization and barbarism, such as is found in certain parts of Italy and in a large portion of America, where we see peoples, still half barbarous, subjected to a system borrowed from more civilized nations. While the advantages of both stages of society are lacking, the harmful features of both are present. Thus great cities, the increase of wealth, and food too delicate, increase vagrancy, rape, and theft, and make the discovery of crime less easy, while the jury system, the respect for personal liberty, and the ease of getting pardons are frequently causes of impunity in crime. The system of elective officers, especially when, as in some states in America, is extended even to the judiciary, offers the criminal class a new instrument of power and illicit gain. We see associated crime extend its power to the press, to the election of legislators, and in America to the election of judges, thus gaining a double advantage, immediate gain and future immunity. Subchapter 102. Wars and Insurrections. Political disturbances again, wars and uprisings, are factors to be taken into account in this connection. The gathering of crowds, great excitement, the ease of obtaining arms, and the relaxed vigilance of the government are all natural causes of the association of criminals. Bands so formed may become bold enough to make themselves real political factors. This is the explanation of the atrocities of Alcolia and of the Paris Commune, and of the more recent events of a similar nature in Mexico and New Orleans. These occurrences, which have become unusual nowadays, in former times were very frequent. In the Middle Ages, the tyranny of the barons gave to brigandage the appearance of a kind of social institution, defending the vassals or avenging them upon their lords, who in their turn regarded robbery as a noble trade. So also in ancient times, the 10 years which followed the restoration of Sulla were a golden age for the robbers and pirates of Italy. In 1793, in Paris, at the time of the free distribution of bread, so many vagabonds and criminals crowded in that strangers were warned not to go out at night, if they did not wish to be robbed. The thieves carried their boldness so far that they closed the highway with ropes. Charles de Rouge was chief of a band which plundered the large farms, presenting himself as a commissary of the Republic. During the Napoleonic Wars there appeared in the invaded countries a band of robbers called the Army of the Moon. This sham army had its sham shoulders and sham officers, and plundered conquerors and conquered alike. In earlier times there were similar bands who followed the Goths and Vandals into Italy. In modern Italy, when the Bourbons withdrew from Naples to Rome, brigandage raged in Abruzzo, and when, under Murat, the trade of brigand became dangerous, the Bourbons landed the convicts of Sicily and Calabria. He who stole the most was best received by the king. Criminal acts, writes Coletta, lost in consequence their criminal character, and crime became a kind of trade carried on all over the kingdom. To the eyes of one who recognizes the essentially immoral character of war, this breaking out of criminality is not surprising. Spencer, in his splendid study of ethics, has showed that the warlike peoples are always the most vicious. Subchapter 103 Leaders. At any given moment, in a country where criminal elements are plentiful, there rises a criminal who is a genius, or has great audacity, or an influential social position. We see criminal associations rise and multiply, as it was to the great intelligence of their leaders at the bands of Lecanaire, Lombardo, Stratmatter, Hessel, Maino, Motio, La Galla, and Tweed owe their origin in long impunity. Cavalcanti was a robber chief of such genius that almost all his followers were fortunate than those of Alexander became themselves leaders of terrible bands, like Canossa, Egedion, etc. The band of assassins and incendiaries of Longpierre escaped all inquiry because they were organized and protected by Galmand, the mayor of the place, who by incendiary fires revenged himself upon his political opponents or depreciated goods that he wanted to purchase. Subchapter 104 Prisons. But the principal cause of associated crime has been, and still is, the gathering together of criminals in prisons, not constructed on the cellular system. Almost all the criminal chiefs, Maino, Lombardo, La Galla, Lacenaire, Soffard, Horduin, and others, have been men who have escaped from the galleys and have chosen their accomplices from among their companions who had their given proofs of boldness and ferocity. It is in prison that the Camorra rose, and it is there also that it first held sway. But when, under King Ferdinand in 1830, many convicts were set at liberty by the royal clemency, they carried over into free life the illicit gains and dissolute manners to which they had become accustomed. Only a few years ago the Camorra chose its chief from among the prisoners in the Vicaria, and the free Camorrists made no important decision without first consulting these chiefs. In Palermo, the criminal got his professional education in prison, and novices without prison experience were admitted only into such enterprises as required a large number of persons. This will appear natural enough if we recall the words of the criminal of Palermo quoted in the preceding chapter. Prison is a piece of good fortune that heaven sends us, because it teaches us fit places and companions for stealing. Subchapter 105 Influence of Race. We have already spoken of the influence of race upon crime. The same thing is naturally true of association of criminals. The gypsies, like the Bedouins, may be called a race of associated malefactors. According to Maury, the Negro in the United States and in southern Italy, the Albanians, Greeks, and at times even the native population show the same tendency to associated crime. St. Jordi said, in speaking of Sora, this beautiful country swarms with thieves. There are as many of them as there are inhabitants. This fact explains how brigands succeed in getting themselves elected as communal councillors. The inhabitants of Castlefort and of Spignol protect the thieves on condition that they practice their calling outside the district. The people in the neighbourhood of Palermo, among whom the mafiosi swarm, are descended from the bravures of the ancient barons, or, to trace their lineage still further back, from rapacious Arab conquerors, blood brothers of the Bedouins. I have noticed, writes D. Aziglio, speaking of the Romans, that in the ancient fiefs of the Middle Ages, Colonna, Orsini, Savello, there has remained in the population the imprint of that life of hatred, war, and division which was the normal yearly round in those unhappy countries. nearly all the young men exemplify the true type of the bravo. Subchapter 106, Heredity. These questions of race resolve themselves finally, as a matter of course, into the question of heredity. Among the modern brigands of southern Italy, there have been some who descended from the terrible Fra Diavolo. Many among the famous Camorra brothers, and we know of the 7 Mazzardi brothers, the Manzi brothers, the Vadarelli, and the Legalis. In the United States, the younger brothers who robbed banks in Minnesota in broad daylight are weakly notorious. The band of Cusito and that of Nathan were composed of parents, brothers, and brothers-in-law. Here too the influence of hereditary, tradition, and education is added to the power of numbers. A family of criminals is a band already formed, which from the fact of parentage has the means of increasing and perpetuating itself in the children. In 1821 the communes of Raleigh and Rosiers were afflicted with thefts and homicides, showing on the part of the authors a great knowledge of the locality and uncommon boldness. Terror prevented the laying of information, but the criminals were finally discovered and were found to belong to one family. In 1832 the thefts were renewed, and the guilty persons were no other than the nephews of the first lot of criminals. In 1852 and the years immediately following assassinations occurred again in the same communes. The murderers proved to be the great-nephews of the earlier offenders who had been active 30 years before. These facts explain to us why we see a constant recrudescence of crime in a given village. It is enough that a single one of these perverted families should survive in order to corrupt the whole district, through the elective affinity there is between criminals. This justifies to a certain extent the barbarity of the ancients and of savages in punishing with the guilty their innocent relatives. Subchapter 107, Other Causes. Criminals combine very often, from necessity also, in order to be able to resist an armed force, or to escape the search of the police by removing themselves from the scene of their crimes, though there is a tendency on the part of nearly all criminal bands to commit their misdeeds just around the circle of their own district. Again, the necessity of supplying a lack of certain qualities may lead to association. Thus, Le Canard, who was a coward, joined himself to Avril, who was fierce and bloody, while Maino and La Galla, who were courageous but ignorant, associated with them Ferraris and Davanzo, who were educated. Most criminals seek in others a courage they lack themselves. It may be added that for many of these people a crime is a sort of pleasure expedition, which is not so enjoyable unless carried on in company. At times an association has an entirely accidental origin. Thus Tepes, just out of prison, started to rob a drunken man, when he heard himself called by Fourier, who wanted to share the booty. From this chance meeting sprung the Tepes band. The most accidental circumstances, says Mayhew, such as the fact of living in the same neighbourhood or street, or bearing the same name, or meeting when coming out of prison, etc., gives rise to the bands of petty thieves of London. Spagliardi tells us that the meeting places of the gamins are where bands of thieves have their origin in Lombardy. End of section 17. Section 18 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 18. Causes of Political Crimes. Subchapter 108. We have seen that political crime is a kind of crime of passion, punishable only because it involves an offence against the conservative sentiments of the human race, particularly in the fields of religion and politics. We have seen that it is especially frequent among the young, and in the most intelligent and cultivated nations. Subchapter 109. Orography. The influence which a lighter atmospheric pressure has upon this kind of crime is incontestably very great. It can be said that the most revolutionary peoples have always been found among the mountains. Witness the struggles of the Semites, the Marsi, the Ligures, the Cantabri, and the Bruti against the Romans, those of the Asturians against the Goths and Saracens, and those of the Albanians, Druzes, Baronites, and Mayonites against the Turks. Just so it was in the Cevennes in France, and in the Valtelline and the Pinerolo in Italy, that the first efforts in favour of religious liberty were made, notwithstanding the dragonades and the punishments of the Inquisition. According to Plutarch, the inhabitants of Attica, after the insurrection of Cimon, were divided into 3 parties, corresponding to the differences in the geographical configuration of the country. Those who lived in the mountains wanted a popular government at any price. Those who lived in the plains demanded an oligarchical government, while the dwellers along the seacoast preferred a mixed form of government. Subchapter 110. Points of Convergence. In the places where values converge and where the people come most into contact with others, they are most inclined to innovation and revolution. Poland undoubtedly owes its early civilization as revolts, as well as, later, its misfortunes, to the position which it occupies in the meeting point of Slav, Teuton, and Byzantine. Those departments of France that are situated upon the course of the great rivers, the Seine, Rhone, and Loire, or which include the great ports, furnish, aside from other causes, the largest number of revolutionary votes. Subchapter 111. Density. The same thing is true of places with great density of population and great industrial activity. Here too the revolutionary spirit shows itself in a high state of development, just as the conservative spirit predominates in agricultural and thinly populated regions. Subchapter 112. Healthfulness, Genius. Both the salubrity and fertility of a country exercise an influence in the development of the revolutionary spirit, as I have shown in the case of Italy by a long series of figures. Genius too plays its part, and it is for this reason that Florence, Athens, and Geneva, cities noted for their men of genius, have also been noted for insurrections. Geniuses and revolts have likewise been numerous in the Romagna and in Liguria, which are among the most healthful parts of Italy. In France the parallelism is still clearer, for in 75 departments out of 86, genius, tall stature, and anti-monarchical parties go together. Subchapter 113. Races. The ethnic influence in its turn is incontestable. By a study of the votes and the revolts in France, I have shown that the departments in which Ligurian and Gallic races predominate have furnished the greatest number of rebels, and that the Iberians and Cimbrians have furnished the minimum. Many small districts and single cities, like Arlano and Leghorn, are known for their constant tendency to revolt. The history of the Alpuanian Ligurians explains to us why, today, anarchy and insurrection often break out among them. The Ligures were continually in revolt against the Romans. Subchapter 114. Crossing of Races. The ethnic influence comes out very plainly in the crossing of races, which is able to make them all more revolutionary and progressive. This is a phenomenon connected with that discovered in the vegetable world by Darwin, that even bisexual plants ought to be cross-fertilized, and also the law of remains, according to which independent variation is a primary cause of evolution. The Ionians give us an excellent example. They were revolutionary, and produced the greatest geniuses of Greece, certainly as a consequence of the fact that they were early crossed with Lydians and Persians in Asia Minor and the islands, and in addition were subjected to the influence of a change of climate. The crossing of the Poles with the Teutonic race, all the more potent because the latter was in the nascent state, explains why Poland rose in so short a time to great intellectual heights in the midst of other slayers still barbarous. And this at a time when these very Germans who brought to the Poles the first seeds of their civilization had themselves but a low degree of culture. We have here, then, a partial explanation of Poland's continual insurrections. The climatic and racial crossing of the South American natives with the European colonists in the Spanish republics has produced a race active both commercially and intellectually, but above all things given to revolution. Modern Spain cannot boast of a Ramos Mejis, a Roca, a Mitri, or a Pinero. Subchapter 115. Bad Government. A government under which the public welfare is neglected and respectable persons persecuted, it is always provocative of insurrections and revolutions. Persecutions make great changes in men's ideas and feelings. Benjamin Franklin, on the eve of the American Revolution, in a pamphlet entitled Rules by which a Great Empire may be reduced to a Small One, sums up as follows the characteristics of the bad government which, as a matter of fact, in a short time drove his country to revolt. "Do you wish," he writes, addressing the mother country, "to irritate your colonies and drive them into rebellion? Here is an infallible method. Always suppose them ready to revolt, and treat them accordingly. Place them amidst soldiers who, by their insolence, may provoke an insurrection, and then put it down with bullets and bayonets." In a country where political reforms keep pace with the aspirations of the people, insurrections seldom or never occur. The reign of Louis Philippe in France, favourable to the wealthy classes, but without any sympathy with the mass of the people, multiplied insurrections and political crimes which disappeared in the first years of the Caesarean democratic government of Napoleon III, who impressed the people by his magnificence and his attempts at social reform. It is a fact demonstrated by the statistics of persons indicted for political causes from 1826 to 1880, including offences of the press, that the Napoleonic period, 1851 to 70, corresponds with the minimum number of political trials. A table is displayed on the page, comparing the years of 1826 to 1880, compared with cases uncontradictory and cases of contumacy. The struggle for supremacy between different social classes is an effect of that inequality which Aristotle calls the source of all revolutions. On the one side, he writes, are those who desire equality, and who rise and revolt if they believe they have less than others, even though they really have as much as the most favoured. On the other side, there are those who aspire to power, and who, although equality exists, rise in insurrection if they think that this equality has no sound reason for being. Abuse of power by the dominant class is enough to produce a reaction, and Aristotle says again, politics, to whatever side a government inclines, it always degenerates through an exaggeration of the principles upon which it is based. In France, the revolution of 1789, which appeared to have choked the monarchical principle with the blood of the king, degenerating into anarchy, prepared the way for the empire, and the whole process was repeated by the Republic in 1849 and the Second Empire. Subchapter 116. Exclusive predominance of one class, priests. Whatever the form of government, the dominance of one class or caste over another has always been a source of danger, through hindering the organic development of a country and predisposing it first to atrophy and then to anarchy. It is thus that the dominance of the clergy in Spain and Scotland, and in Italy, in the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples, for a long time retarded the progress of these countries and drove them to revolt. It was for analogous reasons that the tyranny of the Roman patricians, notwithstanding their defeat, led to the conspiracies of Saturninus and of Catiline, and then to the dictatorship of Caesar. This last, in its turn, led to the conspiracy of Brutus, which finally failed because the rise of the empire represented a justifiable reaction of the lower classes against the oligarchy. Not infrequently, members of an oligarchy, struggling with one another for power, such as Ninos, leave the way open for the people to overthrow them. In Florence in the Middle Ages, the tyranny of the nobles prepared the way for the triumph of petty tradesmen, and the abuses of this class brought about, in turn, the election of the Duke of Athens, although he sought to repress the abuse of power, ended by alienating the people from him and being himself driven out. When, on the contrary, the social classes and the powers pertaining to them are in a state of equilibrium, liberty is preserved and revolutions become very rare. In this way, according to Aristotle, the long duration of the Spartan government is to be explained. Power was evenly distributed between the higher classes, represented by the Senate, and the mass of the people, who chose the ephors by public vote. Further, the power of the kings was much circumscribed, and since there were two of them, they could not easily come to an agreement, and consequently only rarely became tyrants. Subchapter 117. Parties and divisions. Parties, though at times useful in the struggle of the weak against the strong, are often what Coco calls them, a means of corrupting the individual, and through the individual, the nation. This is seen as a spectacle offered by the situation in the medieval Italian cities, especially in Florence, when an exaggerated and intolerant party spirit led to complete political and intellectual exhaustion. Another example of this is to be found in the Argentine Republic, where the Unitaries of Buenos Aires brought about the reaction under Rosas. They were a party of typical utopians, revolutionary idealists, who wanted to march straight on, with head high, not deviating a hair's breadth from that course. Even on the eve of a battle, they were taken up with a regulation, a formula, or a pompous phrase. It would be impossible to find men with better logic, more enterprise, or less common sense. Since parties are favourable to political liberty, the more ground they gain in the political life, the less important do secret political societies become. These latter are the fruit of oppression, since oppression turns ideas into feelings, and these in their turn produce sects and societies. Yet it is certainly to this origin that modern civilization is indebted for many reforms and other services in the political field. It is enough to recall the Carbonari in Italy, the Chartists in England, the Etaria in Greece, and the Nihilists in Russia. The ideal of these last, it is true, has little correspondence with the feelings of the Russian people, since what Stepniak said of an early period is still true, that in the popular mind the Tsar and God are welded together. In Italy, the Fraternal Hand, discovered at Ghergenti in 1883, was originally a society for mutual aid in case of sickness or death. But soon it degenerated. Certain duties occasioned certain crimes. Everyone was bound to make himself respected for the honour of the organization, to protect the women, to revenge the injuries of his comrades, and to help save them if they were accused. They ended by ordering assassinations and executing them in the same way that a hunter chases a hare. They imitated juries, and prevented outsiders from bidding at the political auctions. The result was that respectable persons had to affiliate with them, or buy protection against them from other criminals. In Ireland, side by side with the Land League, which served the country with loyalty and patriotism, there rose up the Society of the Invincibles, which numbered not more than 200 members, but speedily distinguished itself by all sorts of agrarian crimes. Subchapter 118. Imitation. We have seen that through imitation, criminality, insanity, and hallucination become epidemic in a mob. Hence imitation becomes a powerful factor in producing an insurrection. This may occur on a large scale, one nation imitating another and producing a veritable epidemic of revolutions. This is what happened, according to Ferrari, in the period from 1378 to 1494, during which the European peoples imitated the great number of Italian uprisings against the ancient lords. At Rome under Rienzi, at Genoa under Adorno, at Florence under Ghiombi, at Palermo under the Alissi, and at Naples under the Lazzari. In this period took place the insurrection of the Hussites in Bohemia, the revolts of the working people in the free cities of Germany, Worms, Hall, Lubeck, Aix, the refusal of the burghers of Ghent to pay taxes, the Swiss War of Independence, the uprisings of the Swedish peasants under Engelbert and the Croatian peasants under Horvat, and in England the religious movement initiated by Wycliffe. The men of 1793 imitated, or rather aped, the heroes of Plutarch, Buckle, as the Napoleons imitated the Caesars. In 1789 in France, almost all the departments imitated the September massacres of Paris, and later those of the White Terror. Aristotle names as one of the causes of revolts the neighbourhood of countries with other forms of government. The nearness of the oligarchical Spartan government often caused the overthrow of the democracy in Athens, and vice versa. Subchapter 119. Epidemic Ideals. Many ideals spread themselves almost like epidemics. So was it formerly with the monarchical ideal, the glory of one's own king. So with the ideal of popular sovereignty, that of nationality, and so it is now with the ideal of the amelioration of economic conditions. It is not that today conditions are worse than they were in the days of our fathers. On the contrary, the famines which used to mow down their millions now gather in only a few hundreds of victims, and our workmen today own more shirts than many a proud noble of antiquity. But men's needs and their repugnance to the labour necessary to satisfy them have increased in proportion to the economic betterment that has been going on. Subchapter 120. Historic Traditions. Every revolution, wrote Machiavelli, lays a stepping stone for another one. We see revolutions, as a matter of fact, repeating the form of revolutions which happened even at remote periods. Thus the Roman tribunate lived gain in Rome with Rienzi and Baroncelli, and later with Siccaroccio and Coccapiello. notwithstanding many differences in the institutions and individuals. The revolutionary tendencies of the Romagna were well known even in the Middle Ages, and Dante refers to them in the words, "The heart of the Romagna is, and ever will be, at war with tyrants." The Paris Commune imitated the revolution of 1789, as 89 had imitated the Jacquerie, while the National Assembly of Paris copied the old provincial assemblies. We may say that in Paris barricades have become a decennial habit, like military revolutions in Spain, attempts upon the life of the Tsar in Russia, and brigandage in Greece and Macedonia. A last proof of this influence of tradition is that those revolutionary governments perish which do not know how to hold them in honour. The great difference between the old form of government and the new, the more unstable, is the adherence of the people. For this cause those revolutions have been most fortunate that have held the past in honour. Thus the older Brutus kept for the people their king under the name of Rex Sacrificius. The Caesars likewise retained the tribunate, the senate, and other forms of the republican government, even to the extent of limiting themselves to the military title Imperator General. Just so the English in the Magna Charta professed to confirm ancient rights, and in Italy the Guelphs, following the Ghibellines in Italy, chose a captain of the people from among the nobles, as the Ghibellines had chosen their podesta. This did not escape the keen intellect of Machiavelli, who wrote, "Whoever would reform a free state must preserve the shadow of the old forms. In changing old institutions, the human mind must be at pains to make the transformation preserve as much as possible of that which is ancient." Subchapter 121. Inappropriate political reforms. Only men ignorant of human nature or excessively despotic would make decrees not necessitated by the conditions of the moment, and destroy old institutions to replace them with new, not because they were demanded, but because they were in use in other social organisms. By such means a discontent with every kind of reform is awakened, and since the new is not based upon the old, there results an active antipathy which produces a constant succession of revolutions. This is what happened to the reforms of Ronaldo and Savonarola. This is what came to pass when Renzi tried to bring about a political reform which even Cavour could not carry out completely. The same situation again was repeated in France in the attempt of Marcel, at a time when even a constitution was not possible, to bring about a republican federation with proportional taxation, social and administrative unity, general political rights, national authority substituted for royal, and Paris as the head of France. To reform everything is to destroy everything, wrote Cogo with regard to the Napoleonic Revolution of 1799. In Spain, Charles III was able, through the power of his personality and authority, to curb the power of the clergy, and to ameliorate the condition of the country. But no sooner had he fallen from power than all his reforms ceased without leaving a regret, because they were premature. In 1812, in 1820, and in 1836, there was no lack of ardent reforms in the Spanish government, but they failed because they were not in touch with the feeling of the people. In 1814 and 1823, the popular indignation drove out the Cortes. Aquin tells that everywhere the king passed, the crowd hurled insults at the Liberals, the Constitution, and the Cortes. Subchapter 122. Religion. Religion in Asiatic and African countries not only mixed with politics, but was itself the only politics, sometimes revolutionary, but more often revolutionary according to the character of the religion. In India, Nanak, 1469, by performing miracles, founded the religion of the Sikhs, which was based upon monotheism, the abrogation of caste, and the blessedness of nirvana. The founder himself made few proselytes, but under Havoghind, one of his successors, the Sikhs took up arms against the Mussulman fanaticism, won new power during the Maratha uprising, founded a sort of republic, and today number nearly 2 millions. Muhammad put an end to fetishism, conquered Arabia, and notwithstanding his ignorance, one of the surahs of his Koran has any sense in it, he produced a revolution even in the field of science. For from 750 to 1250 AD, with the ostensible purpose of explaining the Koran, the Arabs translated the Greek authors and made gigantic encyclopedic compilations which were disseminated through Europe, as if to establish once and for all the parallelism of religion and politics. The convention decreed the worship of the Supreme Being and organized the love feast, and the populace put at its head the mad Catherine Theot, who preached the immortality of the body and at 70 declared that she was about to become young again. The Jacobins favoured the society of the Theophilanthropes, who celebrated their festivals in Notre Dame, the new Temple of Reason, and in St. Roch, the Temple of Genius, where before the altars sentimental verses from the classics were sung and feasts were celebrated for Socrates, St. Vincent, Rousseau, and Washington. In ancient Israel, the reaction under Jeroboam followed the reign of Solomon, because the latter, a revolutionary, at least in art and industry, had anticipated the popular mind by several centuries. Thus a reaction is sure to result whenever an attempt is made to set aside dominant customs and superstitions. One of the causes of the uprising of the enemies against the French was the lack of reverence manifested by the Europeans for the ancient documents which were held in such honour by the natives, probably because they thought them endowed with magic power, that they had societies for the express purpose of collecting and caring for them. All the insurrections against the English in India have been caused by violations of the custom or religion of the people. Thus the Sepoy Rebellion of 1857 was caused not by the violent occupation of the ancient kingdom of Oudh on the part of the East India Company, so much as by the preaching of Protestant missionaries, and their overzealous attempts at proselytism, arousing the opposition of Brahmin and Mussulman alike, and further by the fact that the Sepoys were required to use cartridges smeared with pork fat. Subchapter 123. Economic Influences. The influence of economic causes in many of the greatest revolutionary movements of recent centuries has been demonstrated by Loria with incontestable proofs. The strife of classes in England flared up when the nobility began to make laws that were in the interest of the landowners, and prejudicial to manufacturing. Such was the situation when the middle classes gathered about Elizabeth and triumphed with her over Mary Stuart and her nobles. The same phenomenon was repeated with Cromwell and with William of Orange. The same antagonism manifested itself in Germany in the 16th century, when the nobility, represented by the electoral princes, having exclusive political power, passed laws hostile to capital and commerce, levying imposts on imports and exports. In Italy, the contests of the Guelphs and Ghibellines masked the strife between the manufacturers and the feudal nobility. In France, it was the middle classes, long powerless against king and nobles, and furthermore excluded from the National Assembly, who stirred up the people to revolt, and put to flight both court and aristocracy. Even modern Italyism, according to Rocher, springs from the contests between the moneyed and the landed classes. It came especially from the favour shown by the commercial classes and small profiteers to the ransom of the peasants, to the detriment of the nobility, who responded by allying themselves with disinherited men of family and all the other enemies of the middle classes. Loria. Jen remarks that the prosperity of China springs from the system of canals which fertilizes it, and that every emperor who neglects the canals speedily falls. Subchapter 124. Taxes and changes in the currency. Very often it is the government itself that, through ignorance of economic laws, aggravates the disorder already existing, and provokes insurrection. Thus it was in France, when one of the causes of the revolution of 1360 was that under the Valois, the value of gold was changed 26 times in a single year. Similarly, in Sicily, according to Amari, the discontent occasioned by the alteration of the value of the money was not without influence in causing the Sicilian Vespers. Loria. In 1382 in Paris, the tax upon vegetables called forth the uprising of the Maillotins. In 1640, Mazarin doubled the taxes on food supplies in Paris, and the people built the barricades of the 26th of August. The court, becoming terrified, treated with them, and granted a diminution in the taxes of more than 12 million francs. In 1639, the people of Rouen rose in insurrection with the cry of death to the Gabeleurs. But the uprising was extinguished in the blood of the rioters themselves. The popular hatred of the tax agents continued to be actively in evidence, however, until the government finally prohibited the use of the epithets publican extortioner and monopolist against the tax collectors. Even when a tax is just, that it should affect one class more directly than another is sufficient to stir up an insurrection. Thus the tax on grain of Pavia and the land tax of Florence produced revolts which were inspired by the middle classes. Subchapter 125 Economic Crisis. Industrial and commercial crises had in ancient times no very great influence in revolutions, being responsible for local uprisings merely. This was the case in Rome, where, according to Carlo, the great agitations had for their moving cause the debts to which the people were liable, rather than the agrarian laws. During the fierce contest between the consulate and the tribunate, when economic prosperity was in no way lacking, Spurius Cassius, who proposed an agrarian law by which the common property was to be divided in part among the poorer citizens, not only was not supported by the people, but was put to death, simply because he wished that the Latin allies should share in the division. Subchapter 126 Pauperism Strikes. It is our own time alone that has seen the great political and social revolutions caused by the disproportion between the rewards of labour and those of speculative capital, and further by new needs which make the people feel more keenly than ever before the reality of their sad condition. The Darwinian theory, it is true, concedes a difference between individuals, and in consequence a necessary inequality in wealth. But the sentiment of humanity which receives its first breath from Christ, and which time has not been able to weaken, is not willing to permit, whatever the theory of Darwin may be, that a man who is working should die of hunger, and that a man who is willing and able to be of service should look to work in vain. When one sees that thousands of peasants in Italy, whose interests not a single representative has taken up in Parliament, are compelled to live upon spoiled maize, for which no one has thought out a remedy; when one sees that whole districts in the Alps are decimated by goitre and cretinism, simply because 1/100th part of the money wasted on useless monuments is not spent in supplying these people with wholesome water; when one thinks that in the plains of Italy, at the gates of the two largest cities, malaria rages and decimates the population, one is compelled to conclude that if the peasants protest by uprising and strikes, the responsibility falls upon those who have not found a way to remedy the evil. In France, the strikes of 1882 in Rouen, Bessèges, Montpellier, and other industrial centres in the south, and the more serious troubles in Monteau-les-Mines and Lyons, were the result of a socialistic agitation having a pronounced political character. In the United States, the Revolutionary Socialist Party, which has its centre in Chicago, seems to grow in importance constantly, partially from economic crisis occasioned especially by railroad speculation, and partially from the disregard of the proletariat on the part of both the leading political parties. Now it is to this organization that we must attribute a great part of the strikes which occur with such frequency, 160 in 2 years. In comparison with the past, our own age shows many more uprisings from economic than from military causes. Disturbances preceding the economic conditions are most abundant in the countries that best represent modern life, like France, England, and Belgium, while it is the military rebellions that take place in countries like Spain and Turkey which represent a bygone age. From the statistics of insurrections during the first half of the 19th century, we get the following. A table is displayed on the page listing country of Spain, Turkey, Belgium, and England, the total insurrections, number having military causes, and number having economic causes. Spain, 19 total insurrections, 5 military causes, 3 economic causes. Turkey, 24 insurrections, 9 military causes, 1 economic cause. Belgium, 16 insurrections, 0 military causes, 8 economic causes. England, 15 insurrections, 0 military causes, 8 economic causes. Subchapter 127 Change of Environment. We find in this connection many singular contradictions. The very hot climate of Egypt makes anti-revolutionists of the Semites, the Fellahs, and even the Berbers, who in the mountains of Algeria are in a continual state of revolution, so that in Algiers they show the graves of 7 Beys, all named and killed in a single day. In new surroundings, the Dutch agriculturists become the nomadic Boers of South Africa, the Norman hunters become bold sea rovers, the pastoral Jews became merchants, and the strictly conservative Anglo-Saxons became the free innovators and revolutionaries of North America. A good government can succeed in preventing the disorders that spring from difference of race, especially when there enters the factor of the attrition which large bodies of people have for smaller bodies of a different kind. The latter is one of the most powerful factors in the fusion of the Semitic Sards with the Celtic Piedmontese, and of the thoroughly Italian Corsicans with the French. When peoples here lived in a state of isolation, the first crossings, Dorians, Romans, provoke violent disturbances, but later, as evolution proceeds, economic and political interests become more important than questions of race. Thus it is true that the Poles execrate the Russians because of their despotism, notwithstanding their common Slavic blood. On the other hand, the people of the Rhine Valley, although German in the main, incline more towards the French than towards a nation of their own blood, because habit and commercial interest count for more with them than race. The dominance of different factors at certain periods, as for example, the economic factor in our own day, is explained by the fact that in sociology as well as in chemistry, certain agents are the most active in the nascent state. Physiology also teaches us that of a series of similar stimuli, the first is most strongly felt. Hence it is that the influence of climate is still effective, even after being hidden or weakened by the influence of race. For this reason, in certain countries, as in Florence for example, the configuration of the land is much less effect upon the occurrence of uprisings and acts of violence than it formerly had. Holland is a cold, level country, and for this reason is naturally anti-revolutionary. But the battle with the sea and with foreign oppressors has had a modifying influence. Religion has upon the whole very little influence upon the course of cultural evolution, but the nascent state is exceedingly favourable to revolt and revolution. New religions are almost always accompanied by a real revolution in morals and character, genuine reforms which win them adherents from among respectable people. History gives us examples of this in the rise of Buddhism, Christianity, and Lutheranism, and we see the influence still today of the Lazaretists and in certain Russian sects. Subchapter 128 Occasional Causes. Aristotle affirms that oligarchies commonly go to pieces through the too great preponderance of certain of their members, and that when they are in difficulties they try to extricate themselves by raising insurrections. In Syracuse, he tells us, the constitution was changed because of a love affair which drove two young noblemen and their followers to revolt. Speaking of tyrannicides, he finds that they are most frequently caused by personal injuries. Baker remarks that some too lively expressions of certain princes have sometimes been the spark that killed a revolt. Thus Galba destroyed himself when he said, Legi a se militum nomemi, the soldiers no longer having any hope that he would pay them for their votes. Probus was equally lost when he uttered the words, Si vexero non opus erit amplius Romano impero militibus, for the soldiers immediately revolted against him. Even in our own century, riots have originated from comparatively trifling causes. Thus, in 1821, a revolt broke out in Madrid because the king either could not or would not take part in a certain procession. In 1867, Bucharest rose in revolt against the monopoly of tobacco, and the same year there was a riot in Manchester because of the arrest of the two Fenians. In 1876, an insurrection took place in Amsterdam because of the abolition of one of the annual fairs. Subchapter 129 War. Wars are often the cause of domestic disturbances. Greek history, especially the history of the oligarchies, abundantly illustrates this. According to Soltykh, the victorious wars which the Poles waged in the 17th and 18th centuries formed one of the causes of the downfall of Poland, because they bore heavily upon the poor without any corresponding advantages, and increased the activity of the conquered peoples. The Franco-Prussian War overcame the disinclination felt in many circles toward the idea of the empire in Germany. This is shown in the statistics of the case of lèse majesté. While the sentences for this offence from 1846 to 1848 ran as high as 342, and 1849 reached 369, they fell to 132 and 193 in 1879 and 1880. According to Renan, the two great products of the Hebrew race, the Jewish religion and the Christian, are to be attributed not solely to the prophets, but also to the perturbations produced by the Assyrian and Roman victories. It must be added that such occasional causes of insurrections are plainly only a pretext, affording an opportunity for the outbreak of a people already predisposed to revolt. The brutality of a soldier and the lasciviousness of a prince gave occasion for the Sicilian Vespers and for the expulsion of the Tarquins. But to see that these things were only the occasion, and not the whole cause, it is only necessary to recall how many infamous crimes on the part of conquering kings and peoples Italy has suffered to go unpunished. End of section 18. Section 19 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2. Prophylaxis and Therapeutics of Crime. Chapter 1. Penal Substitutes, Climate, Civilization, Density, Scientific Police, Photography, Identification. Subchapter 130. If crime is often really a fatal consequence of certain constitutions which are naturally predisposed to it, it is then almost irremediable, and we can no longer hope that education or imprisonment will be remedies sufficient to combat it. But we see in these cases the causes of the constant recidivism under every penal system, and what is more important, we get a hint of the proper course for a new system of criminal therapeutics to follow. It is no longer enough to repress crime. We must try to prevent it. If we cannot suppress it, we can at least ask for means to decrease the influence of the causes we have been studying upon occasional, juvenile, and partial criminals. For this purpose we must use what Ferry has so happily called penal substitutes. The idea that the legislator, recognizing and studying the causes of crime, shall seek by preventive means to neutralize them or at least decrease their effect. Thus, in the economic sphere, freedom of exchange prevents local scarcity and hence removes the fatal cause of theft and riot. The lowering of customs duties, or better still, their abolition, prevents smuggling. A more equitable distribution of taxation prevents frauds against the state. The substitution of metallic currency for the more easily imitated banknotes reduces the amount of counterfeiting. Better salaries for public officers diminish the chance of bribery and corruption, while the distribution of wood to the poor stops thefts in the forest better than a crowd of gendarmes. Broad electric-lighted streets are better than policemen to prevent theft and rape. In the political sphere, a really liberal government, like that of England, prevents anarchistic insurrections and acts of revenge, just as entirely liberty of the press prevents corruption of the government and insurrection of the governed. In the scientific sphere, autopsies tend to prevent poisoning in general, as Marty's test has checked arsenic poisoning in particular. So likewise, steamships have abolished piracy, and railroads have cut down highway robbery. In the legislative sphere, proper laws for the acknowledgement of illegitimate children, for investigating their parentage, and for identification in cases of the breach of a promise of marriage will diminish abortions, infanticides, and many homicides committed for revenge. In the same way, civil justice at a low price will prevent offences against the public order, juries of honour will prevent duels, and foundling hospitals will prevent infanticides. In the religious system, the marriage of the clergy and the abolition of pilgrimages will cause the disappearance of many sexual crimes. In the field of education, the abolition of atrocities, spectacles, and gambling would be a means of preventing brawls and crimes of violence. Subchapter 131. Climate and Race. Let us now attempt a systematic application of substitutes for punishment, following the classification of the more serious cause of crime. We certainly cannot prevent the effect of a hot climate upon crime. We ought to try to introduce those institutions most fitted to temper its effects. For example, prostitution should be regulated in such a way as to diminish sexual excesses. Baths of salt or fresh water should be made accessible to the whole population, as was the case in ancient Rome, and is now in Calabria, for nothing diminishes the exciting effect of the heat more than cold water. That we ought to make judicial punishments more swift, and hence better adapted to affect impressionable minds, avoiding, however, a pedantic uniformity that would extend the same laws to northern districts, which need different treatment, especially as to crimes against persons, and above all, sexual crimes. The promoter of the new Italian Code deplores, as a very great inconvenience, the disparity which exists in the judicial treatment of citizens of different parts of the kingdom. But he does not reflect that if this difference did not exist in the law, it would certainly exist in some much more substantial, namely, in public opinion, which interprets a homicide at Mazzara quite differently from the way in which it is interpreted at Aosta, a fact that is sure to make itself felt at the trial. An attempted rape upon a 12-year-old girl is a different thing in the South, where sexual maturity comes early from what it is in the North, and the question of the age of consent must be differently decided for different climates. But here there is necessary a careful investigation as to whether, and how far, sexual maturity is accompanied by mental maturity. We have now, in this regard, a unified law. Yet it certainly has not served to diminish the number of the crimes, but only to make the law itself powerless, an object of derision. To unify the law in reality, and not upon paper simply, it would be necessary to unify the morals, birthright, and sexual characteristics, and more than that, to unify the climate, soil, and system of agriculture. Otherwise the law would remain like the ukase which commanded the Poles to change their language. It is possible to exterminate a people, but not to take away their language, unless it is possible to change at a stroke their entire physical constitution. It proves nothing that certain countries with populations ethnically different have a uniform law. In Corsica, thanks to the juries, the French law remains a dead letter, and in Switzerland, on the other hand, each canton has its own penal laws, and no inconvenience has resulted from it. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, too, has no general penal code, but a series of special laws which vary from the three kingdoms. The same situation exists in the United States, and these are the freest countries, and in England, at least, crime is on the decrease. It is not to be desired that the specialization be extended in detail to provinces and communes, for the matter is one that affects large ethnic and climatic groups. But where gypsies, for example, are numerous, it would be absurd to treat them as citizens of Paris or London would be treated, and try them before gypsy juries. Subchapter 132. Barbarism. It is impossible to extirpate barbarism all at once, but its harmful effects can be lessened by clearing the forests, those natural fortresses and malefactors, by opening new roads, and by founding towns and villages in the wilder places. This last was the course taken by Luitprando in 734 to put an end to the brigandage that flourished in the uninhabited parts of Modena. To these measures should be coupled an energetic repression of the arrogance of the powerful and the revenge of the weak, those two fertile sources of brigandage. By a rational education, superstition and prejudice should be removed or made to serve against crime, as Garibaldi and Napoleon attempted to have them serve. Certain institutions without utility for civilized countries should be abolished. Such are the jury system, the National Guard, popular election of judges, and all secret societies, especially monastic societies, so favourable to hatred and wrongdoing. Emigration should be watched and regulated, and associations of criminals prevented or destroyed as soon as formed, through rewards offered to their individual members for information. Receivers of stolen goods and their accomplices, those natural propagators of crime, should be severely handled by the aid of an able police force. Finally, honest but weak citizens should be encouraged, or if that is not possible, terrified until, placed between fear of the criminals and fear of the law, they shall be more in awe of the latter than of the former. This is the method to which Manhurs owes the destruction of 4,000 brigands in 4 months. When crime, not of an economic, political, or religious character, but purely ethnic, flourishes under the protection of certain free institutions, such as the inviolability of domicile, the prohibition of preventative arrest, the freedom of association, jury, trial, etc., it becomes indispensable to suspend these privileges until the epidemic of crime is suppressed, as is done in the freest countries of England, America, and Portugal. It is in the interest of civilization not to allow so precious a possession as liberty to be destroyed by misuse. On this account, when brigandage, the Camorra, or the Mafia takes on a political aspect, it is necessary to pass the most severe laws to prevent the possibility of their influencing the elections. The elector who is even merely suspected of participation in these associations ought to lose all political rights, and persons arrested for such participation should be sent to distant localities exempt from endemic criminality, or better, transported to the islands. The political tribunate of which we shall speak later, should give particular attention to the carrying out of these measures. Finally, a restriction of the pardoning power, especially with reference to organized criminals, would be useful, and in any case it ought not to be possible for them to return to the district which is their natural field of action. Subchapter 133. Civilization. The harmful effects of great aggregations of population, which are those of civilization pushed to the limit, can be prevented by bringing into play new preventives to counteract the new weapons placed in the hands of crime. The attempt may be made to prevent the evil effects of the great centres by transporting to the smaller cities institutions that draw numbers of persons to places already overcrowded, such as universities, academies, scientific laboratories, military colleges, etc. These great masses of people cannot be suddenly dispersed, but they can be clarified, and the emigration of the unemployed encouraged, by furnishing free transportation if necessary. If the population increases more than its food supply, the practice of neo-Malthusianism must be energetically disseminated. A certain Englishman, a citizen, that is to say, of the country which is the most scrupulous about personal liberty, proposes that those houses which criminals make their habitual resort should be closely watched and if necessary suppressed, and that these elements of the population shall not be able to meet, and hence may become harmless. He proposes further to visit with severe penalties what he calls the capitalists of crime, the receivers of stolen goods, who almost always go unpunished. In order to prevent the increase of crime through immigration, a sort of selection should be practiced, as is to some extent done in the United States. Only those should be accepted as immigrants who are sound and respectable and have some means of manual skill. It is by virtue of such a selection as this, together with judicial investigations, that France has been able in recent years to purify this stream of immigration and obtain a decrease in crime. Subchapter 134. Modern Police System. We have hitherto carried on our police system very much as war was made in the heroic ages, when the cleverness or muscular strength of single individuals alone decided the victory. We have very able police officers, able as Ulysses and Achilles were in their battles, but we have no Molk, no one corresponding to a general staff officer to make use of his campaigns against crime of the resources offered to him by study of statistics, criminal anthropology, etc., which would multiply his personal talent by the enormous forces placed at his disposal by science. The telegraph, for example, applied to railroad lines, the railroad itself, the telephone, these are instruments placed in our hands to be used against the new tools that civilization has furnished to crime. We may add to these a well-arranged collection of photographs of criminals. In America, the companies that insure against burglary have introduced electric burglar alarms. In various American cities, likewise, the police are furnished with signal boxes, so that in case of necessity, a policeman can summon assistance without leaving his beat. Guillard proposes the association of all nations for the arrest of criminals, with uniform extradition treaties and a sort of international police, who shall exchange photographs of criminals and give notice of those who are going to foreign countries, whether voluntarily or because deported, with the exception of those rare cases where the criminal has learned to support himself by trade. For this purpose an international criminal register and international bureau of information would be necessary. In England there has been introduced the corps of detectives, and in Austria the corresponding organization of Vertraunt, who form the aggressive force in the front line against crime. These take up the search for the criminal and push it to the end, making use of all the means at their disposal, railroad, telegraph, press, but especially a knowledge of the features, and what is not so easily changed, the look of criminals, and the collection of photographs of which I have spoken. Subchapter 135. Methods of Identification. If a good commissary in Italy wants to put his hands upon the unknown author of some crime, he has recourse to his memory, to photographs, and to the clumsy criminal register instituted a few years ago. But in a kingdom as large as Italy, with such rapid means of communication, thousands of individuals escape observation. The best memory would not be much help. Delinquents easily succeed in eluding the police by changing their names, or arrested give them a false idea of their antecedents by taking the name of some respectable person. From this one sees how necessary it is to have means of identifying accused persons with scientific accuracy, and of all the systems proposed for this purpose, that of Bertillon is undoubtedly the best. At the prefecture of the Paris police, to which he was attached, there were preserved several thousand photographs of delinquents, but it became increasingly difficult to make use of them as the number of delinquents increased. For this reason, Bertillon proposed to classify criminals according to the measurements of certain parts of the body which could be taken as invariable. These are the height, the length and breadth of the head, the length of the middle finger of the left hand, the length of the left foot, and the length of the circumference of the left forearm. Supposing the records to be divided up into series on the basis of these measurements, it is evident that it would be necessary in identifying a criminal only to examine the photographs of a single series, or at most to add the series on each side, as the error in measurement could only be very small. This system of Bertillon's is based upon the fact that when the human body has reached its complete development, it remains almost invariable, and that it is impossible to find two individuals completely alike. By the use of this method, Bertillon obtained 3,017 identifications between 1883 and 1890. This was the first trial of Bertillonage. After a time it was perceived that it was possible to make the identifications by the measurements alone, without the aid of photographs. Thus far, the identification had an essentially judicial character. It served to guarantee to the magistrate the identity and the antecedents of the individual undergoing trial. But a new advance allowed the utilization of this method by the police. In furnishing them with the data necessary to recognize a delinquent still at liberty and concealed under a false name, this Bertillon obtained with speaking photographs, that is, photographs accompanied by a minute description of the individual and his particular physical characteristics. With this same object, the author has constructed and improved tachyanthropometer, a contrivance by which the necessary measurements of the body and skull may be quickly made, and which also permits the lateral, transverse, and horizontal curves of the skull to be taken and recorded automatically by means of an electric pen. This latter system has the great advantage that the procedure is purely mechanical, and that the sources of error are much less numerous than in the regular Bertillon system. And while in the millimetric measurements the only means of verifying their accuracy is to repeat them where the cranial outlines are taken, that precision can be tested by their direct superposition upon the head of the subject. It should not be forgotten that in the ordinary system the points of difference between individuals are very limited, while in the new system they are very numerous. Subchapter 136. The Press. The police must also avail itself systematically of the services of the press, for the press is an instrument of civilization as well as of crime, and can be neither suppressed nor restricted without injury to true freedom. The thing to be done, obviously, is to utilize it for the protection of society. In Switzerland, the government authority has a sort of handbook containing the photographs and biographies of the principal Swiss criminals. In Germany, it is a custom to insert in the more popular newspapers the description of the criminals most sought for, their photographs, and the amount of the reward promised for their apprehension. At Mainz, there is a newspaper published in 3 languages, French, German, and English, Moniteur International de Police Criminelle, Internationales Criminal Police Bellat, International Criminal Police Times, which is published weekly by the police consular and contains the portraits and marks of the criminal sought. At Cairo in Egypt, there is published every Thursday a newspaper in Arabic, Fakwai or Bubis, or Police News, edited by the Bureau of Police, which contains the portraits of the homicides and counterfeit arrests, with notes of their crimes and minute descriptions. Thus the press, through that very publicity which has been hitherto a source of blackmail, fraud, and libel, have become a means of social defense. Subchapter 137. Plethysmography. But there is something better in prospect. We have abolished torture, and we may congratulate ourselves upon it. But though this brutal means of investigation more often deceived than gave light, it is still an evil that nothing better has arisen to take the place left empty by its abolition. Now the knowledge of biological anomalies, anesthesia, analgesia, left-handedness, abnormal field of vision, and of psychological anomalies, the cruelty, vanity, and improvidence of criminals, may help to fill up the gap. So also other data like obscene and vindictive tattooing, etc. Despine has already suggested the arrest of habitual criminals when they boast that they are going to commit a crime, knowing that in these cases the act follows close upon the word. We have already, in the first volume of my Homme Criminel, seen how the plethysmograph of Mosso is able, without affecting the health and without any pain, to penetrate in the most secret recesses of the mind of the criminal. I have myself made use of this instrument in a complicated case, proving that a certain well-known criminal was not guilty of the crime with which he was accused, but was guilty of a theft, at first connected with him by this test alone, but later brought home to him by judicial investigation. End of section 19. Section 20 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Prevention of Sexual Crimes and of Fraud. Subchapter 138. Sexual crimes and crimes of fraud are the specific crimes of advanced civilization. How shall they be remedied? Subchapter 139. The Prevention of Sexual Excesses. Divorce is a powerful means of preventing a great many cases of adultery and many of those other sexual crimes that are among the saddest phenomena of modern criminality. By the statistics of Ferry, we see the convictions for adultery in France increased from 1864 to 1867, while in the same period in Saxony, where divorce existed, they decreased. And in German districts where the French law was in force, there were many more trials and separations than in the other districts, and the sexual crimes were more numerous. In France, in the period when divorce did not exist, from 1818 to 1874, poisonings among married people were more frequent than among the unmarried, 45-30. But in following years, on the other hand, they became fewer. In Italy, it is reckoned that no fewer than 46 homicides a year occur, perpetrated with the sole object of putting an end to a union that has become unsupportable. I have told in my Homme Criminel, for them too, the case of the Clairoth family, where the sons and their mother killed the father because of his continual brutal ill-treatment. In France, Mame Godfrey, 43 years of age, had won the respect and affection of the whole district for the courage in which she had brought up 9 children, but had borne for 15 years the ill-treatment of her drunken husband. But one day, when he threatened her with a knife, at the end of her patience she killed him with an iron spade. She gave herself up and was acquitted. As regards sexual crimes in general, a considerable number are to be attributed to individual congenital tendencies, but another part, and this the greater, comes under the category of occasional crimes through the influence of the comparative barbarism of the country districts, and of passions which have no other outlet, on account of the absence of prostitution and the difficulty of marriage. For these crimes are especially to be observed in certain mountainous countries where prostitution does not exist, and among soldiers and priests. But the majority of these crimes are due to the effect of civilization. We have a proof of this in the fact of their increase in the western provinces of Prussia, where this civilization is highest, and in the fact that the sexual assaults upon children have increased 5-fold in 50 years, while those upon adults have decreased. In France, these crimes numbered 305 in 1826, and by 1882 had reached 932. The rapes upon children increased from 138 to 791, an increase of 500%. In England they numbered 167 in 1830 to 34, 972 in 1835 to 39, and 1,395 in 1851 to 55. In Prussia, according to Ottington, sexual misdemeanors increased between 1855 and 1869, from 225 to 925, while crimes of the same nature rose from 1,477 to 2,945. Modern civilization exercises still more direct influence. By diffusing education, it increases the irritation of the nervous system, which in its turn demands stimulations and pleasure that must always be new and more keen. It seems that the more a man's psychic activity increases, the more the number of his needs and his taste for pleasure grow, especially when his mind is not occupied with great scientific and humanitarian ideas. and when his wealth permits, an overabundant diet. Of all these, the sexual need is certainly that which is most keenly felt, and this is that which, throughout the whole animal world, is in the closest connection with the cerebral system. This relationship is sometimes one of antagonism, as seen in the great fecundity of fish and the lower insects, the lesser fecundity of the higher animals, and the sterility of the worker ants and bees, and of great men, and sometimes one of parallelism, as in provided by the greatest psychic force at the period of virility and by the exuberance of health, life, and intelligence to be observed among chaste men. The insatiability with regard to pleasure in the cases of individuals of high culture, together with the abundance of opportunity, explains to us why the crimes against children increase in inverse ratio to the crimes against adults. And it further explains, together with the lack of divorce and the fact that marriages between old people are constantly becoming more numerous, the apparently strange fact that this crime, unlike all others, is most common in the case of married people. In France, the unmarried furnish 41.5 of the rapes of children, and the married men 49.5, while in the other offences against persons the figures are 48.1 for the unmarried and 40.4 for the married. We may add that because of the continual development of foresight, the more intelligent people are always seeking to engender the fewest children possible, and hence inclined towards pedestry. Thus it is that I have observed among the more intelligent mountaineers, at Cesare, for example, marriage postponed until the age of 40 in order to have fewer children, while in the mountains where cretinism is most abundant, in the valley of Aosta, the marriages produce, at Donaz, for example, 6.5 children, and at Chatillon 5.1, nearly double the average. It is not too bold a hypothesis to say that marriage, where wealth and influence are preferred to beauty and health, is a transaction in which the choice is made directly contrary to the laws of natural selection, and that it consequently becomes hateful and leads not only to desertion of the marriage bed, and also to hatred and disgust at the entire sex, and in consequence to a search for sexual gratification contrary to nature. This latter certainly would not be so common if sexual needs could be freely satisfied with a beloved person of the opposite sex. Civilization, in its turn, materially influences rapes upon the immature by multiplying workshops, mines, schools, and colleges, and thus furnishes numerous occasions for contact between adults, often unmarried, and the immature, among whom it is enough that one should be immoral in order to corrupt hundreds. This all explains why the workmen who furnish, according to Fayette, 30% of the general criminality furnish 35% of the rapes upon children. Subchapter 140 Legislative and Administrative Measures. It is very easy to follow the old military method and say, if crimes increase, let us also increase the penalties, and we shall put a stop to them. This is an exaggeration. It is, however, true that Ferry also exaggerated when, by a series of statistics for France, covering 53 years, he tries to prove the ineffectiveness of punishment, because the continual condemnations coincide with a continual increase in the number of crimes. But if we examine these tables, we shall see that if there has been an increase in the reformatory penalties visited upon those guilty of rapes upon adults, at the expense of severe punishments, 56 to 4 to 32.2 equals 1.75. On the other hand, the excessive sentences to prison over those to hard labour has diminished much more. 56.7 divided by 10.2 to 30.6 divided by 12.9 equals 2.34. A result which proves an increase in the severity of the penalty on the whole. Now, crimes against adults having diminished, it is clear that this severity has had a certain influence. Here it seems that the lighter penalties have increased at the expense of those that are more severe. Here then the severity has decreased, and we find that at the same time the number of these crimes in France has increased. The penalty then is not without its influence. Yet it is incontestable that in this case we must look to preventive measures much more than to punitive ones. For this reason the schools and the workshops where children are employed should be supervised. An excellent substitute for penal measures in the case of pedestry, for example, is to put directoresses or married women as supervisors in the workshops where children work at night. And this measure would be the more easily put in practice since it would be economically advantageous. It would also be necessary to prohibit child labour in the mines, as is done by the French law of 1874 with regard to the labour of children, a law which has been in for since 1875 and coincides with a diminution in the number of rapes upon children since 1876. Another remedy would certainly be the diffusion of prostitution in the agricultural districts, especially in localities where there are a large number of sailors, soldiers and labourers. It is especially necessary to make sexual intercourse accessible to all dissolute-minded young men. No law can be devised to prevent mercenary marriages, which, because of their origin, easily become repugnant. But at least a greater facility of divorce can be granted, that the antipathy may not reach the point of leading to hatred and crime. It is evident that divorce is destined to diminish the number of crimes of adultery. In the first place, it permits a legitimate sexual satisfaction to husbands, who if young and merely separated from their wives would certainly procure illegitimate satisfaction. And in the second place, it threatens the unmarried adulterer, who now runs, at most, the risk of a duel, with the far greater danger of a forced marriage with an unchaste woman. In the present state of things, the injured husband, if he has recourse in the courts, runs much more risk and is subjected to more annoyances than the true culprit, on account of the publicity and ridicule to which he is subjected, to say nothing of the chance of the eventual acquittal of the offender. Further, divorce is a preventive against crimes of vengeance on the part of the injured husband, crimes frequent on the stage, though rare in real life. And again, the new French remedy of acid throwing, it will be much better and more efficient than with the efforts of the courts. Even when the author of the crime is acquitted by the court and absolved by public opinion, he remains none the less a criminal, and the killing of an adulterer, however culpable he may be, is always a kind of wild justice, left in the hands of the injured person by customs still entirely savage. Now it is to be noted that according to Dumas, who ought to know something about it, these murders occur oftener in legitimate marriages than in cases of concubinage, because it is in the former that the need of avenging the violation of one's own legitimate property is most keenly felt. I have shown in a previous chapter that there are certain perverse natures which are irresistibly drawn towards one another. The marriage of such is happy for the participants, however harmful for society. But what of those cases where one of these depraved beings is united with a respectable person, when a satyr like the Frenchman Ferlin, who by 7 servants besides his wife had 54 children, and ended by ravishing one of his own daughters, is married to a chaste and sober woman? From such cases we see new causes and forms of crime arise. The ancient jurists, who were anything but considerate to women, admitted that a woman who was beaten by her husband could not be accused if afterwards she committed adultery. Plainly, the ancients saw in adultery a preventive against martial cruelty. Now divorce would be a better preventive. But divorce alone is not sufficient. It is necessary to insist upon investigation into the question of paternity, and above all, reparation for the woman seduced. If we cast a glance at our society, we see there, as regards the sexual instinct, two opposite currents. On the one side, sexual desires increase as intelligence and civilization increase, hence a great number of educated offenders. And on the other side, the means of satisfying this need becomes more and more difficult. It is from this fatal situation that sexual crimes arise, but the situation is aggravated by that prejudice which makes us regard that as a grave offence for one sex, which for the other is not even a misdemeanour, which makes the sexual act enough of a fault of a young man to drive him to satisfy this imperious need in his more erotic moments by acts contrary to nature. Hence we see, added to the congenital perverts, who are the inevitable effect of degeneracy, numbers of accidental perverts who need not have been made such. When then a true balance comes to be struck between the demands of nature and those of morality and duty, we shall see crimes of this character rapidly diminish. For this purpose it is necessary to make marriage less mercenary, to make legitimate sexual relations easier, to make maternity always respected, and especially to make obligatory that reparation to the woman which the law now not only does not provide, but actually prevents, by forbidding inquiry into the question of paternity. These are the true preventives, not only of sexual crimes, but also of infanticide and of many suicides and homicides, crimes which in general arise from sexual relationships, and these criminals are just those most worthy of human pity, the more so as the guilty are most often those who are otherwise respectable people. Subchapter 141. Fraud. Fraud and breach of trust are the most common crimes and show the result of evolution and civilization upon crime, a process in which it has lost all the cruelty which characterized it in primitive ages, substituting greed and the habit of lying, which unfortunately threatens to become general among us. Thus if we pass from the more retired valleys into the small towns, and from the towns to the great cities, we shall see, as we pass from small to great, the commercial lie, swindling on a small scale, take on larger and larger proportions, and the higher society under the form of financial corporations. We shall see the gigantic system of swindling flourishing permanently, sheltered behind the most high-sounding and honoured, if not the most honourable names. It is then natural that the common swindler or the corrupt politician should not be a born criminal, but a criminologist possessing all the qualities of the normal man, so that without a propitious opportunity, such an opportunity, we may even say, as would be almost enough to corrupt an honest man, he would not have stumbled. Now, here we see a means of prevention by the dissemination of the modern economic truth that a bank which gives itself up merely to speculating in the product of money can only be a swindling scheme, since money cannot, of its own power, multiply itself. Further, we must demand in every case that the directors of corporate banks, having agricultural or industrial objects, shall offer effective guarantees that losses will be made good, even when a disastrous operation has been sanctioned by the stockholders. This last provision is the more necessary, since stockholders are often only convenient instruments in the hands of rogues, and are made there involuntarily and unconscious accomplices. The bankers and jewelers of London and Paris have found an ingenious method of discovering swindlers who approach them under the disguise of men of high station. They employ for this purpose dogs trained to recognize the odor of these pretended rich persons, who bathe but rarely. They make use also of the telephone, of instantaneous photography, and of the new telephotography, which transmits the image of the suspect client, as the telephone does the voice. Hence the swindler is in danger of being arrested before ever leaving the place where he attempts his fraud. But it becomes much more difficult to prevent swindling when it is protected by political or governmental power. Swindling by taking advantage of political office seems to many persons today no more a crime than the use of poison did in the Middle Ages, where not only the Borgias but also the 10 in Venice made use of it as a common political weapon. Now, from assisting a newspaper with the public's money is no one's money, to helping a friend, and then finally oneself, is but a short step, especially for those who seek to supply the lack of genius with lack of honesty. But here the institution of parliamentary government has its effect, especially through increasing the lack of responsibility. When we live under despotic government, the royal concubines pocketed the public money. Today it is the deputies who have taken their places. For these, considering themselves, like the kings, inviolable, and being even more irresponsible than the kings, naturally deny themselves nothing, unless restrained by moral sense. Find the means of putting immense treasures into the hands of men who are irresponsible and inviolable, or nearly so, and then try to kill them that they must not touch those treasures. Today the evil is so much greater as the deputies and senators are more numerous, and hence more dangerous than kings. It is easy to understand why they are more dangerous. In the electoral contest, it is not intellectual qualities and still less moral qualities that decide the victory. Far from it, the man who has new ideas simply dashes himself against the stone wall of the people's conservative prejudices. He who with a free conscience points out an evil and proposes the remedy injures the interests of some powerful voters. The respectable man who does not combat abuses openly injures no one, but he also accomplishes nothing, and all run the risk of being submerged by the mediocrity which satisfies the world with an insignificant program, or by the brazen and corrupt who buy the needed votes. It is necessary, then, to restrict the number of these representatives of the nation, to limit their power, and to remove their special privileges. In ordinary offences it is just that they should be held to a greater responsibility than others, as in England, where merely the suspicion of adultery, which for most persons does not have to be considered a crime, was enough to cause the fall of Parnell. For this reason, the largest liberty must be given to the press. In the present state of things, the guilty not only cannot be accursed, but, if they are accursed, find a new resource in their own crimes. and they can, at the expense of honest men and with the aid of the law itself, indemnify themselves for the efforts which honourable men make to expose their misdeeds. This happened in France when B, some years ago, got a young journalist convicted and heavily sentenced for revealing only a small part of the truth about Panama. Here is the place to say that in such cases to lay bare the sores is not, as some weak persons believe, to increase the evil, but on the contrary to begin the work of healing. A country which, like France, seeks to cast the light of day upon the foul places in order to purify itself, regains its rank in the estimation of the world, and in popular opinion, however high may be the station of the guilty. One of the reforms that would serve best to check political corruption would be an extensive decentralization. When a government centralized, like the Italian or the French, has the right to administer enormous sums and manage affairs involving billions, as in many of the public works, corruption inevitably arises because the control of the public is no longer actively or directly exercised, and a wider door of impunity is left open. But if, on the other hand, the public business has to be transacted in broad daylight, under the eyes of all, the control will be more efficacious, and those weak persons whom money might corrupt will find in the publicity of their acts a means of resisting evil. Panama scandals occur always in the great central administrations, and never, or in much smaller proportions, in municipal administration. The abuse of public office is thus a crime of the most advanced civilization, which can be prevented only by limiting the number and power of the deputies and senators, who are the natural protectors of corrupt officials, by a decentralization which will permit a more active surveillance and decrease the number of monopolies, but especially by cutting down the number of officials. Russia and Italy are really governments of officials, who absorb and stifle everything that has vital force in the country, and under pretext of sustaining life destroy it. Now it is possible, in the courts for example, to replace the collective functionaries by a single judge, and thus increase the corruption more easily. By a diminution in the number of employees, it would be made possible to choose the best ones. I have proposed, for example, to choose the judges in the first place by examinations, then for the next higher grade by the number of decisions not revoked by the higher courts, and finally, for the higher judges, by the number of cases treated by direct citation and by the issue on appeal. This would be the most exact criterion, at the same time a great encouragement to well-doing. End of section 20. Section 21 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. The Prevention of Alcoholism. Subchapter 142. In combating alcoholism, we should be inspired by the extraordinary efforts that the Anglo-Saxons have made. Their temperance societies have become very powerful, and by 1867 already included 3 million members and published 3 weekly and 3 monthly papers. In Glasgow they spent 2,000 to open coffee houses in districts where workmen most frequented the whisky shops. In London on holidays, they opened tea rooms and theatres able to hold more than 4,500 persons, and the Congress in Baltimore in 1873, they were represented by more than 750,000 members, and in 5 years they boasted that they had caused the closing of 4,000 distilleries and 8,000 liquor saloons. In America, the women were powerful allies of these inexorable enemies of alcoholism. To save their brothers and husbands, they forced liquor dealers, by their prayers and their importunate exhortations, to close their shops. Some resisted and threatened to strike them, or turn the hose on them. Others had recourse to the courts, or set bears at them. But they were protected by their own weakness, by their perseverance, and by the righteousness of their cause, and even when a jury found them guilty, the judge was not willing to pronounce sentence. Put to flight one day, they returned to the attack the next, so that many had to yield to their indomitable energy. In Germany and Switzerland there arose, under the auspices of Forel, newspapers and libraries whose sole aim was to combat the abuse of alcohol. Through the combined effect of such efforts, great changes were made in institutions in this regard. In 1832 the custom was commenced of giving additional pay to every sailor who would give up his ration of grog. In the rations of the land troops, spirits were suppressed. The sutlers were forbidden to sell them, and replaced by coffee and sugar, a measure which was later adopted by the great industrial companies. In 1845 the state of New York declared against the unrestricted sale of liquor. Maine followed its example, but nevertheless the sale continued in secret. Then it was that the famous Maine law was passed, which prohibited expressly the manufacture and sale of spirituous liquors except for medicinal purposes. The difficulty of transporting such liquors became extreme. It was forbidden to have more than 1 gallon in the house, and the law permitted domiciliary visits for the purpose of discovering hidden supplies. This law was adopted in some of the other states, but was largely ineffective because of the presence of foreigners and the attitude of the central government. In all the states of the Union, and later in Switzerland and Prussia, laws were passed which prohibited the sale of alcoholic drinks to students, minors, insane persons, and Indians. The dealer was made responsible for damage and injuries caused by drunkenness, responsibility for which in Illinois might go as high as $5,000. In some states, the dealer was also liable for damage to the drinker's family caused by idleness and by disease due to drink. In England, since 1856, the sale of liquor on holidays has been prohibited. Later in 1864 and 1870, the sale was restricted to certain hours. A fine of from 7 to 40 shillings, or a day in prison, was imposed by law upon every one found publicly in a state of intoxication. In 1871, under Gladstone, who suffered from the unpopularity of the measure, the number of public houses was limited as follows. In the towns, 1 to 1,500 inhabitants, 2 to 3,000 inhabitants, 3 to 4,000 inhabitants. In the country, 1 to 900 inhabitants, 2 to 1,200 inhabitants, 3 to 1,800 inhabitants. Special inspectors are appointed to control the illegal sale of liquor, and adulteration is punished by progressive fines and loss of license. By the law of 1873, it was ordered that no new licenses should be granted as long as existing licenses continued in force, and out of the money received from licenses, certain sums were set aside to buy up the licenses of public houses that it was desired to close. To these things must be added the exhortations of preachers, especially those of Father Matthew, who in 1838-40 succeeded by his eloquence alone in diminishing the consumption of alcohol in Ireland by half and cutting down the crimes from 6,400 to 4,100. Finally, there is a tax upon alcoholic drinks. In the United States, this tax is very high. In France, it pays the state more than 500 million francs, and there is talk of increasing it. In Belgium, it brings in more than 13 million. According to the Penal Code of Holland, passed in 1881, drunkenness upon the public streets is punished by a maximum fine of 15 florins. Upon a second offence, the punishment is imprisonment for 3 days, and upon a third offence, within a year of the first, the imprisonment may be extended to 2 weeks. In succeeding years, it may reach 3 weeks or more, and if the offender is capable of working, he may be sent to a public workhouse for a year or more. The retailer who furnished drinks to a child below 16 years of age is punished by imprisonment for not more than 3 weeks, and by a fine of not more than 100 florins. The law of 1881 forbids the sale of alcohol in quantities of less than 2 litres without the authorization of the government of the commune. This is refused when the number of shops reaches 1 to 500 inhabitants in large cities, 1 to 300 inhabitants in cities from 20,000 to 50,000 population, 1 to 250 inhabitants in the villages. As a result of the promulgation of this law, the number of shops, which was 40,000 in 1881, fell to 25,000 in 1891. In Switzerland, the privilege of exporting alcohol, of making and selling it wholesale, belongs to the government. 2/3 of the quantity consumed must be imported. Of the remaining third, half is manufactured by the state, which has taken over the larger distilleries for this purpose, and the rest is sold by the 200 small distilleries. The price of sale is fixed by the Federal Council. Pure alcohol and the stronger spirits are subject to a federal tax of 80 francs to the metric quintal, as measured by special federal officers. After the passage of this law, the consumption of alcohol drinks fell 20%. The Canton of St. Gall, by a law promulgated in May 1891, gave the public authorities, communal or municipal, the power of assuming the guardianship of an habitual drinker at the expense either of the patient or the poor fund. In Sweden, where alcoholism rages to the extent of being an endemic disease, the taxes on the distillation of brandy were raised in 1855, 56, 64 successively from 2 francs to the hectolitre to 20 and 32. The use of steam in the distilleries was forbidden, the production limited to 2,610 litres a day, and distillation permitted only 2 months in the year, that is 7 months, but only in the large distilleries. In order to suppress the small ones, recognized as most harmful to the people, as a consequence, the production of alcohol fell 2/3 in 10 years, and the price rose from 0.50 to 1.30 kronor a litre. In Sweden, a corporation collected enough money to buy up the drink shops of the district and allow the retailers, now become their employees, to make a profit merely upon the tea, coffee and food that they sold. This association has found limitations in 147 Swedish cities. It sold only pure liquors and refused to sell to drunkards or minors. Since 1813, there has existed, moreover, a law which fined a person found drunk upon the streets $3 for the first offence, twice that for the second offence, and for the third and fourth took away his right to vote and representation. And the fifth offence he was condemned to prison or to the House of Correction at hard labour for 6 months, and upon the sixth offence for 1 year. Further, at least in Norway, the sale of spirits is prohibited upon holidays and the day before, and before 8 o'clock in the morning. Which of these remedies has given the best result? Many of the most energetic measures, especially the representative measures, have come far from realizing the end for which they were designed, except in Switzerland, England, and Sweden. We know that from 1851 to 1857, serious crimes decreased 40% in Sweden, and lesser crimes 30%, and that this diminution constantly makes itself felt. There were 40,621 crimes in 1865, and only 25,277 in 1868. In the period from 1830 to 1834, with an average consumption of 46 litres of brandy, there were 59 murders and 2,281 deaths. And in 1875 to 78, the consumption of brandy having fallen to 11 litres, the number of murders had fallen to 18, and that of thefts to 1871, Jacket. At the same time, the average stature and length of life had increased, Bayer, and the figure for suicides of alcoholics, which was 46 in 1861, had fallen to 11 by 1869. The number of drunkards has also decreased, but not so much as in an irregular manner. At Gothenburg, for example, there was, in 1851, 1 drunkard to 19 inhabitants. In 1855, 1 drunkard to 9 inhabitants. In 1860, 1 drunkard to 12 inhabitants. In 1865, 1 drunkard to 22 inhabitants. In 1866, 1 drunkard to 33 inhabitants. In 1870, 1 drunkard to 38 inhabitants. In 1872, 1 drunkard to 35 inhabitants. In 1873, 1 drunkard to 31 inhabitants. In 1874, 1 drunkard to 28 inhabitants. It is nevertheless true that when my colleague Dr. Brusa arrived at Gothenburg on a holiday, though he himself could not get a drop of wine, he met a number of persons drunk on the streets. On the other hand, it is certain that all these draconian laws have not prevented alcoholism from increasing in France and America. It has even been affirmed that the main law is rather a political weapon than a hygienic measure, and that the illicit sale of alcoholic drinks, of which the very legislators who prohibit it are often guilty, furthers alcoholism by making all drinking disreputable. In France, the tax upon alcohol, which rose from 37.4 francs to 60 in 1855, to 90 in 1860, and to 150 in 1871, now actually amounts to 156.25 francs to the hectolitre of pure alcohol. Notwithstanding this, the average per capita consumption rose from 11.45 litres in 1850 to the enormous amount of 41.56 in 1892. Claude. The same thing in effect may be said with regard to England, where notwithstanding the exorbitant tax of 489.20 francs to the hectolitre of pure alcohol, the consumption in the United Kingdom between 1860 and 1880 has varied between 4.1 and 5.7 litres per capita, and from 1880 to 1893, with some slight changes, has maintained a figure of 4.5 litres. The trifling diminution is certainly less to be attributed to the tax than to the total abstainers, whose number is estimated at 5 million. There is a small reason for astonishment at the comparative inefficacy of these fiscal measures, if we take into account the fact that they only slightly and indirectly affect the consumer. This may easily be seen by following Dupuy's calculations. Suppose that a litre of alcohol costs, tax and all, about 4 francs. We know that from a litre of alcohol it is possible to make 2.5 litres of brandy. Now a litre holds 30 to 40 small glasses. Let us say 33, at 3 centilitres to a glass. From a litre of alcohol we should then get 2.5 litres of brandy, or 82 small glasses. At 10 centimetres a glass, the retailer gets 8.20 francs. This is 4.20 francs more than the cost price. The margin is large and leaves ample profit for retailer and wholesaler both. Claude. But the lack of success is due especially to the fact that no repressive law can accomplish its purpose when it runs counter to our instincts. Now among these instincts is the desire for psychic stimulation, such as one may get from wine, a need which increases with the progress of civilization. For this reason the poor miners in Scotland, who have not enough money to buy whisky, have recourse to laudanum, and the poor of London allay the pangs of hunger in the same way. In Ireland, when the preaching of Father Matthew has turned the people away from alcoholic drinks, they unexpectedly became addicted to the use of ether, of which the good pastor had never thought. This, said they, is not wine, it is not gin, which Father Matthew has forbidden us to use, and it makes us merry for a few pence, so we drink it. They made use of it even to the point of drunkenness, frequently taking 7 or 14 grams, while inveterate users went as high as 90 grams. The true ideal of a wise and philanthropic legislator in the combat with alcoholism would be to provide the people with some form of mental stimulation that would injure neither mind nor body, and would not have the danger of alcohol. Subsidies to the large theatres have been discussed in this connection. Why should not popular theatres and shows be subsidized? It would be quite fair to refuse to subsidize great theatres, since they are only for the rich, and to provide instead a means of mental distraction to the poor, which would be of use in preventing alcoholism. At a mass meeting in Turin, in the interest of temperance, a workman asked that the theatres should be kept in operation all day on Sunday at a low price, so that the workmen might have something to keep them out of the wine shops. This was the only rational suggestion made at the meeting, and it was indignantly rejected. Forni tells us that in a small district in the south of Italy, the wine shop keeper had the leader of a troupe of comedians thrashed, because, since he had arrived there with his cheap performances, the admission price of 15 centimetres, the retailer had sold only half as much wine as usual. In Italy, as we shall see later, the clergy alone have organised recreations on a large scale for the feast days, by means of which the poor can agreeably pass their time between one prayer and the next without resorting to the wine shop. No other class has done as much. It is necessary also to extend the use of tea and coffee, which stimulate the brain without paralysing the inhibitory faculties, as alcohol does. To do this is not enough to increase the taxes upon alcohol. It is necessary also, as Fioretti and Magnan have suggested, to lower the taxes upon imports, especially upon tea, coffee, and particularly upon sugar, which, since it serves to make other drinks agreeable, prevents the need of alcoholic beverages, since the dark and unsanitary dwellings, hidden in narrow and dirty streets, in which workmen are obliged to live, drive them irresistibly to the wine shop. We should widen the streets, and build for the working man buildings with better air, and of a sort to make the domestic hearth an agreeable and respectable resting place, to be preferred to the wine shop. After these measures have all been adopted, it will be time to come down upon the retailers of alcoholic beverages, by restricting the hours of sale at night, and on holidays, by restricting the licenses, and by forcing the sale of food and coffee, particularly in the neighbourhood of factories. It will be necessary to be even more strict with the proprietors of factories and mines, when they themselves sell alcoholic drinks, for by their authority they help corrupt the most sober workman. Finally, spirituous liquor should have very heavy taxes laid upon them, a measure much more moral and salutary than taxing salt and flour, and the consumption of amyl alcohol should be prohibited, and also use of all alcohols not rectified, including bitters, vermouth, etc., since these are the most harmful to health. It has also been proposed to forbid the sale of alcoholic drinks on credit, and to declare contracts made to the wine sellers not binding. A measure that seems especially practical is to have the working man's wages paid to his family in the morning instead of at night, and never on a holiday or the day before. Let no one interpose the usual prospect about personal liberty, for when we see the Anglo-Saxons, the most dramatic people in the world, carrying their restrictions even to the hours when liquor may be sold at the amount each person may have in his house, when we see Gladstone the promoter and apostle of similar measures, while in Italy the hours of sale are increased, and no one raises a voice for the substitution of taxes on the wine shops or the baneful taxes upon salt and flour, one is driven to ask himself whether this pretended devotion to liberty is not simply the result of the avarice of trade. Subchapter 143. Cure. With regard to direct cure, use has been made of strychnine, bromides, tincture of nux vomica, cold baths, Kowalski, baths of hot air impregnated with vapor of turpentine, and sulphur baths, according to the nature of the case and its complications. Massage and gymnastics have also been made use of, and Forel, Ladame, and Bucknell have obtained good results with hypnotism where the patient was susceptible to it. Forel, Kowalski, Ladame, Legrain, and Magnan have introduced the rational cure of drunkenness by isolation and absolute deprivation of all alcoholic drinks for a period which Masson, Crother, and Hirsch think should be a year. Drysdale and Kraepelin 9 months, and Ferrell from 4 months to a year. Magnan advises further a light strengthening diet, meat, vegetables, fruits, and sweet foods, and for drinks, bitter infusions, hops, quasina, bulin, tea, and coffee. To this we may add muscular labour, especially agriculture, hence for those who are not accustomed to it. But as Magnan says, what is especially necessary is a moral reduction, by means of discussions and lectures, which shall show to these patients the danger and harm of alcohol, and awaken their affections of moral sense. For this purpose Forel has established in the country the asylum of Ellerton, a kind of farm colony, under the paternal rule of a superintendent who is at once administrator and the educator of his charges. These form one family, living in common a simple and healthful life, encouraging one another, busy with regular work, and always subjected to total abstinence. This experiment is a success in 65% of the cases. Similar methods in the United States, from the statistics of 3,000 cases, show about the same percentage of success. Magnan proposes the committal to a special asylums of habitual drunkards and of all who have alcoholic delirium, even after delirium has ceased, for 17 to 18 months, or in the case of incurables, for an indeterminate period, as is already prescribed in the canton of St. Gall in Switzerland. Hospitals for alcoholics have a double object. First, that of protecting society by withdrawing drunkards from it, and second, that of putting the drunkards in the best condition for cure and correction. Such hospitals should receive, first, the person who has committed an offence in a drunken fit, secondly, anyone who has dissipated his own property and that of his family by his intemperance, and thirdly, any person found drunk on the street a number of times, etc. In the first class of cases, the hospital is a substitute for the prison or insane asylum. In the others, it is a temporary refuge. Anyone who has committed a crime in a state of intoxication, if after investigation by experts he is proved to be dangerous, should be shut up in an inebriate hospital for an indeterminate period. In the case where a crime has been committed by an intoxicated person who is not an habitual drunkard, and he is found to be perfectly sound, he should be examined for anthropological and physical marks of degeneracy as signs of a criminal tendency. If these are found, he should not be released until a cure is assured, which means, in most cases, his permanent detention. End of Section 21. Section 22 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Preventive Measures Against the Influence of Poverty and Wealth. Subchapter 144. If, as we have seen, wealth that is excessive or too rapidly acquired has almost as fatal an influence as poverty, it follows that preventive measures will be efficacious only when they combat the excess of the one as well as of the other. The first thing of importance here is to secure reforms that shall assure greater equality in the distribution of the returns of labour and make work accessible for every able-bodied person. For example, the limitation of the hours of labour according to the age of the worker and the nature of the work, especially in mines and in unhealthful trades, and the exclusion of women, also from work at night, thus protecting their virtue and health. At the same time bringing larger returns to a greater number of workers. For the attainment of this object, it is not enough to authorize strikes theoretically. It is also necessary to permit their organization practically and not to suppress trades, unions, and boycotts, without which the liberty of striking is no more than a legal hypocrisy. On the other hand, the abolition of lotteries and of many holidays, the facilitation of civil actions, the turning over to the communes of lighting, road making and schools, and water supply will prevent much corruption and extend to a greater number of labourers the advantages of hygiene and the cheapest marketing of things most necessary to life. This would make it possible to mitigate the distress of the poor without producing any disorder or injuring the rich. The excess of wealth, on the other hand, may be counteracted by making the rich share their profits with the labourers, and by establishing progressive taxes, especially upon legacies, taxes which shall weigh heavily upon or even annual legacies received from distant relatives, and turn these, as well as the gains of speculation and gambling, to the profit of the state and the helpless. We have already made a great step towards the expropriation and subdivision of property by abolishing ecclesiastical benefices and entailed estates, and by means of these taxes we could, without too much disturbance, bring about a still greater subdivision. Why do we allow a peasant in Upper Italy to eat poisoned bread, which gives him pellagra, when we could prevent it with the law which we apply effectively in the cities? Why do we allow the dwellers in the malaria districts to die when the sale of quinine at a low price would save them? Finally, if the want of coal prevents the expansion of certain industries, the government could extend the use of the water power at our disposal, at the expense of a small part of the enormous sums which are wasted without thought upon military and official pomp. On the other hand, since the great country estates, by perpetuating the wealth of the few, perpetuate also the illness and poverty of the many, why should they not be expropriated to the state? And why should not more prejudicial agrarian contracts be modified, and the peasants receive a larger share in the profits? Henry George shows that if the state confiscated the land and let it directly to capable labourers, it would not only bring about a higher productivity, but also fix a minimum wage, higher than present wages, and thus encourage workmen insufficiently paid to devote themselves by preference to the cultivation of the soil. On the other hand, the poverty of the workmen, due in great part to the excess of production over consumption, inevitably draws after it a lowering of wages, a phenomenon which can only be aggravated by the competition of the markets of Japan, China, and America. We ought then to help relieve the market by encouraging consumption on the part of a greater number of individuals, by lightening imports, duties, and especially indirect taxes that can be replaced by others not detrimental to health and morals, such as taxes on alcohol and tobacco, which would affect only the rich and the vicious. England had no need of a socialistic creed in order to realize these reforms. This government, the only sensible one that Europe has, knew how to prevent the excesses of the lower classes, first in regard to the Irish question and then in the labour question, as in the case of the miners and dock labourers, by conceding complete liberty of striking, by granting of its own accord the 8-hour day in all government shops, and by giving an equal voice to employers and to workmen in the arbitration of labour difficulties. The excessive population being, in its turn, a grave cause of poverty and crime, we must direct emigration from the overpopulated countries toward those which are less thickly settled. Lord Derby has said, "I have always been persuaded that if our country has escaped the greatest evils that afflict society, it is because we have always had, beyond the sea, outlets for our population and our manufacturers. England, in fact, having the ocean and the means of utilizing it, has the whole world for a safety valve. The state ought also to establish working colonies at a distance from the great centres, especially in the harder, less advanced districts where the need of clearing and cultivation is most felt. To these colonies, persons found guilty of laziness and vagrancy should be sent for a definite time, and the cost of their lodging, food, and transportation should be set aside out of their earnings. Laziness can be overcome only by obligatory work, just as a muscular inertia of a limb that has remained for a long time in enforced idleness can be corrected only by continued movement, violent and even painful. After the pasture of Balderschwing, as a measure to prevent begging and vagrancy, had introduced in Westphalia a colony of free workers who cultivated barren strips of territory. 12 other provinces followed this example, and by this measure there were 15,000 more labourers at work in the country. Since then, the number of convictions for vagrancy and begging has diminished a third. An institution of this kind brought down the convictions for vagrancy in the canton of Vaud by half. In Holland, 1,800 persons with their families cultivating the frontiers of Drenthe cost 24 francs per annum for each person, or eliminating mendicancy at the same time. The great distress of Baden in 1850 after the failure of the great building contractors was relieved from 1851 to 1858 by the emigration of more than 12,000 artisans. Subchapter 145. Corporation. In Italy and in France, the first help must always be furnished by the government and the ruling classes, because our people are not used to getting themselves out of difficulties by their own efforts alone. We must, however, attempt to bring it about that the more steady class shall aid one another by cooperation and mutual assistance. The immense benefit which the financial contributions of these classes bring to the state should be turned to their profit by the substitution of collective for private capital. Subchapter 146. Charity, Benevolence. There is today, however, a degree of distress which cannot be relieved by the slow methods of cooperation, collectivism, and the insufficient and tardy measures of the state. An investigation carried on by my daughter Gina upon the spot proved that of 100 families of workmen in Turin, all of whom were employed, 50% were always in debt and 25% were beneficiaries of parochial charity, without which they would have been in danger of dying of hunger. These words of charity, once the sole help in the time of distress, although insufficient, are still a necessary auxiliary, and will be so until advancing civilization replaces them with preventive measures. We must endeavour, then, to have philanthropy cast off the old monkish habit, and, inspired by the new spirit, march along the road of popular economic reform. In modernizing philanthropic methods, the Anglo-Saxon and Germanic nations excel, among whom the Protestant religions have popularized charity by freeing it with ecclesiastical bonds and putting it directly in touch with the heart of the people, the best method of discovering and relieving secret distress. In England and Switzerland, charity ingeniously makes use of the aid of the poor in helping the poor. Unemployed mothers, for example, are set to care for the children of those that are at work. Lodging houses are established as temporary homes for domestic servants, and employment bureaus are set up for those who need work. The whole machinery works so perfectly that only small charitable contributions are necessary to maintain the institutions, while at the same time the self-respect of the beneficiary is maintained. Geneva, for example, which is one of the few cities of Europe where crime is decreasing, has 400 philanthropic institutions, including the following: 35 for children, of which 7 are for taking them to the baths, 5 for protection at home, 1 recreational, 2 schools of apprenticeship, 1 industrial and 1 musical, 16 for old people, of which 5 are asylums, 1 for pensions at home, 10 for insurance, 48 for women, of which 4 are asylums for young girls, 1 for fallen women, 4 for unemployed domestics, 8 hospitals, 5 for domestics and 3 for young girls, 1 recreational, 1 against prostitution, 1 protective, 4 employment agencies, 7 for procuring work at home, 8 for the protection of teachers, children, etc., 46 for men, of which 11 are for industrial accidents, 8 for various nationalities to facilitate the employment of immigrants, 3 for the unemployed, 4 for recreation and lecture halls, 4 for lecturers, 1 against gambling, 1 to buy tools, 1 for placing apprentices, 9 temperance, 9 people's kitchens, etc., etc. The more special institutions are societies for the improvement of lodgings, and for sanitary lodgings at a cheap price, special savings banks which receive money in small sums and repay it in merchandise bought at wholesale, family hotels for poor foreigners, workmen in search of employment, etc. One of the most characteristic of these institutions is the Old Paper Society. This society distributes sacks to a great many families who return them at a certain time filled with old papers. With the proceeds of the sale of these, the society maintains an office and an agency which receives old clothes and other articles from the rich, has them cleaned and repaired by the destitute, and then sells them at a moderate price or gives them away to the needy. Other agencies procure work for poor women and take a change of the business of selling the proceeds of their labour. It is a characteristic mark that these societies conduct themselves without need of patrons. The asylums, lodgings, etc. are never gratuitous. Those who take advantage of them pay as little as possible and at intervals, but on the whole, societies and asylums alike are maintained by those who enjoy the benefits of them. It is a sort of evolution of charity that takes away everything humiliating about it and makes it a strong and efficacious assistant. Subchapter 147. London. Asylums, refuges, helps for the poor. Similar institutions, or even better ones, exist in London, the only capital in the world where crime is decreasing. London has about 120 institutions, which in 1894 assisted more than 18,000 individuals, at an expense of £173,000. They each have naturally the greatest number of retreats, 20, and after them the widows. There are establishments of all sorts, for those belonging to different trades, nationalities, and religions, for old married couples, for the support of the poor in their own homes, night refuges, employed agencies for sailors. There are societies for the care of alcoholics, for the care of the children of prisoners, and for poor prisoners themselves. All these institutions are connected with one another and directed by central committees. Subchapter 148. 1. Emigration societies. Several societies make it their business to put a check to the increase of crime by encouraging emigration, particularly to Canada. They furnish information and aid, and organize expeditions of adults or of infants. In 1894, they directed the immigration of 7,565 persons. Subchapter 149. 2. Employment societies. There are 21 societies whose sole object is the procuring of employment, while others find places for boys as bootblacks and cabin boys. Subchapter 150. 3. Orphanages. The concern felt for children is shown especially by the 60 asylums, which cared for 20,199 orphans, at an expense of 172,340 francs. Homes are found for others with respectable parents who are recompensated in this way for their sobriety, and finally children with sick fathers and mothers are considered, with a breadth of view quite exceptional, as being orphans and are treated as such. Subchapter 151. 4. Institutions for neglected children. Institutions more directly prophylactic are unquestionably those which have their object the care, protection, and instruction of deserted children, as well as for giving temporary care to children whose parents, while at work, would otherwise have to leave them uncared for. There are about 60 such societies which in 1894 saved 32,300 children from the dangers of the street at an expense of 119,246 francs. Subchapter 152. 5. Schools. These institutions are subdivided into free schools, night schools, and vacation schools. Certain of them furnish food and clothing, and they are often designed for different classes of the population. There are about 40 of them, and in 1894 they gave instruction to more than 16,000 children. Subchapter 153. 6. Care for prisoners, convicts, etc. The institutions directly apply to the diminution of criminality. Societies to aid released prisoners, for protecting women in peril, temperance societies, refuges for alcoholics, societies for moral propaganda, etc., numbered 84 in 1894, and assisted more than 67,000 individuals. Among these, 36 are designed especially for women released from prison, whether fallen or criminal, or simply in danger of becoming so. Such are those societies whose object is to protect domestic servants against the perils of their position. Subchapter 154. 7. Mutual Aid Societies. Finally, the Mutual Aid Societies also specialize as to trades, nationalities, religions, etc. There are 68, which in 1894 aided 33,340 individuals with a total of 218,796 francs. The following is a resume for the year 1894 of those charitable institutions of London which may have some effect upon criminality. A table is displayed on the page, listing institutions compared to the number of beneficiaries and the amount expended in francs. Institutions listed are societies for the care and assistance of prisoners, emigration societies, employment agencies, orphan asylums, institutions for poor and neglected children, educational institutions, asylums, refugees, etc., mutual aid societies. But the societies which deserve the greatest consideration are those which have for their object the protection of children. The English National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, imitated upon an even larger scale in New York, did not limit itself, as would have been the case in France or Italy, to securing the passage of a law. It wanted to introduce the idea and practice of justice toward children in all ranks of society, and its efforts have been crowned with success. 25,437 children, abused in every sort of way, have been rescued from those who were torturing them. 62,887 victims of negligence, suffering from hunger and cold, have received the necessities of life, while at least 603 children have been kept from mendicancy. This society, in 10 years, has been able to rescue from vice, hunger, and crime 109,304 children. While protecting these children, it received more than 47,220 complaints against those who were maltreating them. Of these, 5,313 remained unknown. In the case of 38,895, the Society limited itself to a reprimand. 5,792 it prosecuted, always with increasing successes, for from the first to the second period of its existence, the percentage of acquittals fell from 10.2% to 5.5%. According to the investigations of the Society, the parents most cruel to their children are always those with some means. It is to be explained by the effect of the abuse of alcohol and by a new form of criminality, for the practice of which the parents must have money on hand. This criminal device is the insuring of the life of the child whose death is awaited, hoped for, and even hastened by the beneficiaries. According to the horrible confession of one of the persons accused, certain children are worth more dead than alive. In 5 years, the Society has taken up the case of about 19,000 maltreated children, representing for their parents a value of £95,000. But in order to reach such a result, and to penetrate so deeply into the most secret recesses of the criminal world, recesses almost always hidden even from the eye of the regular police, it was necessary for the Society to avail itself of every assistance, even that of the administrators of the poor funds and Parliament itself. The Society obtained the aid of the magistrates and judges, who, after having seen its works, recognise their competence, and have ended by giving its inspections an almost official dignity. Better even than this, the Society has obtained the cooperation of the masses. In the 10 years of its existence, it has received proof of the sympathy and approval of 100,000 citizens who have facilitated the work of justice by bearing testimony. All these efforts together have brought about singularly happy results, and rarely has a second trial been necessary. Of 7,398 persons against whom sentence was given, 6,700 are living today with their children, and only 100 have had to appear in court a second time. To what is one to attribute so marvellous a change to the parent? In great part to the punishment, the efficacy being in proportion to its duration, for the degree of improvement in the conduct of the parents toward their children corresponds in general with the number of months that they have had to spend in prison. We may add that during the imprisonment of the parent, the Society does not abandon their children, but instead of the pale, miserable creatures that they were, has them flourishing and robust to turn over to their parents. When they see their children looking so well, they are proud of them, and a certain natural parental love is awakened, which helps in the process of reformation. Strange contradiction of human egoism. The father formerly held his victim responsible for a disease of which he himself was the cause, and now takes pride in a show of health to which he himself has contributed nothing. Subchapter 155. Charity in Latin Countries. In comparison with what is done in the places just described, how limited appears the charity of Latin countries. Turin, a city 3 times the size of Geneva, has but 159 working men's societies for mutual aid, etc., and 147 charitable institutions, of which 21 are hospitals, 43 institutions are designed for children, of which 2 are for delinquents, 23 are asylums for infants, 6 orphanages, 3 recreational, and 6 industrial schools. There are also 22 institutions for women, of which 11 are for those in danger, 2 are hospitals, and 9 professional schools. Among the most modern of the institutions are a society for working men meeting with misfortune while at work, a people's bureau, pensions for men without families in return for payment, and a mountain and a seaside resort maintained for outings for poor children. Finally, there is in Cortelegno Institute, which receives all the sick, weak, and infirm who present themselves, up to 2,000 or 3,000, in southern Italy, by Torre Longa, for the honour of the Virgin and the sanctuary of Pompeii, took 136 orphans and 70 children of convicts, whom he instructed in agriculture and in various trades. Here the cult of the Virgin came into partnership with modern journalism, by means of which the philanthropists succeeded in placing the orphans in benevolent and respectable families. What is lacking here is institutions to receive small savings, societies to improve the lodgings of the poor, employment bureaus and servants' lodging houses, which need cost the philanthropists nothing, as they are self-supporting, and institutions preventive of theft. Aside from the orphan asylums, none of the institutions receive children below 10 or 12 years, and we have, moreover, neither boarding schools nor ragged schools. Furthermore, these institutions show such excessive modesty, such a shrinking from all publicity, that I have gathered the data with great difficulty, and of a great many of them it is impossible to know anything. Subchapter 156. Don Bosco. Among the charitable institutions of Turin, that of Don Bosco holds the first place, for with us charity is only truly marvellous when it appears in the person of some saint, great in both heart and intelligence, like the very justly celebrated Don Bosco. Don Bosco was 26 years old in 1841, when, while visiting the prisons of Turin, he became interested in the lot of the young delinquents, thinking that if care had been taken of them in time, many of them might have been saved. From then on he received into his community the young workmen who were most exposed to temptation, getting work for them when they did not have it, and visiting them at their labours. In 1850 he founded the Mutual Aid Society, the object of which was to furnish aid to the members who fell sick, or were destitute because of the lack of work. Each one pays 5 centesimi every Sunday, and cannot take advantage of the benefits of the society until he has been a member for 6 months, except where he has paid down his 6 months' fees upon entrance, not being sick nor out of work at the time. Each sick member receives 80 centesimi a day. In Don Bosco's institutions, young people of all classes of societies are received, including deserted children. Don Bosco himself maintains that 1/15 of the use are natural perverts. The Salesians, or Brothers of St. Francis of Sales, believe that the asylum of their institution exercises a beneficent influence even upon perverts, even though they are not able to furnish any direct proof. Moreover, they refuse to receive incorrigibles, those who have reached the age of 14 or 15, convicts, and epileptics. There are about 20 Salesian institutions for young people in the 2 hemispheres. Each contains 150 inmates, or a total of about 30,000, to which must be added an average of 100 day scholars, etc., or 20,000 more. The inmates are admitted into the school at 9 years of age and into the workshops at 12. After their admission, these young people are kept under observation in separate rooms during the time set apart for food and rest, but not during working hours. They are not compelled to take part in religious exercises, though advised to do so, and no special favour is shown to those who are especially zealous in this regard. Each workshop has a clerical and a lay director. The tools and designs are the work of the Salesians themselves. There are besides 50 institutions for young girls with an average of 100 inmates and 280 day pupils. These are exclusive for instruction and for household work, but even the Salesian institutions follow the fatal tendency of the Latin nations by admitting an excessive number of young people to classical studies, more than 500 institutions in Turin alone, as if the country had not greater need of energetic workmen than of decipherers of musty tomes. Subchapter 157. Dr. Barnardo. Let us now look at the miracles of a Protestant saint. One cold evening in the winter of 1866, Dr. Barnardo, who was then studying medicine and directing a ragged school on his free evenings, when just on the point of leaving school, saw that one child remained in the room, standing next to the stove, without any apparent intention of leaving. Barnardo, by dint of many questions, succeeded in learning that the boy had neither father, mother, friends, nor lodging, that he slept here and there wherever he could, in the places least frequented by the police, and that many other children did the same. Moved by such excessive misery, Barnardo wanted to be sure of the truth, and begged the child to guide him to the retreat of his companions in misfortune. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he went out with his guide, and after having passed through one of the worst quarters of London, they penetrated into a narrow court, transverse a long shed, and found themselves before a very high wall. Up this wall the boy climbed, followed by the doctor. Here a strange spectacle presented itself to their eyes. Upon a very steep roof, with their heads towards the ridgepole and their feet in the gutter, lay 10 or 12 boys from 12 to 18 years. It was there in the midst of these pale figures of distress that Barnardo made his vow to devote himself body and soul to that rescue work which became from that night the sole object of his life. A poor student and unknown, he yet succeeded in getting from charitable persons the sum necessary to rent a small house, capable of holding 20 children. When his refuge was ready, he spent 2 nights in gathering in the boys from the streets. I could not possibly, he says, imagine or depict a more touching scene than the first night of the little old house, when before going to sleep, my first family of 25 children knelt with me to thank our common Father for his goodness and to pray that he, who feeds even the sparrows, will not fail them in their need. This house, opened with 25 children, prospered and was speedily duplicated. In less than 30 years the number of houses increased to 87, which have received more than 50,000 children, from a few weeks old up to 18 or 20 years. In addition, there have been found a great variety of complementary institutions, free dispensaries, schools for the poor, Sunday schools, free kitchens, night lodging houses, children's colonies in the country, employment agencies, temperance societies, soup kitchens, agencies for immigrants and emigrants. It is strange to see from what a peculiar mix of idealism, practical understanding, quick comprehension, and blind trust in God this colossal work has arisen. In each of the numerous cases which Barnardo reports, he notes with a moral conclusion what the saving of that individual cost. With 10 sterling and the help of God, the doctor concludes mathematically and ingeniously a life has been saved. In his paper, Night and Day, published in the interest of his hours, we find notices like this: "We need a good farm under cultivation, about 50 miles from London, etc." And to this notice, given with such simple confidence, is added a list of the needs of his great family of 8,000 children: stockings, nightgowns, bedclothes, sewing machines, a harmonium, old linen for new-born children, and finally a magic lantern. The same bold grasp with which Barnardo began his work of child-saving, he applied to the art of finding the means of subsistence for his institutions. For this army, which grew to a total of 100,000, he took the public alone for a collaborator, but he organized the work so that he had something for everyone to do. Those who have money give it, and those who have none give their work. If not every day, then 1 day a week. We may say of Barnardo that he knew how to transform sympathy into money, and then to recast it as charity. In this matter, how far the Anglo-Saxons have gone beyond the Latins. Subchapter 158. The ineffectiveness of charity. However useful it may be, charity is, after all, but an ineffective palliative against an immense amount of need and distress. Unavoidably subject to human passions, charity depends not only upon economic conditions, but also upon the sentimental condition of men. The effect of the intermittent pity, or of the caprice of the moment, it never completely attains its end, and considering the vastness of the abyss, is not capable of filling it up by the strenuous efforts of individuals adapted to the need. Even if the rich wish to restore in this way a part or even the whole of what has been acquired, for the most part, by means quite other than honest, it is not possible. It is as if, after shearing a lamb, one should try to fasten the wool once more upon its back. The intention might be good, but the wool would not grow again. 3/4 of the cases of distress, in fact, escape this remedy, and those who are helped by it are helped insufficiently and badly, entirely apart from the fact that 1/3 of the money spent for charity goes for administration, and so comes again into the coffers of the well-to-do. Many institutions, charitable in name, merely serve to keep the poor in subjection to the Church. Thus I have seen aid refused to a family simply because one of its members read a newspaper which was not even irreligious, and many times in order to get bread the unfortunate are obliged to be present at religious services as often as 3 times in a day, losing thereby more time than would have been needed to gain by working the means of satisfying their hunger. Then, however, disguised, it may be, public charity does not usually give its help to the person who, though most needy, is also most sensitive and feels most keenly the shame of receiving alms. It debases man instead of relieving him, since it extinguishes in his heart all sense of personal dignity and takes away every spontaneous impulse to struggle and win his own place in life. For 1800 years a saying of the gospel, quod superset et pauperibus, has been preached, and yet social evil and misery have become greater and greater. If this maxim was little heeded when the religious sentiment was still very quick and general, why should it be heeded today in conditions so little favourable in a society like ours, where each one is obliged to look out for his own interests? Earlier, when small land holdings were the rule, when communication was little developed, the landed proprietor or the master workman could always, or nearly always, give work to the fellow people who asked for it. But if nowadays you were to ask the manager of a large factory to give work to all the unemployed who knock at his door, he would tell you, and rightly, that if he followed your advice, he would fail at the end of the week. Now, supposing the sentiment of charity were to prevail, what could alms to individuals do against the tide of unemployment and distress, which in modern society affects a great and continually increasing multitude of persons? Thus, the best of our institutions, mountain resorts, hospitals, etc., for the cure of poor children, only lower the morbidity and mortality from 50% to 47%. Now, by preventing night work for the young, by giving lunches to school children, you will see this morbidity and mortality diminish in much greater proportion than with all those other institutions. Charity and want are related to each other as 2 parallel lines, which can never come together, while by having recourse to the human interest with egoism for ally, it is possible to fill up the gap between them. Thus the adoption of the 8-hour working day, while economizing the powers of the workman, would permit the employment of a greater number and at the same time allow better work. The workman, now absorbed by the hard labour of the shop, which is killing him, would be able to busy himself with his family, experience the sweetness of family life instead of the mere burden of it, and be able to acquire a great degree of culture, which would be a new weapon against crime. It is by work equally distributed among all the unemployed, more than by charity, that the condition of the poor may be improved economically and morally. The collective control of the necessities of life, which is now limited to schools, lighting, baths, and sometimes to hospitals and tramways, if extended in the same way to food, housing, and clothing, would be a complete substitute for the charity of former times, and the true preventive of all occasional crimes. Further, by preventing the excesses and dangers of poverty and of riches, it would be useful to all classes, for the insect and the microbe, which convey the diseases of the poor to the mansions of the rich, are truly the human eyes punishing the rich for forgetting the poor. Just as the famine that originates in the speculation of the rich multiplies diseases among the poor, and these in turn come back upon those who caused them. One may say the same of many of the occasional crimes caused by the neglect of the poor on the part of the rich. Theft, anarchy, murder, and revolt are simply evil consequences coming back upon the heads of those who set the cause in motion. End of section 22. Section 23 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Religion. Subchapter 159. It is time to free ourselves from the atavistic tendency, which has survived unnoticed even in the most scientific observer, to regard religion as a universal panacea for crime. Let us recall how slowly we have been freed from the religious shell from which have come the first attempts not only at morals, but also at art and science, so that once no one could be painter, sculptor, poet, architect, or physician without first being priest, Spencer. But at length art and science, those noble plants that grew up modestly in the shadows of the temple, are completely free from its influence, and there remains to the priest one who dominated every department of knowledge, a monopoly not even of morals and charity, for many profess a charity and an ethics apart from religion, and from all sides there are rising ethical societies free from all rights. We cannot, then, find a religion, at least as it is understood in Latin countries, a remedy against crime. The true morality, we may say with certainty, is instinctive. The moral sense is like the feeling of pity. It does not already exist. Neither religious nor educative influence, nor any precept will be able to create it. Religion is a system of instruction by precepts, which have, like all our moral rules, an exterior sanction remote from reality and the daily life. And not only is it not able to fortify the character, but on the contrary, it can only enfeeble it, by minimizing the personality by asceticism even to the point of annihilation. It is from religion that springs the monstrous phenomenon of men externally religious and respected for ecclesiastical and divine authority, and at the same time immoral in their social relations. But how is it, someone will ask, that religion shows itself at times as a useful moral force against crime? We reply that religion can have a beneficent influence only when, being in a nascent state, it can transform itself into a violent passion. Delia furnishes us with a magnificent example of such a transformation. Delia lost her mother at an early age, and was carefully brought up in a convent. Seduced in the first place by a young lawyer, and then ravished by a priest while under the influence of a narcotic, she abandoned herself to a life of prostitution and drunkenness. She was 3 times sent to correctional institutions, and finally released because she refused all food while imprisoned. She joined a band of thieves, of which she soon became the head because of her energy and muscular agility. She fought with the police and her own companions, so that she was arrested several times. She aided thieves in their exploits, but she would not permit the weak to be struck in her presence, and would defend them at the risk of her own life. She was devoted to the sick, took care of them, and defended them against those who wanted to rob them. The police called her the Wanderer, but her companions called her the Bluebird, doubtless from the colour she preferred. A missionary, Mrs. Woodmore, on the 25th of May 1891, went into the dives of Mulberry Bend, where she gathered these thieves together and tried to hold a religious service. But being excited by the arrest of 2 men by their band, they would not even let her sing. They would certainly have revenged themselves upon the missionaries if these had not been protected by Delia, who afterward accompanied them into the opium dens on Mott Street, where the worst criminals in New York assemble. Upon leaving her, Mrs. Wetmore gave her a rose, which she made a half-mystical omen, begging her to be converted and to come to her with the flower. But the Bluebird answered that, as for money, she found it quite natural to take it from anyone who had it. As for the rest, she added, I have committed already all the sins that it is possible for me to commit, and I should not be able to live in any other way. She was then 23 years old. She promised, however, to come to one of the mission halls, and kept her word. In the evening she went to return her enchanted rose, and confessed that she had passed a very troubled day, trying to drown her doubts in drink. But the more she drank, the more she became the mistress of herself. If the evening, perceiving that the flower was withering, she became thoughtful, and recalled the days when she too was pure like the rose. She saw the years falling away one by one like the petals of the flower, and immediately her resolution was taken, and she told her companions that she was quitting them. The same evening, with tears in her eyes, she presented herself at the mission. where Mrs. Wetmore embraced her tenderly and asked her to pray with her. From that day she gave up drink, opium, and tobacco, and asked to be allowed to see one of her old boon companions in prison in order to convert him. She was sent to the hospital very ill with consumption and syphilis. When, on coming out, she was invited to drink, she resisted the inclination. When she was cured, she set herself to work to convert her old companions of Mulberry Bend. She also addressed 1,500 convicts at Auburn. "What have we gained," she said, "by serving the devil, prison, misery, contempt, and disease? When I was at my worst and delighted in making others afraid of me, I was myself often afraid, and would not go to bed without a bright light burning beside me. In the morning I used to ask myself whether I would not lie in prison that night. I remember that when a lady once said to me, 'Have you found Jesus?' I replied, 'No, is he lost?' For I hated the Protestants. My religion was purely one of form. If you ask me how much time it took for me to give up my life of sin forever, I will answer you, about 3 minutes, the time it took to ask God to do it. In 11 months she converted more than 100. She died of consumption within the year, but the stir that she made was so great that after her death 80 of her companions became, or agreed to become, honest." I do not guarantee the conversion of the last, but that of Delia is certain. This is proved by the change in her face as shown by her photographs. It must be remembered that she was led to a life of prostitution and crime, not by precocious criminality, but by a rape committed while she was drugged. Further, even her criminal career, she was always the protectress of the weak. It is plain, then, that she was rather a criminaloid than a born criminal. However that may be, the promptitude of her conversion, it was, she said, an affair of 3 minutes, under the influence of a suggestive impression, and further, the ardour that she brought to it, both go to prove that in this case the religious passion in the nascent state stifles all the other passions. Similar cases may be adduced, like that related to me by the Baptists, of a drunken thief who was converted at a stroke by the sermons and example of the missionaries, and persevered in the right way. But these are absolutely individual and cannot be cited in favour of religion. They furnish no proof that religion as organized with us, among whom these fruitful fanaticisms do not flourish, has the efficiency in the cure of criminality. It is to be noted, moreover, that these miracles occur especially among the Anglo-Saxons and Swiss. We are forced to conclude that what is commonly attributed to the influence of religion is really due to race and to advanced civilization, which carries these people towards great ideas and noble fanaticisms, while, with the development of cultures, the religious sentiment each day grows weaker. It is thus that we find proof of a noble zeal in the societies for ethical culture, and among the Good Templars, which are ethical and anti-alcoholic rather than religious. In the Calvinistic countries, writes Ferrero, religion enrolls thousands of fanatics, who, one of the most diverse names and theories, are feverishly active, not in honour of a right, but in order to save the souls of men. In Italy, as in France, no one succeeds in bringing about a great flood of moral protest against the most serious social evils, and enthusiastic and active spirits must seek elsewhere for a field in which to employ their energy. Take the Salvation Army, for example. This institution was founded by Booth, under the most eccentric exterior films, with a military hierarchy and bizarre uniforms, but with the holiest and soberest intentions. It is a sort of sect that has for its aim the prevention and combating of vice and crime, even with the strangest weapons. It contends against alcoholism with meetings, cheap temperance hotels, elevators, and people's kitchens, which last in 1895 distributed 3,396,078 meals. It fights vagrancy with dormitories, which give lodgings every night to more than 4,100 persons, where many persons are converted by evangelistic meetings. The Salvation Army puts within reach of the unfortunate everything they may be able to draw from evil ways. It enrolls them in employment agencies, which in the year 1895 alone found work for 19,372 persons, or receives them into its elevators, special establishments, where they are employed at paid work or taught a trade if they have none, and no situations can be found for them. Or they may be placed in the farm villages of the army, in which they may remain in a relation for 4 years. For convicts, the Salvation Army has addresses in prison. It enrolls the more promising subjects as soldiers in the ranks, and admits another part of them into a special establishment, where it attempts to repair the defects of their moral and practical education, especially by teaching them a trade. From here they pass to the elevators, and then into the employ of private institutions, or to the farm villages, etc. The Army owns, besides, 84 bureaus for the unfortunate, the office of which is to direct and personal effort to conquer vice. In a year they visit about 58,723 poor families in private houses, 15,702 persons in public houses, and 7,500 in lodging houses, giving assistance to at least 3,887 sick persons. The Army also maintains special institutions for children who are sent as speedily as possible to the country. For women, the Army maintains 9 special dormitories and 13 rescue homes, which almost literally snatch women from public houses as one of the doubtful resorts. They give employment to 1,556 women, and, after a certain time, find places for them in private houses, or send them to their farms. It is remarkable to see how quiet a reception these new soldiers of charity meet with. Their houses, elevators, and farms are open, and anyone who wishes can go in or come out, and one who is left and comes back again is always received as a prodigal son and enjoys complete liberty. The principle of the work of the Wesleyans is not radically different. When Marcus, one of their leaders, had revealed the horrors of the condition of the poor of London, they threw themselves headlong into the work of converting the vicious and alcoholic. Hughes, one of their greatest apostles, said in a sermon, "We must not be so wrapped up in saving the soul that we forget to save the body," and with the essence of the profoundest conviction he carried hundreds of persons with him, who professed themselves converted and confided themselves to his pastoral guidance. They chose the hours when men are most in danger, the social hours as they call them, between 9 and 11, invite them to evening gatherings, treat them well, and get them to sign the pledge. They visit the most infected places, where their sisters discover and save the women who are in danger. One of them one day saw a young girl being led into a public house by a libertine. Accosting her, she said, "Remember that you are a woman," and kissed her on the forehead. The girl, much moved, replied, "I will never go into a public house again, but take us in every evening if you do not want us to fall into evil again." In the Protestant Association for the Practical Study of the Social Question, we find partisans of the idea of the participation of labour in the benefits of capital. Lord Shaftesbury, who transformed the condition of the miners in England, advocated also insurance against industrial accidents. The Order of Good Templars, founded in New York, 1862, and that of the Blue Cross, founded in Geneva in 1877, number respectively 500,000 and 10,000 members, who are required to abstain for a certain time from all alcoholic drinks, and succeed in doing it. Also explains why it is that in Protestant countries, especially in Switzerland and England, alcoholism is decreasing, while it is increasing in Catholic countries. Can we say that our Salesians and sisters have accomplished more? Far from it. To attain similar results, or even to strive after them, there is necessary a degree of ideality not to be found in the old races, who shut themselves up within their ritual observances and reach their highest development in a dictator, whether he be pope, general of an order, or saint. This is a fact which I have directly demonstrated by putting side by side the work of Don Bosco and that of Dr. Barnardo. In Italy we see crime effectively combated by rare individualities, but they are either dissenters or lazaretti, or at least have had for some time their centre of action outside the orbit of the official church, like Don Bosco and St. Francis of Assisi. In either case they constitute, for the moment at least, a new religion, palpitating with life, and in a little time would form a schism, if the prudent statesmanship of Rome did not take precautions to draw them once more within the circle of her influence. Hence it comes that saints like Don Bosco and Bartolo Longo do not arise without having obstacles elsewhere placed in their way by those very ecclesiastical authorities who ought to build altars to them. It is for the same reason that when they wish to raise themselves up to the level of the advanced ideas of our own time, they only half succeed. Instead of starting the children under their care in the more useful trades, on a large scale by organizing immigration parties, or clearing the land, as Dr. Barnardo did, they succeeded only in creating great monasteries, and in turning up priests and classical scholars for whom society has no place. They are saints, in short, of a time remote from our own. Those work, however vast it may be, is still necessarily short to the needs of the present, and rarely reaches the roots of crime. However admirable they may be for genius or sanctity, they must conform to the will of the higher authority, and show that they have more at heart the triumph of the rights of Rome than that of virtue. If not, they are suppressed. Thus it is that Don Bosco had for his final aim the creation of Salesian priests, just as the object sought by Bartolo Longo was the worship of Our Lady of Pompeii. Now, even if, by giving to deserted children a trade and education which was certainly moral, they prevented the occurrence of some accidental crimes, they could never, in this way, say they're true criminaloid and criminal born. We may conclude, then, by saying that ritual and liturgical formula are much more in evidence in institutions of this kind than the rules necessary for practical life. On the other hand, in the Latin charities, the support of the public is almost never associated with that of the founder. It never manifests itself personally, and is consequently less interested and less efficacious. Since the power of these great apostles lies completely in their own personality, they have all the merit and all the responsibility, and when they leave the scene, they leave an empty place that cannot be filled. In the French Autumn asylums, Joly tells us, for a long time, only the religious interest of the children was thought of. They were put into a brotherhood without being given any trade. Rousseau also remarks that the church charities in France are all for young girls, so that neglected boys have no other refuge than the prisons and houses of correction. Moreover, the Catholic orphanages almost never receive illegitimate children, and unlike the Protestants, who try to throw as much light of publicity on their own organizations as possible, the Catholic institutions do all they can to escape it, and are never willing to report except to the bishop and to Rome. The pupils of the orphanages grow up without any knowledge of the world, and are consequently incapable of making a future for themselves. In conclusion, we may say that Anglo-Saxon charity differentiates itself from the Latin still more fundamentally through taking particular care to preserve the self-respect of its beneficiaries, by making use of their services, by making itself, in fact, cooperative and mutual, and it concerns itself especially with the very young, to whom Latin charity pays little attention, feeding them at most. Among the Anglo-Saxons we see religious groups like the Salvation Army and the Baptists proposing, as their great aim in life, redemption from crime, the prevention of alcoholism, and the care of infancy, and the influence of individual men like Booth and Barnardo, through their inspiration and genius, counts for much in the search for better methods. They are not indispensable, for there is always a legion of fellow workers, who by their numbers and enthusiasm ensure the support of the public. Here, then, is no religion in general that deserves the credit, but certain religions only, or better still the ideal tendency of certain progressive races. However, we must say of the operation of religion, as we have said of the charity, that it is always individual, limited, and less effective than the economic influence, which alone is universally felt by the masses. End of section 23. Section 24 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings on the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. The Dangers of Instruction, Education, Reform Schools, etc. Subchapter 160. To say that the influence of mere instruction upon crime is beneficent is an exaggeration in which no one any longer believes. To instruct the criminal is to perfect him in evil, and to give him new weapons against society. It is necessary above all to suppress the schools and the prisons, which serve only to multiply recidivists, as I have shown in the first and second volumes of my Homme Criminel. Let us seek, on the contrary, to extend education to the greatest possible number of honest persons. Let us strengthen the body, occupying it pleasantly with gymnastics, marches, and dances in the open air. let us prevent idleness and precocious lasciviousness, more by these means than by simple precepts. It would also be necessary to choose married teachers by preference, and to suppress the schools in monasteries and convents. When in the elementary schools the child is found who has the known marks of the born criminal, he must first of all be separated from the others and give a special training with the object of strengthening the inhibitory centers, always underdeveloped with the class, and of subduing or diverting the criminal tendencies by supplying them with a new outlet, while preventing the pupil from acquiring dangerous arts. Let us recall here the confession of born criminals themselves, that education was for them a powerful auxiliary to evil. It is the more to be feared nowadays, when political conditions permit born criminals who have received an education to have easier access to political power than honest men have, because of the corruption, violence, intrigue, and fraud which dominate in the political world. How many misfortunes, how much blood, would not Italy and France have been spared if Napoleon, Boulanger, and Crispy had been illiterate? In order that the school may be useful, not negatively, as now, but positively, we must change the basis of our education, which at present, by its admiration of beauty and force, leads to idleness and violence. We must place in the first rank special schools for agriculture, and the other schools we must give first place to manual work, in this way substituting something practical and exact for the nebulous mirages of the antique. This course, coupled with very heavy taxes upon universities, would relieve us of the deluge of the déclassé, which we increase daily by new university facilities. Up to the present, writes Cesare, the school has debated upon the best way to teach the alphabet, how it is possible to learn to write soonest, and what is the best method of developing of the intelligence. But it does not teach us any method of directing our feelings and impulses. Education, like hygiene, is designed to preserve sound health. Now, any director or teacher of hygiene must necessarily know how to discriminate between normal and disturbed functions, must be able to recognize what causes disturbance and to prevent it. The same is true of the educator. He must know the nature of the human soul, how it works next individually and in society, what organic causes may alter its manifestations, and what external and social causes may disturb its normal functions. Our educators are not educated in this sense. They enter the schools to bring up the children without any definite conception of the difficult end they are supposed to attain. Each little human being who goes to school is a problem with several unknown quantities, but he is treated as a problem already solved. In place of increasing the number of classical schools, reduce them to the minimum, and transform all the others into schools of business, arts and trades, professional and practical schools corresponding to the demands of modern life. Introduce into these schools the cultivation of the intelligence and character needed for daily life. By these means you will inculcate the habit of working, which is in itself a very efficacious education. When we have numerous schools of arts and trades, manual labour will be ennobled, whereas now anyone who wants to learn a trade must serve under a master workman, and learns it by practice, more or less badly. The principal object of every school should be the education of the character upon which all conduct depends. It should strengthen it where it is weak, create it where it does not yet exist, and direct it where it lacks direction. Subchapter 161, Family Education. In this regard, the family can accomplish far more than the teacher. No one has ever set himself to investigate what relation there is between success in school and success or non-success in life. No one has investigated the relations between the physical and ethnic energies, typical of a young man, and the unforeseen contingencies and accidents of the life of the future citizen. It is to this especially that the family should apply itself. Yet with us the family relies upon the school for the care of education, while the schoolmaster for his part, who in any case could do little because of the great number of pupils demanding his attention, counts upon what the family is supposed to accomplish. Thus both remain inactive just where crime could be most effectively prevented. The family public does not realize that into the integration of the state and the destination of the child, vocation aptitudes enter as exponents, and the lack of intellectual preparation as a coefficient, and that to obtain the integration there is needed the union and the continuity of all forces. including those for which development in parents must earnestly strive. Yet very little is necessary to bring about this reform in education. The children of a loving mother, writes Garofalo, affectionate or severe as the case demands, become accustomed to watch for the approbation or blame in her look. What penalty can be greater than the grieved reproof which the mother gives a child who has lied or maltreated a companion? Such a child will acquire month by month and year by year an instinct opposed to falsehood, theft, and cruelty, a physiological aversion thanks to which crime will be for him no longer possible. Then the problem of education will be solved. Criminal anthropology has taught us that, given the temporary criminality common to children, we need not be dismayed at their first criminal acts, nor visit them with too severe penalties, when these acts are not too often repeated and are not accompanied with the anthropological marks of criminality. Evolution toward the good takes place in the normal human being gradually, like the transformation of the lower forms in the fetus. Only a bad education, by stimulating the perverse instincts which are merely effervescent in childhood, can make them become habitual instead of being transformed. Spencer shows us in his admirable book upon education how much evil too strict an education can do by irritating the child without convincing him that he has done wrong, and not by fitting itself to his natural instincts. An education, in short, that tries to get more than the child can give, forgetting the immense influence of sympathy, on account of which even adults regret having injured a sympathetic person more than one unsympathetic. We ought then to make punishments milder, and at the same time render them more efficient by always adapting them to the character. Thus, when a child has injured a valuable object, let us buy another at the expense of some delicacy that he would have had, thus showing him the consequences of his faults. When he does not obey our orders, let us show him less sympathy, but not give way to anger, which, however brief it may be, is always injurious to the father as well as the child. To the father, because it is at bottom but a relic of savage vengeance, and to the child because it produces in him a dangerous reaction. The child ought to be persuaded without being constrained by violence. We should prevent, rather than encourage, as many do, the association of ideas between bad actions and punishment, on account of which, when the surveillance of parent or teacher is removed, children no longer feel to do wrong. This is why the children of persons who have been too strict upon arriving at adult years often commit more faults, and even crimes, than the children of parents who were not so strict. Subchapter 162. Application of Psychology to Reformatories. These reasons have double force when it is a question of a juvenile delinquent, naturally inclined to anger and revenge, and likely to take punishment in bad part. Cruel by instinct, it becomes still more so in the reform school, from the example of others, from the glory attached to misdeeds, and from the too often justifiable reaction against punishments that are too severe for the gravity of the offence and the age of the offender. What sympathy can the head of such an institution inspire in the child, to whom he is only a fleeting relation, and then only to inflict punishment? How can he keep watch of him, day by day, in such a way as to change his habits, and when it is a question of hundreds whom he can hardly oversee? How, finally, can he avoid the greater danger of new opportunities for evil-doing, when the mingling of so many perverse beings, proud of their own perversity, would be corrupting even for an honest person, and when the juvenile criminal encounters this as an age when unhealthy ideas spring up and grow with most vigour? New subdivisions in the reformatories are too much to expect, inasmuch as the inmates are separated according to age and cause of imprisonment. How shall masturbators, choleric persons, sexual psychopathics, thieves, and tormentors of animals be separated? It is important, however, to improve these institutions by a special selection. It is necessary not only to separate the youths from the incorrigible adults, but to attempt to group them according to age, degree of depravity, etc. For grouped together, their vices will propagate themselves instead of being corrected. The evil tendencies must be combated by hypnotic suggestion, which is especially effective at this age, and when periodically renewed, forms a kind of habitual inclination toward the good. This is a proceeding analogous to that of which Spencer speaks in his Education. Some carp having been put into an aquarium where smaller fish were in the habit of eating them, being separated from the others by a glass partition, they at first threw themselves against it in their endeavour to seize their prey, but seeing the uselessness of their efforts, they ceased their attempts, and when the glass was raised, they lived with the smaller fish without trying to eat them. Habit made them harmless, if not innocent. It is thus that a dog trained by habit of an education ends by not stealing. It is by this method that born criminals ought to be treated, avoiding harsh punishments, which can only irritate them. The measure most necessary, preventive isolation of the criminal, is considerably facilitated by new advances in anthropology, for the characteristic of physiognomy and cranium, taken together with biological characteristics and the excessive tendencies to evil-doing, assist powerfully in distinguishing the dominant and always increasing criminality of the born criminal from that which is found temporarily in the case of all children. It appears from recent studies made in Italy upon this subject that of 333 pupils examined, 13% showed serious cranial anomalies. Now of these abnormal individuals, 44% were insubordinate, while of the pupils of normal type, only 24% were insubordinate. Of the former, 23% were dull and 27% inert. Of the latter, 11% were dull and 10% inert. Among the abnormal, there were 10% incapable of any progress, only 2% among those of normal type. Of the 43 with cranial abnormalities, 8 complained of headache, or of a feeling of heat in the head, and of incapacity for continuous work. 12 were impulsive, irascible, and unable to restrain themselves, while 6 true criminals born lacked moral sense and committed without compunction the most serious offences. The isolation of the born criminal in these cases prevents his perfecting himself in evil, and what is more important, prevents fruit, congenitally rotten, from tasting hundreds that are sound. Does this idea, which I think is new as applied to the prevention of crime, amount to nothing in its practical application? In England, when a child plays truant from school, or is refractory when he attends, he is confined, after a regular trial, in a truant school. Here they endeavour to give him immediately, from head to foot, the sensation of a new life. To this end his hair is cut, he is bathed, disinfected, and clothed in suitable garments. He is then placed in his own division and obliged to keep silence all the week, except on Sunday. He has to do his part in the work of the establishment, as well in tailoring and shoemaking, which alternate with gymnastics and military exercises. The little recluses know that it depends upon themselves alone whether they regain their liberty in a longer or shorter period. The first time they stay generally only 8 weeks or less, at the expiration of which they are released with the admonition to attend the ordinary schools. Of those set at liberty, 25% or 30% offend again and are confined at the school for 4 months, and they commit a third offence for 6 months. If after this they are found to require more prolonged moral treatment, they are sent to the reform school. The industrial schools receive children who have not been convicted, but who, because of their environment, are in danger. The reform schools receive the young delinquents convicted by the magistrates, county court, or court of assize. They are confined for a term not to exceed 5 years, in authorized and inspected schools. In short, the industrial schools are preventative establishments, while the reform schools, as their name indicates, are representative at the same time educational institutions in which delinquent children are carefully separated from those simply vicious, and where the dangers of promiscuity are avoided by a careful division into small groups. Subchapter 163. Associations among children. For the same reason, it is necessary to watch all the scholastic institutions in order to prevent turning them into criminal centers. This is the way to check the development of criminal tendencies, which exist already in germ. The associations of street boys in the great cities appear inoffensive, but they are, on the contrary, greatly to be dreaded. It is these that we should try to suppress with the greatest energy. The children who do the mischief, said a school teacher to Jolly, are never alone, and when they get together it is never for any good. We have already seen in the Homme Criminel, and in part 1 of this work, how men, when they form associations, lose in honesty even when they are senators, deputies, or academicians. It is natural, then, that this law should manifest itself in the time of childhood, when dishonesty is a psychological characteristic. It is easy to understand how much more serious the danger from these associations is when the children are orphans or belong to families that are immoral or incapable of training them. We can say, says Spegliati, that the majority of young tramps and vagrants do not become such from perversity or poverty, but from defective education and because they were drawn away by evil associations. How many times have we not heard respectable families say something of this kind? As long as our son remained in the country, he was an obedient young man of full promise, but since we have established in Milan, he has lost his respect and affection for his parents, and has robbed the house several times. A boy 8 years old, of a good and respectable family, disappeared from the house of his parents for several days, and was able to evade the most diligent search. When he was found, he was never willing to tell where he had hidden. To what shall we ascribe these strange changes taking place in children of respectable families? Where do we find the means of living lives independent of their families and emancipated from them, if not with bands of vagrants? But if the children who make an ideal of this kind of life found, on the contrary, that the first step they took in that direction brought them hunger, isolation, and strict surveillance, would it not be better for the family, and could not the family by this means make its authority effective? There are already strict ordinances for public hygiene, for police in the streets, for preventing contagion. Why should there not be one limited in these associations, which are a hidden menace to society? While they are children, a police officer will be sufficient to reduce them to subjection. Let them alone, and some day they will be resisting charges of cavalry. Subchapter 164. Reform Schools. Some years ago, the reform schools admitted 7,688 children. Those in Italy, 3,770. In Belgium, 1,473. In Holland, 1,615. And in America, 2,400. All with the ostensible purpose of preservation and amendment. But we have shown how far these institutions are from being able to realize good results under the actual conditions of their organization, which brings all these perverse natures into contact with each other. This promiscuity becomes still more dangerous when these young prisoners come to be more than 100 in number. They cease then to be individuals and become a crowd which cannot be watched and developed in detail, even by the most able director, so the most stringent rules end in failure. I speak not theoretically, but after detailing inquiry into numbers of these institutions, or remaining an admirer of the rare philanthropists who are at the head of some of them. If sometimes, in these reform schools, I have noticed young people who were industrious, trained, and without bigotry, I cannot say the same of many others, in which under the mask of a gestical madness, vice flourished worse than ever. I have even observed, in one of the better establishments in Milan, some of these juvenile delinquents who, when questioned as to the cause of their confinement, lied brazenly, even in the presence of the director, a fact which proves that they had neither repented nor had any realization of their offences. To assure myself with regard to this, I observed several of these delinquents after their liberation. I have questioned them, and their answers and autobiographies prove to me how full even the better establishments are of the most infamous vices, such as pedestry, theft, and the camorra, just in the case of the prisons. So bad indeed was it that it even disguised my informants, that they made no pretensions to virtue, and soon fell again into crime. In some of these establishments, at G and M for example, there prevails unpunished the custom of compelling the new arrivals to masturbate all the adults that desire it. At Ascoli, the inmates set fire to the establishment with petroleum. At Ambrogiana, 3 of them stabbed one of the guards to death, with no other motive than the pleasure of doing evil. The ruses that they employ are unbelievable. One of them, taking advantage of his occupation as carpenter, hollowed out a piece of wood, in which he concealed cigars, sausages, etc., to sell to his companions. Another hid a dagger in his straw mattress. A third concealed a gold piece under his enrollment number, so that he always had it with him when he changed his cell. A trick that never would have been discovered without his own confession. One of the youths whom we interrogated at the Generalia, 8% manifested no desire to amend, although they had committed the most serious crimes. If young people of our age, they said, have money for amusements, why have not we the right to get some for ourselves by stealing either from them or from others? Others added, whatever crime we may commit will not equal what we have endured in the reformatory. 3% resolutely denied their offences, 11% declared that they repented, but did so with an air of indifference which proved their insincerity. 5% went so far as to insult their parents. We have seen that in these institutions tattooing is very prevalent, 40% of the inmates being marked in this way. This is a very grave sign, but there is another worse still. If possible, this is the use of a special argot. If, however, by the most assiduous pains the young prisoners are really improved, the improvement disappears when they go back among adults. More than this, there is but one rule, not only for all parts of the country but for all ages, whereas what is needed is a tutor and a matron for the children, and for the adults a real martinet. Joly also tells of reform schools in France that seem at first glance to be like paradise, but which in reality are so many hells. The discipline is very severe, but at the same time inefficacious. Thus, for example, there is a punishment room where the children have to march round in an ellipse from morning till night, covering as much as 25 miles over the rough floor before going to lie down on their plank beds. In revenge, when 8 or 10 of them got one of the guards in a corner, they threaten him with blows with an accusation if he does not do what they wish. Would not total neglect be better than such a system of education? There exist, it is true, certain rare establishments which have at their head men remarkable for their philanthropy and for their keen insight as teachers. Such men are D. Metz, Ducy, Ray, Obermeyer, Spagliardi, and Martelli, who are by their devotion make up for every lack. But these are exceptions upon which the state cannot count. It is certain that the bad results of these reformatories are much less when the number of the inmates is more limited. Thus in France the public institutions, which almost always had as many as 400 pupils, showed a recidivism over 19%, while the private institutions, having an average of 150 pupils, showed only 11% to 12%. And in Switzerland and in the Grand Duchy of Baden, where there are never more than 50 pupils, recidivism falls to 4% and 2.5%, while in England it is 4% for the boys and 1% for the girls. However, these figures do not satisfy me completely. In the United States they count upon 33% of recidivism in the numerous reformatories. Tocqueville, after praising them as the ideal of penal reform, declares that of 519 children released, 300 relapsed into crime, including nearly all those addicted to theft and drink, especially in the case of the girls. Of 85 girls released, only 11 had excellent conduct and 37 good. Out of 427 boys, 41 were excellent and 85 good. Everyone will recall the pompous eulogies of the colony of Mettray, which according to the statistics for some years ago was able to reduce recidivism from 75%, which had been the figure, to 3.8%. Despine. Now a few years afterward, Ducamp informed us that recidivism had risen again to 33.3%, a fact which he explained by the aversion of the Parisians to the country, which is generally the delight of the young. Yet Mettray had the ideal system for a reform school, for the children divided into groups or families of 16 or 17, each living in a cottage with its own head and assistant head. How shall we believe the miracles told of the cellular reform school of La Croquette, which is to say, to have reduced recidivism from 15 to 9%, when we see that a few years afterward a government commission found it necessary to suppress it? And the French statisticians, while, for the period 1866 to 68, they estimated the recidivists as 17% in the case of public reform schools and 11% in the case of private ones, confess that half of these released had a bad reputation. Even if these statistics were exact, they would prove absolutely nothing, because the private institutions are apt to get rid of their worst subjects by transferring the insubordinate and idle to the government reformatories, and when once they got rid of these, those that are left make a relatively good showing. We know, moreover, that however useful the reformatories might be for effacing a moral cure, yet the enormous expense that they entail and their limited number, considering the need, must always make them insufficient. We may add the possibility of putting children into an institution when they become undisciplined, and this without expense makes many parents less active in watching over them, and at times even interested in having them misbehave. I have observed at the Generalia 5 youths of well-known families two of whom had incomes of more than 100,000 francs, whom greedy guardians or guilty parents had confined under more or less gave pretext, keeping them there for a franc in a day and refusing them even the money necessary to buy a musical instrument or a book with which to make their shameful imprisonment a little more bearable. "I must remark," says a former chief of police, Locatelli, "that the legislative measures with reference to refractory children are being wrongly interpreted by our people. While the legislators passed them with the intention of more effectively preventing crime, the people, following a system of interpretation taught by self-interest, persist in considering them exclusively philanthropic, so that fathers of large families consider themselves authorized by law to have those children who cause them most trouble and expense confined and educated at the expense of the state. As soon as the persons interested perceived that their applications were received with circumspection, the attempts were made more craftily. Demands for the commitment of the children were supported by ample testimony, often from very high sources, proving the incorrigibility of the minor in question. What is still more deplorable, parents often even went so far as to force their children into idleness and vagrancy by all sorts of artifices, as by cutting down his food, for example, or disturbing his sleep in such a way, however, that the authorities could get no proofs. For those who believe that these reform schools are a benefit to deserted children and orphans, I would say that these schools have hardly 8% to 13% of orphans and 8% to 12% of stepchildren. They can be useful only in those rare instances when they really teach the young prisoner a trade. We may add that in no reform school, or in hardly any, is a system of isolation at night or a rigid rule of silence applied. Regulations which would hardly be applicable in institutions half didactic, half industrial, and which would be continually evaded by the tricks of the prisoners. If anyone is greatly concerned at the thought of the harm which some of these children would receive if left in their demoralizing homes, let him think of the effect upon honest but weak young people who are brought into contact with the vicious in the reform school. Those among them who come from the country where they would not learn evil or form bad associations because of lack of opportunity, find in the reformatory evil associations well prepared for them. I would permit reform schools then, only in exceptional cases and for a small number of individuals. These to be classified according to age, aptitude, and morality. They should be separated at night, but should enjoy relative liberty with no mark of infamy. I would have these schools admit that only those for their poverty which could not be received in military and naval schools. As for the rich, who would like to have their children confined in such a place, they ought to pay a heavy tax, proportioned to their income. Subchapter 165. Educational Methods. If we sometimes meet with success in our reform schools, notwithstanding their defective organization, it is due to the fact that there the young man becomes used to regular and continuous work, something that the born criminal commonly refuses. This latter fact makes it easier to recognize such criminals and separate them from the others, and thus is made easier to develop the psychological honesty of habit in the youth, whose defect is only the physiological subcriminality of the child. Don Bosco has traced for us an excellent system for the education of young delinquents who are capable of reformation. The greater part, he says, have an ordinary temperament and character, but they are inconstant and inclined to indifference. They should be advised and warned briefly but frequently, and encouraged to work by small rewards and a great deal of confidence, though without any relaxation of surveillance. Effort and care must be especially directed towards the class of unruly pupils, of whom there is about 1 in 15. But the vice most to be dreaded is lubricity. Any one of the inmates who persists in this must be expelled. The young prisoners must not be allowed to keep any money or article of value. In this way we may prevent theft and the bargaining to which the children are inclined, being natural traders. The repressive system is plainly capable of keeping down disorder, but it is powerless to make the soul better. For though children easily forget punishments inflicted by their parents, they always remember those of their teachers. Repression may be useful in the army, and in general with persons who are mature and prudent. But what is needed with children is the preventive system. This system, based entirely upon reason, religion, and love, excludes any violent punishment. To understand the advantages of this system, it is necessary to remember the instability of the child, which makes him forget disciplinary rules and the punishments that he incurs, often transgressing a rule and making himself liable to a punishment of which, at the moment of acting, he never thought at all. He would certainly have acted quite differently if a friendly voice had warned him. It is necessary to see that the pupils are never alone, and to give them ample opportunity to run, jump, and shout as much as they like. Gymnastics, vocal and instrumental music, declamation, amateur, theatricals, walks, all these are effective means of procuring good discipline, at the same time be useful for morals and health. The subjects for presentation in the improvised theatre must be carefully chosen and only respectable characters depicted. Subchapter 166. Moral Training Through Adoption. It is, above all, the example of the teachers that has influence, for we are led more by example than by persuasion. Every effort must be made to find the exceptional teachers that are necessary, and when these are wanting, when a mixing of the different classes cannot be avoided because of crowding, and because the frauds of parents cannot be prevented, when there is not a cubicle for each inmate, and when good workshops are lacking, as is unhappily the case in Italy, then it is preferable to entrust the children of moral and energetic families at a distance from the corrupting influences of the city. The deserted child little by little becomes fond of the family that adopts him, brings them his first earnings, generally never leaves at home that have received him, and finds there a stable moral environment which directs him to rectitude. Thus in France, of 11,250 children sent to families in the country, only 147 finally had to be sent to the reform school. Subchapter 167. American Reforms. Placing in the Country. Here philanthropy must assume new forms, abandoning the methods of the monastery and the barracks, as well as those of abstract morals, which have no hold on a being inclined to crime. What is necessary is to inspire the person with a desire for property, a love of work, and a feeling for the beautiful. This adoption must be supplanted by emigration to distant lands or migration to the country. This is the only effective remedy, as Barnardo, Bosco, and Brace have proved. In 1853, professors, judges, clergymen, and rabbis formed a society to help vagrant children, and established philanthropic workshops where they might be received. But the competition of the regular shops prevented the success of this enterprise, and the boys themselves, on their part, objected to being objects of charity and preferred their liberty. The plan of giving them lodging at a low price was then thought of. Beds were furnished at 6 cents, and a bath and dinner at 4 cents. But there was yet no way of making the lodgers work. As for asking them directly to do so, that would have been to empty the establishment at once. In order to wake neither repugnance nor suspicion, the director entered one morning and announced that someone wanted an employee at $12 a month. 20 voices were raised to offer themselves. "Very well," said the director, "but a good handwriting is necessary." General silence. "Well then, if no one knows how to write, we will teach to you in the evenings." Thus it was that the night schools were started. In 1869 and 1870, 8,835 boys made use of the lodging house. In 10 years the total had reached 91,326, of whom 7,788 had become good workers. The poor women objected to mingling with the well-to-do in the industrial schools, and accordingly schools have been created expressly for them, and food and clothes are promised those who conduct themselves well. Since then the number of girls arrested for vagrancy has diminished, and from 3,172 to 1,861 fell to 339 in 1871. Only 5 out of 2,000 pupils went to the bad. The number of female thieves fell from 944 to 572, and there were only 212 girls under 8 arrested in place of 405, the former number. Still more was done for the boys. Primary schools of carpentry were opened, in which hot meals were served. Entertainments were organized, with admission costing 4 or 5 cents. At first the children broke the windows and shouted, "We don't want any schools." But the very fact that they were under no compulsion to go overcame the most unwilling, and the objective methods of Froebel ended by winning them over completely. The institution supplemented this work by placing children on distant farms, where their work is best utilized, and in consequence preferred where they are free from the bad influence of the large and small cities, and where the worker, being in direct contact with his employer, is better watched than he would be if he were living with his own family. The continual contact with a good housekeeper makes good domestic servants out of the girls, and the boys learn from the employer to be good farmers. Living in an atmosphere of kindness, sympathy, and industry, stimulated at the same time by a new self-respect and the hope of a better position, and on the other hand, having no bad companions nor any temptation to steal, they abandon with their rags many of the vices, and find in the various activities of farm life an outlet for their energy. When they are too delicate, the society pays their support until they gain strength enough to work, but if they finally prove not to be strong enough, the society takes them back again. In this way, the society, in less than 23 years, has placed more than 35,000 children who were deserted and without refuge, to say nothing of the large number received into the industrial schools, 21-day schools and 14-night schools, and the lodging houses, more than 23,000 in 1875. After the children have contracted habits of order and sobriety in the night schools and Sunday schools, they are placed in the country, and the whole work has not cost more than $2 million. Many of these children are adopted by their employers. Others have started new farms by their work, or have entered some profession. Many of the girls have become excellent mothers of families. Some of these young people change their situations as all employers do, but few return to New York, and very few indeed, not more than 6 in 15,000, get into the courts. In New York, in fact, in the 10 years following the establishment of this work, there was a decrease in the number of vagrants from 3,829 to 994, thieves from 1,948 to 245, pickpockets from 465 to 313. This is, according to Brace, the only institution really useful for vagrant children, who, crowded together, could only corrupt each other, while by this means we use the boy to improve the land, and the land to improve the boy. This is surely a good cure for criminality, and how effective it would be in certain parts of Italy. There remains the children who are sickly and otherwise incapable of farm work. For these separate beds have to be kept in the schools themselves, as is done in the ragged schools in England. Subchapter 168. Day Reformatories for Children. When it is not possible to bring about the creation of benevolent institutions like that described above, they may be replaced by the institution advocated by Spagliati, a reform school for day pupils, which is much easier to establish. There is a compulsory day school for refractory children between the ages of 6 and 12, whom the neglect or incapacity of the parents have left unprovided with any education, and cannot receive one in the ordinary asylums. With these are inclined the young vagrants found habitually together in the public places. Even the asylums for children, says this great philanthropist, do not get all the poor children, especially those of the very poor, ashamed of their poverty. But in any case, when the children come out of these institutions at an age when children are more inclined to evil, there is no longer any special refuge for them, and they become vagabonds. In this way, we may counteract the weakening of parental authority, which is one of the most serious causes of crime, not less than 20% among the children of the well-to-do, and this without taking them from home and shutting them up, at just the time when they most need air and movement, and the care and relationships of family life. In this way the child would be given a milder treatment, and one better suited to his age. He will be spared fatigue disproportionate to his strength, while special attention will be given to his physical development. This is not all. The reform school costs too much to be applied upon a large scale, while these day reformatories, better adapted to childhood, could really extend their operations in direct proportion to the need. Moreover, even if the expense were greater, which is not the case, this would be largely compensated by the decrease in the number of criminals. We have a direct proof of this in the 2 institutions for children in Milan, which have 700 children received since 1840, had not a single one convicted after leaving the school, while half the prisoners of the reform schools have been inmates of other asylums. It would certainly be sufficient for the present if the so-called oratories, where the children are assembled on Sundays, in Milan about 3,000, for useless prayers interrupted by long and wearisome periods of idleness, should be secularized, conducted on rational lines, and utilized every day in the week. Subchapter 169. Ragged schools. There exists in London an institution midway between the compulsory asylum of peculiarity and the voluntary asylum of race. This is that of the Home for Little Boys. These are real little villages or colonies given up to unfortunate children. The inmates are divided into groups like families, and are taught trades of shoemaker, farmer, valet, mechanic, etc. We might cite also the ragged schools where the children are furnished with food and clothing as well as instruction, and when the poorest, the deserted children, and the orphans are also given lodging for the night. This institution, which cost the government nothing, was founded in 1818 with certain children picked up in the streets of London. These schools form a noble bond between the higher and lower classes, and in them might be seen for 34 years a Chancellor of England teaching the alphabet every Sunday. The children are allowed to enter and leave of their own accord, though many of them are brought to the school in the first instance by the police. Numbers of them support themselves by their own work. Thus there were in 1860 368 bootblacks in the school, each of whom brought the society sixpence daily. Subchapter 170. Other English measures for children. Another English measure worthy of being imitated is that of obliging parents who are found to be responsible for a child's delinquency to contribute a penny out of every shilling of their wages toward his support while detained. Thus are they given an interest in taking care of their children, and do not consider their confinement an advantage. We have seen the miracles accomplished by the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. Another fine institution is that of the Boys' Brigade, which enrolls the little vagabonds of the streets by hundreds. It was instituted in Glasgow by W. A. Smith in 1883, and in 1891 already numbered 20,000 boys, who drilled, marched, had common prayers, and sang in church. Subchapter 171. Barnardo's Institutions. To save, if not the born criminals, at least the criminaloids, it is necessary to take them in infancy. The attempts to reform unfortunate adults, writes Barnardo, always come to nothing on account of the force of the criminal habit in the individual. The vis inertiae of ignorance, vice, and crime is hardly to be overcome by the idea of reformation. It is quite otherwise when it is a question of children. Half the difficulties are smoothed away the moment that we have a plastic material in our hands. The influence of environment and circumstances in the formation of character is greater than would be believed. I have observed that a new and healthful environment is more powerful to transform a renew an individual than hereditary is to fix a blemish upon him. It is necessary, then, to cleanse and purify the atmosphere at once, and thoroughly, if perverse instincts are to be obliterated. Barnardo cites triumphantly the careful examination that he made of the lists of the children received. This showed that 85% of the children were descended from drinking parents. Now we know how fatal an alcoholic hereditary is, and yet, out of 9,000 received and sent to Canada who have grown up and whose history is known, only 1% have gone wrong. It is necessary, then, to take the child in the plastic state, if we want to change it. It is not a religious question simply, but one of economics. By spending $100 to take in and reform a child, society saves thousands of dollars necessary to defend itself against the adult criminal. Barnardo receives all deserted children, looks carefully into the past, and keeps them for some time under observation, after which he chooses a trade for them and sends them to a farm or to Canada. One of his great secrets is to isolate the children as much as possible in small groups, leaving them full liberty to develop their different individual aptitudes, and thus avoiding as much as possible what he himself calls the stamp of institutional uniformity, that curse of orphanages and children's homes in general. For this it is necessary, not simply to avoid mingling children of different ages, but even to keep them in different buildings, having them pass from one to the other according to age and circumstances. This institution of the needs and capacities of each individual in relation to society, Barnardo has carried into all his work, applying systematically with profound penetration and truly humane feeling. He receives children of all ages. Those between 3 and 5 go to the tiny house, those from 4 to 9 to the Jersey house. Elsewhere he cares for children between 10 and 15. When they reach 13 years of age, Barnardo tries to accustom them to work, to harden them to fatigue, to prepare them, in short, for the life before them. But to the very little children, the nurslings, orphaned or abandoned, Bernardo wishes to give, if not luxury, at least the comfort of children brought up and cared for in their own homes. Their home is situated in the midst of gardens. They have young, strong nurses, rooms full of light and sun, white clothes, playthings, birds, little carriages, and good beds. If the doctor cannot furnish complete comfort to all the children he takes in, he wishes at least to give it to the smallest. In his paper, Night and Day, we see a photograph of one of the dormitories. Coloured pictures cover the walls. In the background is a large rocking horse, with bird cages hung by the beds. The picture makes one think sadly of our orphanages and day nurseries, where the children are kept like cattle in a stable, and everything goes on as if in tombs of the living. One of the branch homes is in the country because a little 3-year-old country girl received into the institution could not accustom herself to it and cried continually. The case was brought before the council, and one of Bernardo's collaborators, Miss Blanche Watterly, at once found the solution. If the child could not get used to the city, they would establish a home in the country. This is how the bird castle came into being. After having snatched the children from misery and crime and taught them to work, Bernardo, to complete his task, sends them to Canada, where he has an agent to place them on farms and keep watch over them. Contracts are made with the farmers for 3 to 5 years, with food, lodging, and $50 or $100 a year in wages according to the age of the ward. Thus they are rescued from the pernicious barrack system of crowded living, and at the same time transplanted into new surroundings, where the fevering stimulation of modern life cannot affect them. It was with an equally true feeling for the needs and capacities of his wards that Bernardo organized the institution for girls. They have a little village all to themselves in a charming place a short distance from London. This village is made up of cottages surrounded by gardens, having fanciful names like Pea Blossom, Wild Thyme, etc. Each house holds 20 girls, watched over by house mothers. For Dr. Bernardo says quite rightly that if the institutional stamp harms a boy, it stunts the girl completely, since her temperament demands for its complete development all the domestic details of the family life. The barrack system may very well, under certain conditions, be useful for boys, provided it is for a limited time only, but it wouldn't have no value whatever for girls, who would learn from it nothing that the wife of a poor man ought to know: to make purchases, to quiet a crying child, to sew. All these are taught by the cottage system, and 200 girls trained in this way are annually sent to Canada, where they are very much sought after. The benefits of this method of education cannot be doubted when one considers the list of the rescued that the delegates of the Salvation Army gave me. The histories cited by Bernardo also are backed up by photographs give us incontestable evidence of a transformation that is not only mental but also physical, so that the criminal, thanks to the doctor, has become actually another man. Job, for example, was 15 years old when he was admitted. His mother had died of cancer 3 years before in the hospital. His father was lazy, tuberculous, and a drunkard, and had often been imprisoned. Job, left to himself on leaving the asylum, started out as a peddler. Being without shelter or resources, he had been drawn away by evil companions and become a thorough vagabond, begging on the street corners under pretense of selling matches. He is now sober and does not smoke, and is a fine young fellow, well developed physically. For £8 for his education and £10 for his voyage, he has become an independent citizen in a new country. James, 14 years old, a Liverpool boy, lived with a married sister and mother of 3 children in a kind of cellar, which the police required them to leave. He had several times been put in prison for mendicity, and for having been found in the company of known criminals. He was sent to Canada and placed upon a farm, and though at first there was some trouble because of his irregular conduct, he is now completely amended. O noble souls of Don Bosco, Brockway, and Bernardo, take from these pages, across which crime has trailed its dark and dreadful lines, a greeting, for you alone have brought us light, have opened the only positive road to the prevention of crime. Subchapter 172, Medical Treatment. After attempts at moral suggestion, the hypnotic cure should be tried. Although the effectiveness of this method has been exaggerated, It is certain that at least for the moment certain tendencies may be combated successfully by hypnotic methods and the mind given the proper direction. This result has been obtained with paranoiacs. It ought to be still easier to attain success when the malady is in the incipient stage and to produce by repetition the habit of right action. Further, we must not forget that the basis of criminal tendencies is always of an epileptic nature. According to Hayes and Esquirol, the epileptics that manifest themselves shortly before the age of puberty frequently disappear when that age is reached. When epilepsy is hereditary, it is frequently sufficient to remove the patient from the circumstances in which the parents lived. For example, to move him to another climate and to substitute for brain work muscular exercises in the open air. According to Bevan Lewis, the hydropathic treatment coupled with a vegetarian diet is very effective. The internal treatment useful in such cases must also be applied. Bromides, opium, belladonna, etc. are given to various cases. End of section 24. Section 25 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Prevention of Political Crime. Subchapter 173. Many of the economic measures that we have suggested for preventing parliamentary corruption and the excess of poverty and wealth would also be very efficacious for the prevention of the political crime that expresses the discontent of the masses, as ordinary crime expresses that of the individual. Subchapter 174. Racial Affinity. Historical experience, as Lannesen points out to us, shows that when a dominant people is inferior in power and culture, the people ruled always end by freeing themselves completely. Of this, Greece, Holland, and the United States are examples. Good politics, then, would consist in a voluntary abandonment of sovereignty in such cases, but vanity and immediate interests blind the ruling nation, and only rarely is this wise resolution taken. An earlier method is a kind of incomplete detachment, like that of Austria and Hungary and England and her colonies, a device that diminishes dependence, contracts, and dissensions, thus removing one of the greatest causes of rebellions and political crimes, the more so as the people, governing themselves, see the more serious evils and are able to remove them. This device of detachment and autonomy is applicable at times within the nation itself, when there exists a great difference of race, as for example between the north and the south of Italy. Under these conditions, a uniform civil, penal, and political code provokes continual discontent, which manifests itself in insurrections. Among degenerate races showing great differences, as in the case of the castes of India and the fanatical Mohammedan populations, the sole method of political conciliation consists in abandoning any attempt at civil or religious progress and in preserving scrupulously the status quo. This even to the smallest details, such as a respect for the ashes of manuscripts in Tonquin and for pork fat in India. This is the system of which the Romans were, and the English still are, masters. Subchapter 175. Decentralization. The future of society politically lies in decentralization, says Spencer. If a people is treated like a child, it loses all spontaneity and becomes incapable of contending against difficulties. Thus it comes that where the English have recourse to their mutual aid societies, the French clamour against the government. They can no longer have a free government, for when they are free they lose all stability and give themselves up to anarchy. The imperial form of government, which is the best adapted to them, is naturally never liberal. On the other hand, by concentrating great powers in the hands of a few, great opportunity is given for corruption, the more so when parliamentary immunity protects the authors of it. If, however, you will allow the cities to administer their own affairs freely, according to their importance, to elect their own officers, to have charge of the courts of first instance, secondary education, the police, the prisons, the means of communication, you will eliminate a great cause of injustice and abuses, and in consequence will eliminate also the political crimes provoked by these abuses. Subchapter 176. Contest for Political Supremacy. In order that one class has exclusive possession of the political power, may not proceed to excesses prejudicial to other classes. It is necessary that the people shall be represented somewhere among the multiplicity of historical constituent elements. Thus the tribunate preserved the Roman Republic for centuries and prevented popular uprisings. Subchapter 177, Universal Suffrage. Universal suffrage seems destined, in the course of time, to bring about the abolition of class distinctions, but turned over to the ignorant and corrupt, it may easily be turned against liberty itself. The aristocracy of knowledge, which Aristotle believed impossible, but which has nevertheless existed for centuries in China, would alone be fitted to counteract the power of money, acting through the bourgeoisie, and the power of numbers in the proletariat. But if we were to admit universal suffrage, like a torrent that cannot be stayed, it must be guided by the rational voices of men of higher worth and clearer sight. Subchapter 178, The Judiciary. The judiciary, for its part, ought to be freed from the subservience to the legislative power, which nearly paralyzes its forces. It is quite different in America, where a popular election has given the judges a power and independence so great as to allow them, upon complaint of a citizen whose rights are infringed, to pronounce null and void laws which do not conform to the Constitution. Noailles shows how this judicial system, which comes directly from the English common law, protects the rights of the nation and of individuals against the power of Congress as much as it does the privileges of the federal government and individual rights against the power of the several states. Where there is a conflict between a clause of the Constitution and a legislative enactment, the judicial power steps in to see that constitutional liberty should not be threatened by the weakness or the tyranny of legislative bodies. Subchapter 179, Poor Man's Lawyer, Legal Aid Societies. We see how the judiciary can prevent political crimes, which are committed in revenge for great injustices. The internal peace of Rome was maintained for centuries by the influence of the tribunate, and that of Venice by the relative impartiality of justice. It is certain, on the other hand, that when tyrannical governments like that of Austria and Italy, and that of ancient Piedmont, survived so long without dissensions, they owed it to the equal justice which, except in matters concerning the king, prevailed there by means of the advocate of the poor, and the Senate, which had the right of abrogating any ministerial decree that did not conform to the laws. The institution of a popular mediator to protect the poor and the weak should again be established. I have observed that the voice of a single honest tribune, Jaurès for example, often proves more powerful against the errors of the government than the entire chamber. Thus the recent banking scandals, without the Bollange's deputies in Paris and Colagiani in Italy, all parties would have united to hush the matter up. Subchapter 180, Ability to change laws. If it is possible for a political form to endure, it is due to the flexibility of its constitution and laws, which must adapt themselves to new conditions. Switzerland is a striking proof of this. In the period between 1870 and 1879, the Swiss made 115 changes in the constitution of the cantons and 3 in their federal constitution, and they were able to maintain their union notwithstanding great diversity of race and custom. Subchapter 181, Conservatism. But no change must be made too abruptly. In order that the institutions of a people may be stable, says Constant, they must keep themselves to the level of the people's ideas. The violent abolition of serfdom in Russia and the ancient estates in France and Germany have become a necessity of justice. The same may be said of the secularization of the property of the Church. When the accumulation of property in mortmain and the pretensions of the clergy to exemption from land taxes had made all economic and political progress impossible. Yet these reforms were not brought about without immediate troubles, because there was a disregard of the law of conservatism which does not permit too rapid an introduction of innovations, even for good. Subchapter 182, Referendum. The referendum or appeal to the people is able to show, where it exists, how far there exists a community of ideas between the nation and their representatives. It may be considered as the most powerful instrument for the education of a free people, because it forces them to study the laws submitted to them, and by making them feel their whole responsibility, gives them a consciousness of the part they have in the political life of the country. Subchapter 183, Archaic Education. If we are to protect ourselves from occasional revolutionists who, however misguided and atavistic they and their measures may be, still do advocate reforms, we must strip ourselves of the unfortunate heritage received from our fathers, the rhetoric of Arcadia. Whoever will study the revolutions of 1789 and 1848 and the character of many metoids will see that one of the great causes of insurrection is the archaic system of education, which is in complete contrast with our positive needs. We bring up our young people in a hothouse instead of in the strong current of life, and we want them to be robust. In this way we get aesthetics. I am willing to admit that, though some deny it, but we do not get men capable of taking part in the contest of modern life. Subchapter 184. Economic Discontent. The sole remedy against our political criminals who are such from accident, from passion, from imitation, or from poverty, consists in remedying the economic uneasiness in the country, since this is the true basis of anarchy. We have today an economic fanaticism, as we formerly had a political fanaticism. It is imperatively necessary that we should open a vent for this economic fanaticism with economic reforms, see above, as we have opened one for political fanaticism with constitutional and representative government, and for religious fanaticism with freedom of worship. Now we do nothing for all this. We permit taxes, recruiting, and penalties to affect the poor man most severely, and give him no compensation, except bribe soap bubbles under the names of national glory, liberty, and equality, which by their contrast with reality make his sufferings all the harder to bear. End of section 25. Subchapter 24. Of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. Penal Institutions. Subchapter 185. Measures for the prevention of crime are unhappily, with our race at least, a dream of the idealist. The legal world that rules us, and of which the defense and the punishment of the criminal are a source of honors and rewards, has something to do besides preventing crime and devising a substitute for the almost always useless and often positively harmful penalties. It is just for this reason that we must consider these penalties carefully, particularly the institution of the prison, which according to the common notion of our legal lights, is the only social defense against crime. Subchapter 186. Cellular Prisons. Once we have decided to inflict a prison penalty, the individual cell seems clearly indicated, for if it does not reform the guilty, it prevents his sinking further into crime and removes, at least in part, the possibility of the formation of associations of evildoers by interfering with the formation of that kind of public opinion in the prison that compels the prisoner to add the vices of his companions to his own. The cell seems also to reach the highest degrees of perfection for the purpose of judicial investigation, isolating the criminal whose guilt is still to be proved. In the same way, it is indispensable for the punishment of the delinquents still capable of correction, who have fallen for the first time, and from whom criminal contact and association would soon take away all sense of shame. It offers, then, real advantages without the risk of grave danger to health, or at worst gives a somewhat greater opportunity for suicide. But the advantages of the cellular prisons are in a great measure neutralized by the great expense which makes their application on a large scale impossible. And even more objectionable is the fact that they favor inertia on the part of the prisoner and transform him into an automaton, incapable of taking part in the struggle of life. In the actual organization of the prisons, says Gauthier, everything is combined to blot out the individual, to annihilate its thought and destroy its will. The uniformity of the system that pretends to fashion all its subjects upon the same model, that calculates the severity of a mosaic life where no room is left for the unforeseen, the prohibition of all intercourse with the outside world except through the banal monthly letter. Everything, in short, even to the miserable, animal-like marched Indian file, is fit to turn the prisoner into an unconscious automaton. We want to make useful citizens out of these prisoners, and we force them to idleness. We accustom them to find food and lodging assured, without thought for the morrow, or any other concern than that of obeying the order given. We force them to be like the dog at the spit, who had only to raise his foot and turn the drum like an unconscious machine, Is not this idea of the witless and the cowardly? It is nirvana, the paradise of the Hindu. For many an honest man, the struggle for existence is not only sharper, but much less safe. When the first repugnance is overcome, many, doubtless the majority, come imperceptibly to the point of preparing a prison future for themselves. Gauthier knew a prisoner, a former army officer, who held the post of paymaster in the prison of Clairvaux, and was serving his 4th or 5th term. Toward the end of 1883, being to his great displeasure, near the end of his sentence, he begged that his place should be saved for him until he was sentenced again. And we may remark that, save for a few honourable exceptions, for nearly all the directors of prisons, the ideal of a good prisoner is the recidivist, the veteran, the habitual criminal, whose prison experience and the docility he has acquired are guarantees of his orderly conduct. The unfortunate thing is that this good prisoner, according to the formula, under the regime, is not slow in becoming incapable of resisting his companions, criminals by birth or by profession. He has so little power of resisting unhealthy stimuli, the desire for unlawful gain, and the attraction of evil examples, that he is worse than the bad prisoner. The only ambition that remains to him is for crime and wickedness, the result of the special education which he and other convicts have given each other. It is not without reason that in criminal slang the prison is spoken of as the college. To these things must be added the tale-bearing, quarrelsome, lying, and all other special vices acquired or developed in prison. In the presence of the solitude and miserable formalism of the prison, writes Prinz, the Belgian prison director, we must ask ourselves whether the man of the lower classes can be regenerated only through solitude and formalism. Voluntary isolation may elevate the mind of the poet. What effect can the solitude imposed upon the criminal have, but other to lower his moral level more and more? Do we teach a child to walk by putting difficulties in his way, or by filling him with fear of a fall, and making him hang on to others? Shall we teach a man to take his place in society by shutting him up in a solitary cell, in a situation as unlike the social life as possible, and by taking from him even the appearance of any moral exercise, by regulating from morning till night the smallest details of his daily movements and even thoughts? If it were a question of making good scholars, good workmen, or good soldiers, should we be willing to accept the method of prolonged cellular confinement? If this method is condemned, then, by the experience of ordinary life, it will not become useful the moment the court pronounces sentence. Other proofs of the evil effects of the prison may be found by consulting my Palimpsestes de la Prison. See, for example, these lines written by a prisoner. I am 18 years old. Misfortune has made me guilty several times, and each time I have been shut up in prison. But I have been reformed in prison, and what have I learned? I have perfected myself in wickedness there. And this, to try to correct an idler and a thief by subjecting them to idleness is surely absurd. Poor prisoners! They are regarded as so many animals. They are kept sharp like so many white bears, under pretense of reforming them. In penal institutions a man learns to hate society, but not to make an honest man out of a thief. They are the universities of thieves, where the old teach the young their trade. To enter this hotel there is no need of money even to tip the servants. As for myself, I thank God I am happier than St. Peter. Here in my cell I am served by lackeys. What a utopia! This is better than being in the country. And another. Friends, do not try to escape from prison. Here we eat, drink, sleep, without the need of working. I have even found a cryptogram in which a friend was urged to commit a crime in order to get into prison again. For the two of us the time will pass more quickly, and when we are in the galley we can tell each other the story of our lives. Leblanc, notorious thief, said to Guisquet, the prefect of police, "If we are arrested, we finish by living at the expense of others. If we are clothed, fed, and warmed, and all this at the cost of those we have despoiled." What is still more serious, there are a great number who find prison life a real source of pleasure. We may say that in place of the complete isolation from the external world that theoretically belongs to cellular prisons, there exists manifold means of information and communication, all the more harmful, especially for judicial investigations, from the fact that they are unforeseen and unknown. The walls of a prison, writes Gauthier again, under the very eyes of the guards, offers a world of information and are marvellous instruments of correspondence. Thus, when I found myself at Chalon-on-the-Saône, in the most secret cell, I learned of arrests that had been made in Lyons, Paris, and Vienne on my account, news which was of great importance to me. There is first a little cord stretched by the weight of a ball made of breadcrumb, and so thrown from one window to another, while one holds on to the bars of the window. There are books in the library which circulate covered with cryptograms. Then the pipes for water and hot air make excellent speaking tubes. Another dodge, which needs persons with some instruction, is that by knocking on the wall. It is not necessary that the persons communicating by this method should be in continuous cells. I once got valuable news in this way from a comrade 40 or 50 metres off, opposite. Nothing is secret in prison. A judge having asked a certain prisoner at the Assize how he communicated with his accomplices, the prisoner replied, "To keep us from communicating, you would have to keep one of us in France and send the other to hell." But the aristocracy of crime, the rich or influential criminals, have no need of these expedients. The guards have nothing to lose by favouring their communication with the outside world, and the cellular system makes it easy to do this with impunity. For who can know what passes in a solitary cell? I have myself had direct evidence that facts are known in prison before they are published in the outside world. The removal of a Procurator General was announced to me in prison several days before it took place, and when no one, not even the official himself, knew of it. By studying the wall inscriptions and documents of the prisons in the great cellular prison on Turin, I have become convinced that, while it is supposed that association and above all comradeship are prevented by the cell system, in reality the esprit de corps is strengthened where before it hardly existed. I found in the writings of the prisoners how one of them affectionately salutes his successors, another leaves a crayon for his comrades that they may be able to write. A third advises comrades equally unknown to feign insanity in order to escape sentence. I have seen how the walls of the exercise yard, continually re-whitewashed, formed a kind of daily newspaper, carried on also in summer on the sand and the dirty windows, and in winter on the snow and in the books that the convicts are permitted to read. In studying the wall inscriptions, I have found that out of 1,182 had reference to comrades. 900 were simple salutations, 45 contained news of trials, and 27 were encouragements to commit further crime. There is in the prisons a bureau connected with the administration department, called the Matriculation Office, in which there are always some prisoners kept, since here all examined and observed when they enter and when they leave. This office is a centre for imparting news, from which it is disseminated throughout the cells by the prisoners. Would it be believed that, even upon audience days, there are to be found collected in this antechamber a dozen or more convicts? Thus, at the very moment of judicial investigation, almost under the eyes of the judge, and for the very prisoner who is being examined, this system that has cost society so much is made futile. I have not spoken of workshops. In the cellular prisons, the efforts to prevent communication allow very little work to be done. From this there results, beside the injury to the state and to the prisoner who is kept in idleness, a still graver danger for the future. The active prisoners become accustomed to idleness, if they do not die of it, while the lazy ones are just in their element. Consequently, when they go out they commit new crimes in order to return. But if work is allowed, it is impossible, even if those are excluded who have fellow prisoners, to prevent new relationships from being formed with the foremen of the free workshops, the contractors, etc. The consequence of this is that the investigations which are kept secret from the public are no secret at all from the accused person himself. The object of cellular isolation, writes Prins, is to regenerate the guilty by checking the evil influence of fellow prisoners, in order that only the beneficent influence of respectable men may be operative. But see the real facts. Everywhere the guards who are supposed to represent the good elements of society to the convict are men devout of duty, but they are recruited from the very sphere of society to which the convicts themselves belong. Sometimes they are déclassés, without employment, who for a ridiculously small salary, insufficient for the maintenance of a family, have to live very much as the prisoners do. Too few in numbers, scarcely 1 to 25 or 30 prisoners, are naturally able to do little more than to cast a glance into the cell or at the work and see that the rules are observed. is to these empty formalities and to the top hasty visit of an official or a chaplain that those charged with transforming or amending the guilty come to limit their efforts. We see from this how necessary it is to change our ideas about prisons. Subchapter 187. The Graded System. Everyone will understand why penologists, having only this mournful expedient of a prison, have tried to improve it as much as possible. It is a result of such efforts that the Irish system has won so much applause. The system is as follows. The criminal passes the first period in solitary confinement, not exceeding 9 months, which may be reduced to 8. During this period he has only a vegetable diet, poor clothing, and a monotonous task of oakum picking. In the second grade there is a collective work, visually watched, which is divided into 4 classes, each more privileged and advantageous than the one below, into which the convict passes successfully after having obtained by his work and good conduct a certain number of merit marks. In the first class, the door of the cell remains open during the day. The work is not regularly paid for, but may perhaps be rewarded with a penny. After having received 54 merit marks, the prisoner passes successfully into the other classes, where he receives greater and greater compensation and also instruction and finds himself more in contact with the public, and so on. This grade having been passed through, there commences for the convicts the grade of almost complete independence, intermediate prison, with work in the field. They wear their own clothing, receive wages, may be allowed to absent themselves, and are in continual contact with the outside world. From the conclusion of this grade until the end of their sentence, they have provisional liberty under the surveillance of the police, who, in case they go wrong, send them back to prison. Before they go out, they are registered, photographed, and warned that the first slip will bring them back to prison. When they first reach their destination, they must report to the police, and monthly thereafter. The police look after them and help them get work. This is a magnificent means of getting these rude and lazy beings into the notion of being virtuous, or at least of working. The criminal can in this way cut down his sentence and the state his expense by a sixth or even a third, and as every misdemeanor means being reduced to a lower grade, the most dreaded of penalties, all other punishments become unnecessary in the intermediate grades. The results obtained in Ireland by this reform were satisfactory, at least in appearance. Since 1854, when the system was introduced, there has been a remarkable reduction in crimes. The following are the figures. A table is displayed on the page with 3 columns for year, entered during the year, and total convicts. We may add that this reform unites economy, which point depends the possibility of applying any system, with the demands of criminal psychology by permitting a gradual passage to complete liberty. It thus makes of the criminal's perpetual dream of freedom a means of discipline and reformation. It offers besides a means of overcoming the prejudice of the public against the liberated convicts and inspires the convicts themselves with confidence. In Denmark, the convicts remain in their cells night and day, and work there for their own advantage. The incorrigible prisoners and the recidivists, after 6 years, live in common in a special prison, have no other reward for their good conduct than the freedom of working in the fields near the prison. Those who are young and can still be reformed, or those who are convicted for the first time from minor offence with a sentence of from 3 to 6 months at the most, remain in a special cellular prison. They are divided according to their conduct in different grades. In the first, from 3 to 6 months, there is absolute seclusion, instruction in the cell, work without pay, and only writing on the slate aloud. In the second grade, 6 months, they receive 2 shillings a day for their work, are taught in school but separated from others, can have paper on holidays and books every fortnight, may purchase with half their pay a mirror and an almanac, may write letters and receive visits every 2 months. In the third grade, which is 12 months at least, they receive 3 shillings a day, have books on paper every week, are allowed to buy many useful things, and send money to their families, receive visits every 6 weeks, and may have the portraits of their families. In the fourth grade they get 4 shillings a day, and besides other advantages, which are more and more conceded to them, they can go out of their cells, work in the open air, and have flowers and birds. Their sentence may be reduced for good conduct, a sentence of 8 months to 6, of 3 years to 1, and of 6 years to 3 1/2. Thus they pass from absolute solitude to solitude at night only, from absolute silence to work in the field, in almost complete liberty. Hardly 10% remain in their cells more than 2 years. Let us hail these institutions as a great step in advance, but let us not be under any illusion about them. There are other things to be remembered. In Ireland, statistics are affected by emigration, for liberated convicts not finding work went to America, where they peopled the penitentiaries. Moreover, even with this system, there are many recidivists in Denmark, and still more in England, where, as it appears, the paroled convicts easily change their residence, and notwithstanding the law, go to places where they are unknown. There they do not act directly, but make use of the services of other criminals. According to Davies, chaplain of Newgate, one sheriff of cases of prisoners released with ticket of leave, convicted a second time, again released on ticket of leave, and convicted a third time, all before the original sentence had expired. One of these, who was 36 years old, had been sentenced to a term of more than 40 years and was free. This is why the number of paroled prisoners in England, which rose to 2,892 in 1854, fell to 922 in 1857, to 912 in 1858, and 252 in 1859, and did not rise above 1,400 in 1861, 62, 63. In Germany also, the number of those conditionally liberated fell from 3,141, the figure for 1871, to 733 in 1872, and 421 in 1874. This lack of success is to be attributed to the imprudence with which released convicts are allowed to change their residence, and to the practice of turning over to them their entire savings. Also the fact that many employers, more selfish than the philanthropists, seek only their own immediate profit from the convicts and do not further concern themselves with their conduct, and find to a lack of active, continual surveillance, where a large number of individuals are concerned. Together with gradations of punishments, it is well to apply what I have called individualization of punishment, which consists of applying special methods of repression and occupation adapted to each individual, as a physician does in prescribing dietary rules and special remedies according to the temperament of each patient. Here is the secret of the success attained in Saxony, Zwickau, where there are special prisons for the old and for the young, for heavy penalties and for light ones, and where according to the merits of each prisoner his food, his clothes, and the severity of his penalty are changed. But these measures can be carried out only for criminaloids, in small prisons with very able directors. Otherwise the prize of liberty will fall to the worst criminals, who make the best prisoners, being the most hypercritical. For these reasons such reforms cannot be left to be administered by a short-sighted bureaucracy. Besides these institutions, it is necessary to seek to develop right feeling in the convicts. We must remember that virtue is not to be created artificially, and the best results are to be obtained by basing it upon the interests and passions of men. A man may lose his life, but he cannot be stripped of his passions, and all men, even the most depraved, need an interest and an aim to guide them in life. They may be insensible to threats, to fear, and even to physical suffering, but they never are insensible to vanity, to the need of distinguishing themselves, and above all to the hope of liberty. This is why sermons and lessons of abstract morality are useless. We have to use the convict's vanity as a lever to interest them in the good by granting them material advantages, such as a gradual diminution of their penalty. Good results may be obtained by instituting a kind of decoration and merit and demerit marks. The prisoners must be permitted to pass according to merit into the privileged classes, where they can, for example, wear ordinary clothing and a beard, ornament themselves with flowers and pictures, receive visits, work for themselves and their family, and finally catch a glimpse of the much desired perspective of temporary liberty. To gain liberty is a dream and constant thought of prisoners, and when they see a way open before them, more safe and certain than that of a surreptitious escape, they will take it at once. They will do right, it is true, only to obtain their liberty, and for its own sake, but as movements repeated at home are second nature, so we may hope that they will form the habit of right conduct. This is why the right of pardon should be abolished, since it makes prisoners hope for liberty by the favour of someone else. It is necessary, says Despines rightly, to elevate the criminal in his own eyes, by making him understand that he can reconquer the respect of the world, who must fill his soul with the need of becoming honest by utilizing the same passions which would make him still more depraved if left to himself. Despines, Clam, de Metz, Montesinos and Brockway have counted so much upon the influence of honour among the criminals they have left them almost free upon their parole doing their work, and fierce men, whom 20 guards could scarcely restrain, never even thought of escaping. Ferris tells of a thief who was converted by his sister in prison, who with this end in view trusted him with the care of the wardrobe. A convicted carpenter was unbearable because of his extreme violence. The oversight of the convicts was given to him, and he became the most docile of all. Oppressor Satel, wearied by his labour, threw his mattock at the feet of the director. Albert Ree, the latter, without saying a word, took up the tool and went to work in the other's place. The unfortunate man, struck by this noble lesson of practical morality, took up his work and did not offend again. These examples show us clearly how we must set about to reform these men. We must act upon them by example more than by word, by morality in action more than by theoretical teaching. Strict discipline is incontestably necessary to them, the more so since light punishments, having but a slight effect, have to be repeated more often, and for this reason are less efficacious than severe punishments that are rare. But too great severity is certainly more harmful than useful. Severity bends, but does not reform them, and it makes them hypocrites. Adult criminals ought to be considered as children, as moral invalids, who must be cared for at once with mildness and with severity, but more of the first than of the second, because the spirit of vengeance, the excitability which is the basis of their character, makes them consider even the lightest punishment as a persecution. It is for this reason that too strict a silence is detrimental to morals. An old prisoner said to Despain, "When you shut your eyes to our breaches of discipline, we talked more, but we did not offend against morality. Now we speak less, but we blaspheme and conspire." In Denmark, when the greatest severity prevailed in the prisons, there were 30% of misdemeanors. Now, with the milder regime, there are only 6%. Despain used an excellent method by not inflicting punishment until some time after the offence, in order not to appear to yield to a fit passion. The guilty prisoner was led to a mediation cell. The director went in only after an hour to tell him the penalty which the rule required. Often the whole group to which the guilty person belongs was blamed and punished. This is a method used by Ottmeyer with great success. Work ought to be the first care and the highest aim of every penal institution, in order to waken the energy of the prisoner and give him the habit of productive labour necessary after his liberation. It is, further, an instrument of penitentiary discipline, and also a means of indemnifying the state for the expense incurred. But this last consideration is only secondary, and should not be made the principal end, for many lucrative occupations cannot be used to advantage. We ought, for reasons being mentioned, to avoid the trades of locksmith, photographer, penman, etc., which prepare the way for other crimes. We should prefer, on the contrary, farm work, which shows a minimum of criminality in our statistics and gives an easy means of placing the discharged convicts. We may also use straw and wicker work, rope making, typography, pottery making, stone cutting, etc., and we should omit only, as a last resort, occupations like book binding and cabinet making, which require the use of tools that might become dangerous. In every way, the work ought to be proportioned to the forces and instincts of the convict, who, if he has accomplished as much as he is capable of, although that may be little, ought to receive a proportionate reward, if not in money, at least in the shortening of his sentence. For this reason I believe that it is necessary to eliminate the contractor from the prison system, since he seeks naturally to favour the most skilful, and nevertheless in certain countries even has control of the pardoning of the prisoners. We must try to give criminals a love for work by making it a reward for good conduct and a relief from the boredom of prison. It is not best then to impose it upon them. They must be brought by means of a silly detention, none or less prolonged, to want it and ask for it. Crofton. If we want to make the work profitable and to establish the spirit of comradeship and emulation, which is one of the principal foundations of the reform of the prisoner, it is well, after the first period has been gone through, to mitigate the severity of the cellular system by allowing the prisoners to work together in small groups, according to the necessities of their occupation. The work must not, however, be made a pretext for too many privileges, granting either generally or individually. Maresco attributes much recidivism to the privileges given to certain clerks in prison. He would one day of these say to a newcomer, "You fool, with little scribbling you are better off in here than outside." Words which recall those of the Sicilian prisoner to the judge. Part 1. Chapter 17. And explain the fact known by many prison directors that the worst rogues are the most docile in the prisons, and in appearance the most repentant. Subchapter 188. Wages and Savings. A further means of moral reform has been suggested by De Metz and Oliver Kroner to prevent the recidivism of freed criminals. They advise that the money earned in prison, which is generally turned over to the prisoners when discharged and often becomes their capital for criminal enterprises, should be deposited as a guarantee of their good behaviour and as a forced means of saving. It could be lodged with the government of the municipality to which they go or with the employer, and the interest alone paid to them. In Belgium and Holland, 7/10 of the wages of those condemned to compulsory labour is retained, 6/10 in the case of those sentenced to solitary confinement, and 5/10 in the case of those in the simple prisons. The rest is divided into two parts, of which one may be used in prison and the other on going out. In England, the money is handed over to the released prisoner with his ticket, if it does not exceed £5. When it exceeds this amount, it is paid in instalments upon certificate of good conduct. Subchapter 189. Homes, etc. for released convicts. Many advise also homes for the reception and employment of released prisoners, but aside from the fact that they cannot be applied upon a scale corresponding with the need, experience has shown to those who study these institutions in the world and not in books that they have no value in the case of adults, but on the contrary, very often increase the tendency to idleness and are rendezvous for criminal associations. Out of 100 liberated convicts, 20 to 40 years of age, received in the patronage of Milan, writes Spagliardi, only the youngest, and even few of those, responded at all to the immense efforts made for their restoration. The tendency to idleness and libertinage increased by the privations they had undergone, and the fact that they could come and go at pleasure decided them, after 2 or 3 months, to leave the asylum, the more so they did not see in the director the man who was sacrificing himself for their good. He was to them only an enemy, and almost a tyrant. Hence there was a silent war against him carried on by insults, insubordination, violence, and threats. This is why the statistics of these institutions are so limited and so deceptive. In France, out of 16,000 convicts released from prison, 363 were assisted. In England, 48 societies extended aid to 12,000. In general, it is considered unwise to establish institutions for more than temporary help or to give help in money. Instead, food and lodging should be given for future work, and society should dismiss those who are lazy and also keep informed of the conduct of the persons whom they recommend to positions. For this purpose, a special agent is necessary. Maxime du Camp also recognizes the uselessness of assistance rendered to born or habitual criminals, while it may be very useful with accidental criminals. Among the criminals, he rightly says, there are those who become drunk on a glass of water, cashiers who make errors in figures, clerks who become confused about prices and end by committing irregularities which appear dishonest and bring them before the courts, where they become still more confused and are convicted. These, once liberated, will not fall again to guilt if they find an employment suited to their limited intelligence. For these, I admit assistance is necessary. Further, there are occasional criminals who, having been tempted by some opportunity for pleasure, have stumbled the first time and robbed their employer. Such persons, if they not assist when they come out of prison, will look upon society only as an enemy, and one who was filled with remorse at having stolen 20 francs comes not to be dismayed at burglary and murder. Subchapter 190. Deportation. There is in Europe a party which see in deportation the only remedy against crime. It has been asserted that a great part of the flourishing American colonies and ancient Rome itself owed their origin to a kind of penal immigration. This is an historical error. For Rome it is enough to recall the immortal pages of Virgil, and as for America, we must remember that if the third expedition of Columbus was made up of malefactors, among whom, however, we reckoned many heretics and adventurers, in the first and second only men of honour took part. Under James II, deportation was forbidden, and on the other hand, many of the colonies of North America owed their origin to very respectable men, like the Quakers of Penn and Fox. From the influence of transported convicts in Australia and Victoria, South Australia and New Zealand must be altogether excluded, and if New South Wales and Tasmania owe their origin to transportation, it is a great error to suppose that they owe their prosperity to it. This is so true that the great philanthropists, Howard and Bentham, protested against transportation almost immediately, and shortly afterward the colonists themselves did the same, so that in 1828 its abolition was voted by Parliament. The prosperity of Australia is due to its fertile meadows and the trade in wool, which has brought in crowds of free men. The wealth of Melbourne and Sydney began just when the transportation of convicts ceased. In New South Wales, the population increased only at the rate of 2,000 persons a year from 1810 to 1830, when transportation was at its height. While from 1839 to 1848, the exportation of wool increased from 7 to 23 million pounds, and the population from 114,000 to 220,000, although transportation had ceased in 1840. While it lasted, brigandage raged on a large scale. The convicts did not work, and those who were employed in the construction of roads had to be watched by guards and soldiers who treated them worse than beasts, chased them with dogs, chained and flogged them. Those who had been set free sold the land the government had given them for the purpose of starting them at honest work, and joined their accomplices in new crimes. We need not be astonished that the mortality of this part of the population reached 40%, or that of the free population was hardly 5%, and if the criminality in England was 1 to 150 inhabitants in New South Wales, it was 1 to 104, and in Van Diemen's Land 1 to 48. Finally, while the crimes of violence in England were to other crimes as 1 to 8, in New South Wales they reached 50%. In 1805-06, with the average deportation of 360 prisoners a year, there were 2,649 convicts in England, and in 1853-56, with an average of 4,108 deportations, there were 15,048 convictions. These facts show what sort of advantages are to be looked for from deportation, without counting the enormous expense and the crimes which criminals sometimes commit in order to be deported. In 1852, in fact, there were 3,000 criminals in France who asked to be deported, and, what is worse, some of them committed new crimes to attain their end. While in England the expense of supporting a delinquent is £10, this expense rises in the colonies to £26, £35 and £40. In Guyana, there is supposed to be a profit of £1,511 with deportation, but dividing this by the number of days of work, it is reduced to 54 centimes a head in 1865, and to 48 centimes in 1866, and there are 5% of escapes and 40% of deaths recorded. Each criminal costs 1,100 francs a year, 3 times as much as a convict in prison, and the transportation cost reaches 400 francs. By the French law of May 30, 1874, the deported convicts were to be employed at the hardest labour of the colony, while efforts were to be made to reform them. They were given the means of living honestly, sometimes an honest man does not always get. A savings bank subsidized by the government was started for them. Lands of the best quality, often cleared, were given them, which became their own after 5 years. While working the land, they have a right to food, clothing, agricultural implements and hospital care. In the case of married persons, the wife has the same rights, besides 150 francs at the time of marriage, and complete furnishing. It is not only the environment that is changed, for everything that would occasion a relapse into crime is carefully removed, but we know that while a change of surroundings may reform the occasional criminal, it has no effect upon real born criminals, who make up the greater part of the deported convicts. In fact, according to official reports, and the officials have an interest in concealing the truth, we see crime breaking out again in plain daylight, so that honest men and the very officials themselves who send to the government their garbled reports are often the victims of these pretended sheep returned to the fold. Thomas, an impartial foreigner, thus describes the situation from his own experience. It is impossible to imagine the degree of infamy to which they have come. In 1884, one of the criminals tried to cut his wife's throat after having been married to her for 48 hours. Surprised at the time, he afterwards fled to the natives, who shot him. But the savages themselves are often the victims of these miserable men. Impunity and indulgence have given rise to real anarchy, to a veritable hell upon earth. According to Malcolm, Criminals who had been condemned to death at least 3 times were finally set at liberty. A deported convict thus described to Laurent one of the marriages which the governor, M. Pardon, in his official capacity, 1891, has mentioned with so much admiration. I was present on the Isle of Now at a curious ceremony, the marriage of 2 of my fellow prisoners. The bridegroom was a man sentenced to 5 years at hard labour for a murder. To choose his wife he had gone to the convent of Bordeaux and selected an old prostitute, sentenced to 8 years at hard labour, for giving aid in robbing and murdering a man in his own house. The marriage took place. After the mass the priest spoke to the newly married couple of pardon, redemption, and the forgetting of injuries, but the wife kept repeating in her argot, "Ah, how he wearies me." After mass a very wet banquet took place. The witness drank so much that while he slept he was robbed of his pocketbook. The husband also became so intoxicated that the next morning he awoke without his pocketbook, with a black eye, and without news of his wife, who was absent until the next morning with another convict. He took it in good part, however, and even found it natural. Although married, this woman became the concubine of freed convicts and of the prisoners themselves. One day she lured an Arab, whom she knew to be rich, into a secluded spot, while her husband robbed him and then killed him with a hatchet. But the wife, horrified, denounced the murderer, and he was condemned to death, thus ending this happy match. In the monograph Travaux for ses fins de siècle, we are told of a certain de Villepoix, condemned to hard labour for life for 2 rapes upon minors, followed by 2 homicides, who married as his second wife an infanticide. Some time afterward he set fire to the house of his neighbours without reason, and also burned a plantation. He prostituted his wife to the first comer in order to live more comfortably. He was condemned to death. In 1881, the Minister of Marine complained that of 7,000 persons, without counting freed convicts, only 360 could be employed upon the construction of the roads. All the others were wandering about at random, entirely unrestrained, normally taking up land or working for private individuals. Thus there was no more discipline or prison. In 1880 there were only 640 to 700 escapes. In 1889 these had reached the constant figure of 800. The notorious bandit, Brodel, who had escaped several times, killed an old woman and devoured a portion of her flesh. Under the knife of the guillotine he mocked at the law, and with a loud voice gave himself the signal for the knife to fall. Besides, who could restrain these depraved individuals when they perceived that the person, the scarecrow of the criminal codes, was nothing but a jest? The Council of War loses its time with sentencing and resentencing convicts already condemned to life imprisonment. Additional sentences have been given of 10, 20, 100, and 200 years in prison. In Nomia, there are individuals who have been condemned to death 3 times and afterwards pardoned and left at liberty for the rest of their lives. In 1891, the Maritime Tribunal of Nomia condemned to death a convict named Jamacol, who in consequence of sentences incurred in the colony would not have been freed before the year 2036, that is, in 145 years. A woman named Mace, sent to New Caledonia after having killed her 2 children, married, got a land grant, and killed another child. An old potter of Boreal, who had been sentenced for the rape of an older daughter, was rejoined by his wife, his victim, and by another younger daughter. He drove the older to the lowest prostitution, prepared the younger for the same mode of life, and went on with his flourishing pottery trade. The effects of such colonial organization are evident. A quarter of a century has already elapsed since the arrival of the first convoy of convicts in New Caledonia, yet there are still no roads there. Nomia has neither sewers, embankments, nor docks. In a short time all the land will be in the hands of incendiaries and murderers. We can see from this how much confidence ought to be placed in reports of inspectors who maintain that the holders of the land grants are true farmers, some of whom might with perfect safety be pardoned and set at liberty. I have reported the facts scrupulously in order, that they may serve to counterbalance the assertion that has constantly been made. Change the environment and the criminal disappears. Now here everything has changed. Race, climate conditions, all the causes of crime are removed, and in spite of everything the born criminal continues his series of crimes while the honest man pays his expenses. What better proof could we have of the supremacy of organic connection over environment? These facts show further a long series of deceptions on the part of bureaucrats who represent the most deplorable measures as excellent. In fact, M. Pardon, the governor of New Caledonia, in his report for 1891, praised the system in us there, and stated that he had employed 1,200 convicts upon the roads and placed 630 at agricultural labour with the farmers, declaring that they were watched by the guards without any danger. The holders of land grants had increased to 123. The penalties were respected, and did not even arouse feelings of revolt, while industry prospered. The truth, he should have added, is that aside from the enormous expenses for the support of the criminals, not less than 900 francs a head, it fails to take into account the great proportion of the criminals who commit their crimes only to get themselves sent to this Eden. In order to understand the economic harm done by penal colonies, it is necessary to note that the delinquents who are not peasants are more than half of the criminals deported. Now, it is not at 25 or 30 years of age that one learns a new trade. Moreover, the sluggishness, the repugnance to work, which is one of the characteristics of the born criminal, is something which we can hardly hope to see bettered in a hotter climate, itself an incentive to crime, nor in the neighbourhood of savage populations, whose tendencies are so nearly allied to those of the born criminal. It is then natural that recidivism should increase instead of diminish, for we know that this is the rule, not the exception, with the born criminal. It is advantageous to sentence to deportation, therefore, only occasional criminals and criminals by passion. Subchapter 191, Surveillance. All those of us who know anything of delinquents and of the police know that surveillance occupies a large part of the time of the officers of public safety, and this with the expense of more than 4 millions without any real advantage, for the crimes are in great part committed by the persons who are being watched. But the surveillance itself is a cause of new crimes, and it certainly is a cause of the distress of delinquents, for by denouncing them to respectable people through their personal visits, the police prevent their getting or keeping employment. Crime, as Ortolan has truly said, leads to surveillance, and prevents those who are watched from finding work, a circle that is even more fatal when they are sent to a residence far from their native country. The penalty of surveillance, says Frigger, has accomplished nothing since its introduction. It offers no guarantee, and it holds out the promise of a security that does not exist. Add to this the enormous number of arrests, the loss of the government on account of the expense of imprisonment, the arbitrary arrest for forgetting to salute an officer, for addressing a suspect, or for being out a few minutes after hours, which reduces these unfortunates to the position of slaves in the hands of the police. Curcio. Enemies, says Machiavelli, must be conciliated or exterminated. By surveillance we do neither the one nor the other. We only irritate them, and it is to this, or little more than this, that all our institutions for the repression of crime amount in the end. End of section 26. Section 27 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Absurdities and Contradictions in Criminal Procedure. Subchapter 192. Our methods and expedients in criminal procedure are no better than we have seen our penal institutions to be. Decisions in criminal cases are nothing more than a game of chance, where nothing is certain but the publicity which leads to new crimes. Subchapter 193. The Jury. The lack of uniformity in the verdicts brought in by juries in different years and different countries shows the inefficiency of the institution. Thus, Cagliari reckons that there are 50% of acquittals, while Upper Italy shows but 23%. Venice shows a difference of 9% to 15% as you pass from the small towns to the large ones. The cultivated classes, says Tiani, are never represented on the jury, and in fact numerous cases prove to us only too clearly the complete ignorance of jurymen. Thus in a vote with regard to a homicide, a ballot was found on which was written yes or no. It was counted in favour of the prisoner. When the juror was asked why he had written so strange a vote, he answered, because the ballot had printed on it, the juror must answer yes or no. There is no guarantee of the incorruptibility of the jurymen, who, having no account to render and nothing to lose by an acquittal, often levies tribute upon justice, as is proved by numerous acquittals secured by bribery, even after the criminal has confessed. More than this, the jury of itself is a case of popular corruption. Borghetti notes that many respectable peasants are corrupted by serving on the jury, and he adds, "It is the area where the mafia achieves its triumphs." Moreover, the injustice towards the poor that springs from that corruption is a great cause of immorality, for the poor accused person, seeing that justice quite other than equal for all, believes himself almost justified in indemnifying himself at the expense of a society which has condemned him, and regards his sentence as unjust, even when it is not. In answer to those who maintain that juries are a guarantee of free government, we may recall that the history of England shows us how often juries change their opinion according to the will of the government. But besides, what has this argument to do with cases that are not political? Furthermore, in those cases where the government remains quite indifferent, public opinion, to which the most respectable juries are involuntarily subservient, is often easily misled by criminals and their defenders. And where will you find a greater tyranny than that of ignorance? The jury, writes Pironti, often acquits the man who steals the public money for the purpose of protesting against the government, or perhaps acquits a criminal because he was a brave soldier. I will add that this excessive mildness in dealing with criminals leads them to new crimes, and we may understand why in a brawl a comrade of the aggressor said to him, "Kill him and you will have a jury trial. If you merely wound him, you will go to the police magistrate." Where a matter must above all be decided on its merits without any reference to feeling, it is not the direct opposite of justice to leave it to be decided by popular instinct, by the feeling that happens to predominate in the crowd at the moment. And what can be done about the errors of the jury, springing often from cases that it is impossible to foresee, as in the Giletti case in Brescia, where a blot of ink upon the yes of a juryman caused the acquittal of a man who ought to have been condemned to death. It is vain to urge in support of the jury the necessity of modernizing the process of justice, as well as other institutions. The jury existed already, through a rudimentary form, at the time of the 12 Tables and the Germanic Gericht. It is just as modern as cremation, the pretended innovation of the modern pseudo-hygienists, which was already ancient in the time of Homer, and quite as commendable in practice. Have we not done everything to bind upon magistrates the duty of justifying, giving the reasons of their decisions, and of not giving them in the form of oracles? This notwithstanding the guarantees offered by their past, by their special studies, by their experience, by the fact that appeal may be taken from their decisions. And then we think we have discovered a new source of liberty and justice in permitting men without experience, without responsibility, to sentence by a simple yes or no, like children and despots, without giving any reason for their acts. And in Italy we aggravate the evil by decreeing that this irresponsible sentence shall be revocable when it is in favour of the criminal, and leave subject to appeal when it is against him. Every magistrate must justify the condemnation or acquittal which he pronounces for libel, theft, or assault. But when it is a question of robbery or murder, the popular magistracy gives its decision without any other guarantee or reason than a yes or no. Worse than that, the juror may still more easily let the criminal go unpunished by casting a blank ballot, which, even if the law does not interpret it as a definite expression, in the conscience of an ignorant juryman who is inclined to make mental reservations, it is always a compromise between truth and injustice. If even these precautions prescribed by law to prevent the inconveniences of the jury system were only observed, one of the most important assuredly is that the jury shall communicate with no one until they have pronounced their verdict. They take an oath to observe this obligation, but in reality, as all the world knows, they do not keep it and communicate, even publicly, with the counsel for the defence. While on the other hand, should the right of exclusion without cause be given to the defendant who challenges the better jurors, just those who by their honourable character and their intelligence would be most capable of resisting seduction and rhetoric? How can we believe that an ignorant man could follow a trial like that at Ancona, in which 147 witnesses were interrogated and 5,000 questions laid before the jury? Furthermore, how shall those who have nothing to lose by acquitting resist threats of death, even when responsible judges allow themselves to be intimidated? And finally, if tried judges, even an assembly of experts, can in certain crimes hardly disentangle the truth, which can only be understood through a knowledge of toxicology, surgery, and psychiatry, how can it be done by individuals who are not only not specialists, but quite ignorant of any science whatever? And this at a time when division of labour is required in things much less important than justice. Are we not abandoning to chance something that ought to be conducted according to the strictest rules? Objection is made, it is true, that the average number of acquittals in jury trials is no larger than those cases decided by the judge. This objection is far from being exact, for the average in some regions is twice as great. Even if it were true, there is a great difference between the two cases. Before a case is brought to trial before a jury, it is already being submitted to a long series of tests and judgments such as those of the praetor, the examining judge, the royal procurator, the section of acquisition, the president of the court, the procurator general, experts, etc. After all these, it is difficult for any proof of the innocence of the accused person to arise, for there is not so much in regard to number as to quality that the acquittals are at fault. They show a deplorable generosity toward murderers, homicides, and those guilty of insurrection, and also but an unfortunate perversion toward forgers and persons who steal public money, a fact which is certainly one of the causes of the constant increase of crimes of this kind. The objection that in England and America the jury system works well has no weight. In the Anglo-Saxon race, the feeling for justice and duty does not fall as often as it does with us. Further, they do not try by jury those who have confessed their guilt, while with us these cases, which amount to half the total number, give rise to the greatest scandals. Then there is a smaller number of criminals tried by jury in England, 1 to 132,770 inhabitants, while in Italy there is 1 for each 8,931, an enormous difference not sufficiently accounted for by our greater criminality. In England, moreover, in many cases such as insurrections, bankruptcies, etc., there are special juries, and the habeas corpus does not forbid, as some imagine, preventive arrest by the police, but gives the accused a right to secure within 24 hours the intervention of the magistracy, High Court of London or the County Court, to decide whether his detention should be continued or revoked. In all difficult cases, the coroner calls about him a veritable jury of specialists, physicians, or chemists. The jurors, moreover, take oath to conform to the instructions of the judge with regard to the law and keep the oath scrupulously, thanks to their respect for the law. Public opinion in England, moreover, would revolt against a prejudiced verdict in which the instructions of the judge on points of law were disregarded. Besides this, if the verdict appears unjust, the judge can suspend the execution of it, at least until it has been sanctioned by his colleagues. We may add that the jury cannot leave the courthouse until the verdict has been rendered, a measure that prevents many bad influences. But even in England, the jury system is not without its objectors. As early as the time of Elizabeth, they used against the jury the words heard by Cicero against corrupt magistrates. Quas fames magis quam fama commovere, and in 1824 the Westminster Review attacked the jury system violently and went so far as to call it the phantom of justice. Subchapter 194. Appeal. Injustice makes judgment bitter, wrote Bacon. Delay turns it sour. As much may be said in our day when, thanks to appeals, the penalty is no longer either prompt, certain, or severe, and whereas the judgment of the trial court is preceded by a regular, complete argument, that of the appellate court is based merely upon a written statement of the cause, often very irregularly and incompletely drawn up. This fatal edifice is crowned by the most ample right to reverse the decisions of the lower court, not based, as would be just as is the practice in America, England, and even France, upon substantial errors and errors of fact, but almost always upon matters of form, on account of which a very costly judgment may be reversed for a simple mistake in grammar made by an unfortunate clerk. Subchapter 195. Pardon. As if the right of appeal were not enough, we have also the right of pardon so profusely employed in Italy that pardons are here 100 times as numerous as they are in France. Now, how can we reconcile this clemency with the rarity of cases of moral reform? Who is not aware that criminals liberated after having passed through the graduated prison system, which is much more of a test than simple imprisonment, still give very poor results? How can we say that justice is equal for that it is destined to bring the disturbed juridical condition to equilibrium, and that it is based upon fixed, immutable laws, free from all personal influence, when all that is needed to blot out the whole thing is a simple stroke of the pen, the signature of a man who may be the best man in the country, but is after all only a man? The system of pardons is founded upon a supposition that the right to punish exists only in the will of the ruler. But we use it to mitigate justice when it is too severe, answers Frederick. Very well, if that is so, you have not true justice, and you ought to change its methods, says Filangieri. Every pardon granted to a criminal is a derogation of the law, for if the pardon is just, the law is bad, and if the law is just, the pardon is an attack upon the law. By the first hypothesis, laws should be abolished, and by the second, pardons. We may add as a last consideration that pardons are contrary to the spirit of equality and animates modern society, for when it favours the rich, as is too often the case, it makes the poor suspect that there is no justice for them. Rousseau's words in this connection may be remembered. Frequent pardons announce that crimes will soon have no further need of them, and everyone knows whither that leads. Subchapter 196. Criminological Prejudices. It is still worse that there should be installed into judicial practice a series of prejudices which make every judgment useless. We deplore, for example, the principle that when there is a doubt as to the intent of the criminal, he must be presumed to have had the less evil intent, that when we cannot prove two of the crimes he was aiming at, we must always presume that it was the less serious. Now it is the contrary of this that is the case with born criminals. The law, then, by following an hypothesis that is the direct opposite of the fact, endangers the safety of society. But it is still worse when the law is more lenient with attempted crimes, when it denies the intention, even when the criminal has betrayed it by his threats and by his steps which he has taken to put it into execution. Thus, one who administers a substance that he believes to be poisonous, when it is not, is guilty from the point of view of common sense, which does not stop for the magic formulas of the old jurists, for he is dangerous as if he had administered a real poison. The more so, since we know the pertinacity with which prisoners repeat their crimes on a large scale. To take the opposite position is virtually and insist on seeing the victim quite dead before taking steps to protect him. This is to rob ourselves, through love of abstract theories, of a practical and concrete means of protection. So much the more since we know the tendency of the born criminal to divulge his own crimes before committing them. Further, it is absurd that our laws should be moulded towards recidivists who do not fall again into the same crimes. They are no less dangerous on that account, but quite the contrary. The English statistics show that those who have committed crimes against persons upon relapsing commit more especially crimes against property in order to escape justice. The criminal who always relapses into the same crimes is almost always a semi-imbecile, perhaps less dangerous. For such the increase of the penalty is less urgent, while the man who at short intervals commits several kinds of crimes shows greater intelligence and greater versatility in crime. Since were Lacenaire, Gasparoni, Desrues, and Holmes, who knew how to combine theft, swindling, and poisoning with forgery and assassination. Men of this sort are the most dangerous and the hardest to recognize and arrest. Again, the importance that is assigned to public trials is in error. The public trial is almost always only a useless and often dangerous repetition of the recorded results of the preliminary investigation, for the witnesses simply repeat their depositions, which are already on the record. Now it is difficult for the memory not to become confused before an imposing tribunal, where the crowd is annoying and the lawyers ask captions or even threatening questions, while it is much easier to recollect and recount a fact exactly in a small room before 2 or 3 persons only. The same may be said of the arguments of prosecution and defence, and this with the more reason because the written argument, which is an immense advance on the spoken one, is permanent, and the memory for words is much weaker than that for things. According to the experiments of Munstenberg and Bingham, the average in areas of memory is greater for the auditory series, 31.6%, than is for the visual series, 20.5%. The vaunted oral trial is, then, absolutely contrary to modern progress, however much it may be regarded as one of the pillars of justice. Finally, when we cannot clearly prove that the person accused is a recidivist, or even when his crime has been committed in youth, we should at least take account where all his evil antecedents in order to class him among suspects. What we want to arrive at is the degree of fear with which the individual must be inspired to keep him from doing harm, and the legislator does not believe that anthropological and psychological characteristics may be of service to him in solving the question, he ought at least to reject the demonstrated criminological facts. Subchapter 197. Erroneous Theories. There are many jurists who are deeply versed in scientific matters and the current of the scientific movement with regard to the criminal, who have not been able to gauge its depth accurately for want of physiological ideas or of direct contact. These men have maintained that the great numbers of insane and feeble-minded to be found among criminals, and consequently the limited responsibility of many criminals for their crimes, lead inevitably to the reduction of the penalty. They do not understand that the new anthropological notions, while diminishing the guilt of the born criminal, impose upon us at the same time the duty of prolonging his sentence, because the more irresponsible criminals are, the more they are to be dreaded, since their innate and atavistic criminal tendencies can be neutralized only by selection and sequestration. These tendencies are like a swelling wave, which is turned back upon itself when it encounters a strong dike, but which sweeps on and becomes threatening if nothing checks it. Our jurists have not limited the Dutch, but have thought that they could check the evil by lowering the dikes more and more, hence the increasing tendency to give every opportunity of defense to the criminal and to facilitate pardons, while nothing is done to increase the security of society and the certainty of the repression of crime. Now, if a general relying upon the power of philosophy allowed himself to be guided solely by that, or by an abstract strategy founded upon the history of ancient battles, without regard to modern ballistics, it is not certain that he would conduct his unfortunate soldiers to an inevitable death. Now, a penal justice requires at least as much practical knowledge as does military strategy. Metaphysics in this matter can only be a negative resource, yet the practical results must often depend upon the opinion of persons, venerable indeed, but inclined to substitute metaphysics for strategy, who dream with open eyes of free will independent of matter, and of a right to punish based not upon pressing social necessity, but upon abstract violations of juridical order. Not only do they not think of eliminating the true causes of crime, such as alcoholism, associations of children, etc., but by introducing precipitately all the innovations that the civilized world has contrived in favor of the criminal, they forget the precautions necessary to mitigate the evil consequences of these intermediate institutions for conditional liberation, etc., and they forget finally the new means devised for the defense of society. It is also to be deplored that the high priests of justice regard the form procedure of more importance than the protection of society, so that it has passed into a proverb that the forms more than the substance of the procedure are a supreme guarantee for both parties, and that form dat est rei, 4 words that are the greatest proof of human blindness in juridical matters. Subchapter 198. Cause of this state of things. The cause of this fatal retrogression toward theory is to be sought, first of all, in that law of inertia and exaggerated conservatism by means of which a man, when he has been drawn along by extraordinary circumstances or by bold and fortunate rebels, turns back with terror from every change, however simple and logical, and even in some cases men submit to the change, notwithstanding their repugnance, is because the time is so ripe, and the innovation so apt, that they are carried along in spite of themselves, and forced to accept it. But here, as in religion and philosophy, the truth is hidden by formulas, whose mystic and imposing appearance prevents the discovery of their insubstantial character. Whoever, with uplifted religious feelings, hears for the first time rabbis or Brahmins reciting mysteriously their Hebrew or Sanskrit prayers, attaches to them a profound significance, whereas if translated into the vulgar tongue, they would appear quite simple. In the same way, the public does not understand the legal vocabulary, and finds the jurist the more profound the less it understands him. Often jurists do the same, and think more of themselves, the more they entangle themselves in their hieroglyphics. We understand from this why it is that the public cannot take jurists seriously when they affirm, for example, that to authorize another person to commit a crime is not to be guilty of an overt act, or that when a convict's second offence is different from the first, he is not a recidivist. Ferrero finds another cause for these errors in indo-emotional inactivity, in a tendency of the human mind to reduce to a minimum the number of mental associations necessary for any work whatever. In practice, then, the little interpretation of the law prevails over all considerations of justice. This is the case with the bureaucracy of great governments. We know that the most common voice of this class of functionaries is the habit of applying literally the rules and laws given for their guidance, for these can be but the imperfect indications of the will of the lawmakers, who, not being able to foresee everything, can only lay down general rules. The official ought to interpret these general rules according to the particular case, but instead, the letter of the rule becomes standard truth and even reason itself. The employee of a private establishment with an eye to his own interests does not let himself so easily fall into the habit of carrying out a general rule without reflection, but interprets the directions he receives according to the circumstances of the case. Now, what happens to codified laws which are supposed to serve merely to guide the magistrate in particular cases is they become justice to him even when applied to the letter. To decide conscientiously, the judge ought to make himself a personal criterion for the special case that he has under his eyes, and judge it according to the general spirit that emanates from the written law. The Roman jurisconsults also recognized that the civil law needed to be supplanted by what they call the natural law, which was nothing else than the expression of that feeling of justice that revolts against the application of general rules to particular cases to which they are not adapted. But all this requires an intense intellectual effort, a fatiguing labour accompanied by a tormenting sense of responsibility. It is much easier and more convenient to apply the general directions of the law by deducing their logical consequences. As soon as the mind has become accustomed to this way of working, a professional ideo-emotional stagnation is produced, which leads the judge to consider the literal application of the law as his whole duty. He soon comes to exclude every collateral idea that might lead to an equitable solution of the question. The amount of injuries suffered by the victim and the causes which brought about the crime are not in any way taken into account. These considerations help us understand why the sciences all began with a deductive method. Even the physical sciences, which form the nature of their subject, would naturally hold themselves closer to nature, started with deduction. Primitive physics and chemistry, for example, consisted of a series of deductions drawn by force of logic from a principle established by the observation of facts at random. It was only later that men came to realize the fact that to learn the laws of nature it is necessary to reason less and to observe more. In the beginning, pure logic was preferred to observation and experience, because it was a less fatiguing psychological process, accepting the presence of a smaller number of intellectual elements in the mind. The employment of pure logic is, then, the effect of an ideo-emotional inactivity proper to the period of infancy, which appears in the period of old age by the well-known law of degeneracy and atavism. What is the science of the Middle Ages but an invasion of Greek subtlety into the field which the thought of antiquity properly submitted to the method of observation? Just so the absolutism of the deductive method in modern judicial sense is a sign of decrepitude. The law of ideo-emotional inactivity explains to us why so often the law of rude and barbarous peoples is distinguished by a certain sound common sense, as compared with the marvellously logical but marvellously absurd subtleties of the law of the most civilized peoples. End of section 27. Section 28. Of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 3. Synthesis and Application. Chapter 1. Atavism and Epilepsy in Crime and in Punishment. Subchapter 199. All that I have set forth in the present book, and in those which preceded it, Volume 1 and 2 of the Homme Criminel, proves clearly the insecurity of the ancient criminological scaffolding. Have I succeeded in substituting a more solid edifice? If pride in a long and painful task had not blinded me, I think that I can answer in the affirmative. The fundamental position undoubtedly is that we ought to study not so much the abstract crime as the criminal. Subchapter 200. Atavism. The born criminal shows, in a proportion reaching 33%, numerous specific characteristics that are almost always atavistic. Those who have followed us thus far have seen that many of the characteristics presented by savage races are very often found among born criminals. Such, for example, are the slight development of the pillar system, low cranial capacity, retreating forehead, highly developed frontal sinuses, great frequency of Warnerian bones, early closing of the cranial sutures, the simplicity of the sutures, the thickness of the bones of the skull, enormous development of the maxillaries and the zygomata, prognathism, obliquity of the orbits, greater pigmentation of the skin, tufted and crispy hair, the large ears, To these we may add the luminary appendix, anomalies of the ear, dental diastematta, great agility, relative insensibility to pain, dullness of the sense of touch, great visual acuteness, ability to recover quickly from wounds, blunted affections, precocity as to sensual pleasures, greater resemblance between the sexes, greater incorrigibility of the woman, Spencer, laziness, absence of remorse, impulsiveness, physiopsychic excitability, and especially improvidence, which sometimes appears as courage and again as reckless changing to cowardice. Besides these, there is great vanity, a passion for gambling and alcoholic drinks, violent but fleeting passions, superstition, extraordinary sensitiveness with regard to one's own personality, and a special conception of God and morality. Unexpected analogies are met even with small details. For example, the improvised rules of criminal gangs, the entirely personal influence of the chiefs, the custom of tattooing, the not uncommon cruelty of their games, the excessive use of gestures, the onomatopoetic language with personification of inanimate things, and a special literature recalling that of heroic times, when crimes were celebrated and thought tended to clothe itself in rhythmic form. This atavism explains the diffusion of certain crimes, such as the pedestry and infanticide, whose extension to whole companies we could not explain if we did not recall the Romans, the Greeks, the Chinese, and the Tahitians, who not only did not regard them as crimes, but sometimes even practiced them as a national custom. Garofalo has admirably summed up the psychical characteristics of the born criminal as being the absence of the feeling of shame, honor, and pity, which are those that are lacking in the savage also. We will also add to these the lack of industry and self-control. To those who, like Regulus and Kropotkin, object that there are savage peoples who are honorable and chaste, we must reply that a certain degree of density of population and of association among men is necessary for crimes to develop. It is not possible, for example, to steal when property does not exist, or to swindle when there is no trade. But the proof that these tendencies exist in germ in the savage is that when they begin to pass from their stage of savagery and take on a little civilization, they always develop the characteristics of criminality in an exaggerated form. As Ferrero has pointed out to us, even when honor, chastity, and pity are found among savages, impulsiveness and laziness are never wanting. Savages have a horror of continuous work, so that for them the passage to active and methodical labor lies by the road of selection or of slavery only. Thus, according to the testimony of Tacitus, the impulsiveness of the ancient Germans frequently resulted in the murder of slaves, committed in a fit of anger, an act which was not regarded as culpable. Tacitus notes also their lack of capacity for work. They have, he says, large bodies effective for sudden effort, but they lack the capacity necessary for regular work. When they are not at war, they do nothing. They sleep and eat. The strongest and most warlike live in idleness, leaving the care of the house and the field to the women, the old men and the weak becoming themselves brutalized in sloth. At times, on the other hand, impulsiveness, rather than sluggishness, seems to ally itself with a ceaseless need of movement, which asserts itself in savage peoples in a life of incessant vagabondage. Thus the Andaman Islanders, as Havelock tells us, have so restless a disposition that they remain not more than 2 or 3 days in the same place, and their wanderings have no other reason than the need of movement. This attitude seems to be the result of a passage between physiopsychic inertia and the intermittent need of violent and unrestrained physical and moral excitation, which always goes with inertia and impulsiveness. Thus it is that those people who are normally most lazy and indolent have the most unrestrained and noisy dances, which they carry on until they get into a kind of delirium and fall down utterly exhausted. When the Spaniards, writes Robertson, first saw the American Indians, they were astonished at their mad passion for dancing and at the dizzy activity which this people, almost always cold and passive, displayed when they gave themselves up to this amusement. The Negroes of Africa, writes Du Chaillu, dance madly when they hear the sound of the tom-tom and lose all command of themselves. It is, says Le Tournelle, a real dancing madness which makes them forget their troubles, public or private. We may add that the atavism of the criminal, when he lacks absolutely every trace of shame and pity, may go back far beyond the savage, even to the brutes themselves. Pathological anatomy helps prove our position by showing in the case of the criminal a great development to the cerebellum, a rare union of the calcarean fissure with the parietal occipital, the absence of folds in the passage of Gratiolet, the garter-like shape of the nasal incisure, the frequency of the olecranial foramen, extra ribs and vertebrae, and especially the histological anomalies discovered by Roncoroni in the cortex of the cerebellum of criminals. That is to say, the frequent absence of granular layers and the presence of nerve cells in the white matter, and immense pyramidal cells. In seeking for analogies beyond our own race, we come upon the explanation of the union of the atlas with the occipital bone, the prominence of the canine teeth, the flattening of the palate, and the median occipital fossa, occurring among criminals as with the lemurs and rodents, as also the prehensile foot, the simplicity of the lines of the palm, motor and sensory left-handedness. We recall that the tendency to cannibalism, even without desire for vengeance, and still more that form of sanguinary ferocity, mingled with lubricity, of which examples are furnished us by Gil, Verzeni, Laguerre, Bertrand, Montrusio, the Marquis of Sade, and others, with whom atavism was accompanied by epilepsy, idiocy, or general paralysis. But we always recall the pairing of animals, preceded by ferocious and sanguinary contests to overcome the reticence of the female or to conquer rivals. These facts prove clearly that the most horrible crimes have their origin in those animal instincts of which childhood gives us a pale reflection. Repressed and civilized man by education, environment, and the fear of punishment, they suddenly break out in the born criminal without apparent cause, or under the influence of certain circumstances, such as sickness, atmospheric influences, sexual excitement, or mob influence. We know that certain morbid conditions, such as injuries to the head, meningitis, and chronic intoxication, or certain physiological conditions like pregnancy and senility, produce derangements in the nutrition of the nerve centers, and in consequence, atavistic retrogressions. We can see then how they may facilitate the tendency to crime, and when we take into account the short distance that separates the criminal from the savage, we come to understand why convicts so easily adopt savage customs, including cannibalism, as was observed in Australia and Guinea. When we note further how children, until they are educated, are ignorant of the difference between vice and virtue, and steal, strike, and lie without the least compunction, we easily understand the reciprocity in crime, and see why it is that the majority of abandoned children and orphans end by becoming criminals. Further, atavism shows us the inefficacy of punishment for born criminals, and why it is that they inevitably have periodic relapses into crime, so the greatest variation shown by the number of crimes against persons is not more than 1 in 25, and by those against property not more than 1 in 30. We see, as Maury very truly remarks, that we are governed by silent laws which never fall into desuetude, and rule society much more surely than the laws inscribed in the codes. Subchapter 201. Epilepsy. The same phenomena which we observe in the case of born criminals appear again in the rare cases of moral insanity, but may be studied minutely and on a large scale in epileptics, criminal or not, as the table given below will prove. Then we shall see that not one of the atavistic phenomena shown by criminals is lacking in epilepsy, though epileptics show also certain purely morbid phenomena such as cephalia, atherema, delirium, and hallucination. In born criminals also we find, besides the atavistic characteristics, certain others that appear to be entirely pathological, or which at first sight seem more nearly allied to disease than to atavism. Such are, for example, in the anatomical field, excessive asymmetry, cranial capacity, and face too large or too small, sclerosis, traces of meningitis, and hydrocephalus forehead, oxycephaly, acrocephaly, crown depressions, numerous osteophytes, early closing of the cranial sutures, thoracic asymmetry, late greyness of hair, late baldness, and abnormal and early wrinkles. In the biological field, alterations of the reflexes and pupillary inequalities. To these we may add peripheral scotomata of the visual field, which one never finds in savages, with whom, on the contrary, the field of vision is remarkably wide and regular, as we see in the case of the Dinkas. There is also to be added the alteration of hearing, taste, and smell, the predilection for animals, precocity in sexual pleasures, amnesia, vertical, and maniac, and paranoid complications. These abnormalities, which are found in greater proportion among idiots, cretins, and degenerates in general, are to be explained by the fact that in these cases alcoholic intoxication is added to the effect of atavism, and still more to that of epilepsy. However, the participation of epilepsy in producing the effect does not exclude atavism, since they equally involve characteristics at once atavistic and pathological like macrocephaly, cranial sclerosis, wormian bones, rarity of beard, and in the biological field, left-handedness, analgesis, obtuseness of all senses except that of sight, impulsiveness, pederasty, obscenity, sluggishness, superstition, frequent cannibalism, choleric and impetuous disposition, tendency to reproduce the cries and actions of animals, and especially the histological anomalies of the cortex, which we have noted among criminals, and which reproduce the condition of the lower animals, and finally anomalies of the teeth. These latter might appear to have no connection with the brain, but are, on the contrary, intimately connected with it, since the teeth proceed from the same embryonic membrane as the brain does. We may recall here that Gowers, having often noted in epileptic acts peculiar to animals, such as biting, barking, and mewing, concludes from this that there are manifestations of that instinctive animalism which we possess in the latent state. A table is displayed on the page, displaying symptoms ranged from body, brain, face, and cranium, and compared with criminals, epileptics, atavism, phenomena of arrested development, morbid phenomena, atypical phenomena. If fully developed epileptic fits are often lacking in the case of the born criminal, this is because they remain latent, and only show themselves later under the influence of the causes assigned, anger, alcoholism, which bring them to the surface. With both criminals and epileptics there is, to be noted, an insufficient development of the higher centers. This manifests itself in a deterioration in the moral and emotional sensibilities, in sluggishness, physiopsychic hyperexcitability, and especially in a lack of balance in the mental faculties, which even when distinguished by genius and altruism, nevertheless always show gaps, contrasts, and intermittent action. The table is displayed on the page, listing causes, psychic anomalies, sensorial anomalies, motor anomalies, and skin, compared to criminals, epileptics, atavism, phenomena of arrested development, morbid phenomena, and atypical phenomena. Subchapter 202, Combination of morbid anomalies with atavism. Very often, moreover, certain common characteristics of criminals and epileptics have been classed as abnormal or morbid and not as atavistic, entirely because of the insufficiency of our embryological and physiogenetic knowledge. Many of the characteristics given in the preceding table, which however is only schematic, are atavistic and morbid at the same time, such as microcephaly, cranial sclerosis, etc. Facial asymmetry would also appear to be atavistic when we recall, for example, the flat fishes, penta, so likewise the abnormally wrinkled face, taking us back to the Hottentots and the apes. Hernia also, as Ferre rightly remarks, recalls conditions that are normal in the lower vertebrates and in the embryo. Very often morbidity and atavism go back to a common cause, as Wagner observes in a magnificent dissertation. The idea, he writes, that the atavism of criminals is associated with some specific disease of the fetus has been completely confirmed by the discoveries of Ettinghausen. If, for example, we freeze the roots of an oak so as to partially kill it, the following year it will put out leaves that are not like that of the leaves of the modern oak, but like those of the oak of the Tertiary period. This fact explains the reappearance of intermediate and indistinct fossil forms. We see very clearly, then, that influences capable of producing a disease can bring about atavistic morphological retrogressions. The epileptic background upon which the clinical and anatomical picture of the moral lunatic and the born criminal is drawn, a picture that would otherwise be lost in a vague, semi-juridical, semi-psychiatric hypothesis, explains the instantaneousness, periodicity, and paradoxical character of their symptoms, which are doubtless the most marked characteristics. Note, for example, in this class, the coexistence and interchange of kindness and ferocity, of cowardice and the maddest recklessness, and of genius and complete stupidity. Subchapter 203, The Criminaloid. Criminaloids, while quite separable from born criminals, do not lack some connection with epilepsy and atavism. Thus there are more epileptics among them, 10% among pickpockets, than among normal men, and a greater proportion of criminal types, 17%. But there are also certain specific anomalies, such as left-handedness, common among swindlers. In the biology of the criminaloid, we observe a smaller number of anomalies in touch, sensibility to pain, psychometry, and especially less earthly baldness and greyness, and less tattooing. But on the other hand, we meet with a larger number of strictly morbid anomalies, depending upon the abuse of alcoholic drinks, such as atheromata, paresis, and scars. Psychoanomalies are especially less frequent with the criminaloid, who has not the cynicism of the born criminal nor the passion for doing evil for his own sake. He confesses his fault more easily and with more sincerity, and repents more often. But he is more lascivious, and more often given to alcoholism, and the criminaloid women are more susceptible to suggestion. The criminaloid is more precocious and relapses oftener, at least that is the case with pickpockets and simple thieves. They are often drawn to crime by a greater opportunity, although the lack of self-control which makes the epileptic commit crime within reason is sometimes found in the criminaloid also. We may recall how Casanova confessed that when he committed a fraud, he never premeditated it, but seemed to yield to his superior will. A pickpocket said to me, "When the inspiration comes to us, we cannot resist." Dostoevsky depicts smugglers of the prison as carrying on their occupation almost without returns, notwithstanding the grave risks they run, and in spite of repeated promises not to relapse. Mendel and Benedict describe the impulsive nature of the vagabond, which keeps him moving without object and without rest. Criminaloids, then, differ from born criminals in degree, not in kind. This is so true that the greater number of them, having become habitual criminals, thanks to a long sojourn in prison, can no longer be distinguished from born criminals except by the slighter character of their physical marks of criminality. Still less different from born criminals are those latent criminals, high in power, whom society venerates as its chiefs. They bear the marks of congenital criminality, but their high position generally prevents their criminal character from being recognized. Their families, of which they are the scourges, may discover it, or their depraved nature may be revealed all too late at the expense of the whole country, at the head of which their own shamelessness, seconded by the ignorance and cowardice of the majority, has caused them to be placed. Even this strange species of criminal monomaniac, who seems to differ from the epileptic in the motive of his crime and the manner of carrying it out, shows nevertheless the epileptic and atavistic origin of his criminality by obsessions, interrupted periods of ideation, lack of self-control, exaggerated importance given to certain details, exhaustion after his criminal crisis, fondness for symbolism, excessive intermittent activity, and finally by hereditary stigmata. Subchapter 204. Criminal Insane. Even among the true insane criminals, those forms predominate which we may call the hypertrophy of crime, the exaggeration of the born criminal, not only in bodily and functional characteristics, but also in the manner of committing the crime and in conduct afterward. These serve to explain to us the extent of the impulsive, obscene, and cruel tendencies of the criminal insane, who are almost always obscure epileptics or born criminals upon whom melancholia and monomania have grafted themselves, according to the natural tendency of different forms of psychic disorders to take root together upon the corrupted soil of degeneracy. We have seen likewise how hysterical persons, alcoholics, dipsomaniacs, pyromaniacs, kleptomaniacs, the temporarily insane, reproduced many of the characteristics of the epileptic. Even the matoid, who on account of his habitual calm and the absence of signs of degeneracy and heredity, seem far removed from epilepsy, yet shows at times this epileptic form which we have seen to be the kernel of crime. Subchapter 205. Criminals by Passion. Criminals of this class form a species apart, and are in complete contrast with the born criminal both in the harmonious lines of the body, the beauty of the soul, and great nervous and emotional sensitiveness, as well as in the motives of their crimes, always noble and powerful, such as love or politics. Nevertheless, they show some points of resemblance with epileptics, such as their tendency to excesses, impulsiveness, suddenness in their outbursts, and frequent amnesia. Subchapter 206. Occasional Criminals. Occasional criminals, or better, pseudo-criminals, are those who do not seek the occasion for the crime, but are almost drawn into it, or fall into the meshes of the code for very insignificant reasons. These are the only ones who escape all connection with atavism and epilepsy. But as Gallifattle observes, these ought not, properly speaking, to be called criminals. Subchapter 207. Causes. The study of the causes of crime does not lessen the fatal influence to be assigned to the organic factor, which certainly amounts to 35% and possibly even 40%, the so-called causes of crime being often only the last determinants in the great strength of congenital impulsiveness, the principal cause. This we have proved in some cases by the continual relapses occasioned by very small causes, or even without causes, where not only the economic environment has been changed, but when all the circumstances that might encourage crime have been removed, and we have proved it especially by the increasing recidivism in London, notwithstanding the great efforts made by Great Britain to suppress the causes which produce crime. Finally, we have seen that great circumstances have so strong an action upon criminaloids that they are equivalent to organic causes, and we may even say that they become organic. Among these circumstances should be noted the effect of excessive heat upon rapes, assaults, assassinations, and revolts, and the effect of alcohol and heredity upon the whole gamut of crime. And to these must be added the effect of race, which in Italy through the Semitic race, and in Florence through the Ligurian race, increases with the crimes of blood. A fact of the greatest importance is that the same causes which diminish certain crimes increase others, making it difficult for the statesman to devise a remedy. Thus we have seen that education and wealth cause a decrease in certain brutal crimes, especially homicides and assassinations, but at the same time increase others or even create new crimes, such as bankruptcy and swindling. And if, for example, too great a density is the cause of many crimes, such as frauds and thefts, a sparse population, in its turn, favours brigandage and crimes of blood. Scarcity favours thefts from the forests, forgeries, insurrections, and incendiary fires, while cheapness of grain multiplies the rapes, homicides, and crimes against persons generally. Alcohol, which next to heat is the most powerful crime producer, increases, when it is cheap, all the crimes against persons and against the public administration, and if it is dear, all the crimes against property. Yet it presents this strange contradiction, while the more serious crimes are least numerous, where alcohol is the most abused, doubtless because this abuse takes place in just those localities where there is a high degree of civilization, and this, by favouring inhibition, decreases the more barbarous crimes. The school likewise is a cause of crime, but where education is the most general, it diminishes the numbers and seriousness of the crimes. Subchapter 208. Necessity of crime. Statistics as well as anthropological investigations show us crime, then as a natural phenomenon, a phenomenon, some philosophers would say, as necessary as birth, death, or consumption. This idea of the necessity of crime, however bold it may appear, is nevertheless not so new, nor so heterodox as one might believe at first sight. Centuries ago, Casaubon expressed the same truth when he said, "Man does not sin, but he is coerced in various degrees." And St. Bernard likewise said, "Which one of us, however experienced he may be, can distinguish among his own wishes the influence of the morsus serpentis from that of the morbus mentis?" And further, the sin is less in our heart, and we do not know whether we ought to ascribe it to ourselves or to the enemy. It is hard to know what the heart does and what it is obliged to do. St. Augustine is still more explicit when he says, "Not even the angels can make the man who wills evil will the good." The boldest, most ardent defender of this theory is a fervent Catholic and a priest of the title Ruff. The defenders of theories quite opposed to our own also affirm it indirectly by the contradictions into which they fall in their definitions. If we compare the different attempts at criminal codes, we see how difficult it is for the legal expert to fix the theory of irresponsibility and to find an exact definition for it. The whole world knows what a good or bad action is, but it is difficult, even impossible, to tell whether the depraved act has been committed with a full or only an incomplete knowledge of the evil, says Mittermeier. Way writes, "We have not yet any scientific knowledge of responsibility," and Marek says, "Irresponsibility is a matter which criminal justice cannot decide with certainty in any special case." In fact, there are men who are afflicted with insipid insanity, and are so profoundly predisposed to it that the slightest cause may make them fall into it. Others are driven by heredity to eccentricity or to immoral excesses. Knowledge of the act, says Delbruck, with an examination of the body and the mind before and after it, is not enough to clear up the question of responsibility. It is necessary to know the life of the criminal from the cradle to the dissecting table. Now, as long as the criminal is living, it is hardly possible to dissect him. Carrara presumes absolute responsibility where both intellect and will combine in the accomplishment of a criminal action. But he adds immediately afterward, upon the condition that the action of the will has not been lessened by physical, intellectual, or moral causes. Now we have seen that there is no crime in which these causes are lacking. Subchapter 209. The right to punish. Someone replies to us, "But if you deny responsibility, what right have you to punish? You proclaim that a man is not answerable for his conduct, and yet you exact a penalty, however consistent and how harsh." I shall never forget how a venerable thinker shook his head when he read these pages, and said to me, "Where will you arrive with such premises? Must we let ourselves be pillaged and murdered by brigands upon the pretext that we cannot decide whether they know they are doing wrong?" I answer, nothing is less logical than to try to be logical. Nothing is more imprudent than to try to maintain theories, even those which are apparently the soundest, if they are going to upset the order of society. If a physician at the bedside of a patient, when there is grave danger, must proceed cautiously even with the best established system of medicine, the sociologist must observe still great circumspection, for he puts into operation innovations of an upsetting nature. He will simply succeed in demonstrating the uselessness and inefficiency of his science. Scientific knowledge, however, is happily not at war but in alliance with social order and practice. If crime is a necessary thing, so also is society's resistance to crime, and consequently the punishment of crime, which must be measured by the amount of apprehension with which it inspires the individual. Punishment thus becomes less hateful, but also less contradictory, and certainly more efficacious. I do not believe that any theory of punishment has a sound basis, except that of natural necessity and the right of self-defense. This is the old theory of Beccaria and of Romagnosi, of Carmignani, and in part of Rosmini, Mancini, and Elero, and it is now valiant defenders in Ferri, Garofalo, and above all, Poletti. In Germany we see this theory put forward by Hommel, Feuerbach, Grolman, and Hotzendorf. In England by Hobbes and Bentham, and in France by Ortelan and Tissot. Tissot declares that it is impossible to find any moral relationship between crime and punishment. In France, the state prosecuting attorney has said, "Man has no intrinsic right to punish. In order to have this right, he must have the knowledge of absolute justice. If it were not in the name of the most absolute necessity, how could a man arrogate to himself the right of judging his fellow man? From the fact that man cannot defend himself without inflicting punishment, the conclusion has been drawn that he has the right to punish. But that he really does not have it may be seen from the fact that when his pretended right is taken by itself without reference to the concrete need, it ceases to be valid." Rondeau, governor under Joseph II, in his Essai physique sur la peine de mort, denied the freedom of the will, repudiated the universally accepted notion of good and evil, merit and demerit, and speaking of repressive justice, he declared, "Crime does not exist in nature. It is a law alone that imposes this unjust designation upon acts that are necessary and inevitable. The innumerable and diverse causes which produce the pretended criminality are all material and all independent of our will, like the miasma that produces fever. Anger is a passing fever, jealousy a momentary delirium, the rapacity of the thief, the swindler an aberration disease, and the depraved passions that drive men to sins against nature are organic imperfections. All moral evil is a result of physical evil. The murderer himself is a sick man like all other criminals. Why, and in the name of what principle, could they be punished, unless it is because they disturb the regular course of the social life and impede the normal and legitimate development of the species? On this ground, society, or better, the government, had the right to place an obstacle in the way of the fatal consequences of their acts, just as a landowner has a right to build a dike against a flood which threatens to inundate his fields. The social power can, then, without scruple and without hesitation, deprive malefactors of their liberty. But the moment that all crime is recognized as the moral product and logical consequence of some disease, punishment must become only a medical treatment. We shall cure the thief and the vagrant by teaching them the joys of honest work, if by an exception, which is unhappily too frequent, they show themselves insensible to medical cure, they must be separated from their fellow citizens. We see here that our boldest conclusions are already more than a century old. One might question whether it is from wickedness or from the effect of their own organism that wild beasts devour man, but notwithstanding this doubt, no one would abstain from killing them, and tamely allow himself to be devoured by them. Nor would anyone, because of a belief in the right of domestic animals to life and liberty, refrain from harnessing them up for work or slaughtering them for food. And what have we to confine the insane if it is not for self-defense? By what other right do we deprive the conscript soldier of his most holy and noble right of forming his own home and family, and send him, many times in spite of himself, to death? It is just because the principle of punishment is based upon the necessity of defense that it is really not open to objection. Formerly, punishment, which is made to correspond to the crime, and like it had an atavistic origin, did not attempt to conceal the fact that it was either an equivalent or an act of vengeance. The judges were not ashamed to carry out the sentence themselves, as the members of the Holy Vermin did. Crime was considered not only as an evil, but as the worst of evils, which only death could pay for. If the guilty did not confess, torture was used. When torture was dispensed with, witnesses sufficed. Later, more presumptions were sufficient, and such presumptions. Not only did the judges kill the criminal, but they wanted him to taste death slowly. This cruelty did not diminish crime, but it was logical nevertheless. The theory does not contradict the practice. The conception was that the criminal never improves, and that he begets children like himself. The death of the criminal alone prevented recidivism. Men that day obeyed the instinct that impelled them to punish one offense by committing another, but they did not conceal this view. But our logic, our sincerity in penal matters, where is it? We still have this primitive instinct. When we are trying a criminal, we have always a tendency to measure his punishment by the degree of repugnance and horror with which his crime inspires us, and to be filled with indignation against the man who has confessed it. So we not infrequently see representatives of the law forgetting their abstract theories and demanding in loud tones that the vengeance of society be visited upon the offender. Yet the same men, when inditing a book upon criminal law or sitting to legislate on the same subject, would repudiate such an attitude with horror. And what logic is there in the theory which is being brought into vogue again by Roeder, Garelli, Bassina? The punishment is for the purpose of reform. We know how very well that the reform of the guilty is always, or nearly always, an exception, for the prison not only does not improve him, but even makes him worse. Besides, how, with such a theory, could one justify the punishments inflicted for political crimes, or crimes committed through excitement or passion, followed as they almost always are by spontaneous and complete repentance? Oppenheim, after having written that every crime should be followed by a proportionate penalty, and that the penalty should not only be an evil, but should appear as such, goes on to say, with Moll and Thur, punishment should have for its only aim the reformation and employment of the criminal. But is not this an obvious contradiction? How can you reconcile the theory which has a criminal dishonoured with that which pretends to improve him? How can you brand him upon the brow with iron, and say to him, make yourself better? What are the theories of Herbert, Kant, Antomid, and Hegel, but the ancient idea of vengeance and the lex talionis disguised in modern dress? And with all this, the state does not think of the morrow. It shuts the prisoner up, and when he has served the term of his sentence, it sets him at liberty again, thus increasing the danger of society, for the criminal always becomes more depraved in the promiscuity of the prison, and goes out more irritated and better armed against society. With this theory, it is not possible to justify the increase of the penalty in the case of recidivism, nor the adoption of preventive measures. Some legislators maintain that a criminal ought to be made to expiate his crime, but the conception of expiation is ecclesiastical, and how can we say that a criminal expiates his crime when it is by force that we take away his life or his liberty? The theory of intimidation in its turn offers numerous contradictions. Our predecessors cut off noses and ears, quartered, boiled in water and in oil, and poured melted lead down the throat, but they succeeded only in multiplying crimes and making them more horrible. For the frequency and ferocity of the punishments hardened men. In the time of Robespierre, even the children played at guillotine. But what do men expect to accomplish by intimidation nowadays, when penalties are being made so much milder and the prisons are almost like comfortable hotels? And then what sort of justice is that which punishes a man less for the crime he has committed than to serve as an example to others? Further, the right to punish, based upon the nature of the deed itself, has nothing absolute in it, since we see the penalty varying according to the temper and habits of the particular judge. Breton affirms that a judge accustomed to deal with great crimes will inflict punishments relatively more severe when he comes to deal with minor offences. He will give months in prison instead of days. No judges, moreover, even in the same country, and when it is a question of identically the same crime, agree exactly upon a sentence. Is it possible to believe in an external absolute principle of justice among men when you see this pretended justice vary so greatly within a brief interval of space or time, when we see bigamy and rape punished so differently in England and in Germany, when we see that not so many years ago a Jew who accosted a Catholic prostitute was condemned to death, as was likewise a Catholic who allowed an involuntary blasphemy to escape him, while infanticide, incest, and rape were tolerated? Do we not even today see the right to pardon and the theory of limitations still in force, as if the favour of the king or the lapse of time could change the depraved nature of the criminal or make him less likely to relapse into crime? End of section 28. Section 29 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Penalties according to criminal anthropology. Fines, probation system, insane asylums, institutions for the incorrigible, capital punishment. Subchapter 210. Of all the criticisms raised by punishment, the most important is surely that which concerns its application, especially since the fruitful labours of Ferri, Garofalo, Van Amel, Viazzi, and Ziegel have not only corrected what there was irrational about the repression, but have brought into harmony with our juridical ideas. Now, when once it has been demonstrated that the penalty is not equivalent of compensation to offend society, or a sort of excommunication inflicted by lay priests with more thought of the crime than of the criminal, we see that punishment must change its character. We must have in view the welfare of society more than the punishment of the criminal, and the criminal and his victim more than the crime. The fear inspired by a man who suddenly commits a murder for a question of honour or for a political idea is very different from the fear we have of a man who puts a climax on a life of crime with an assassination for the purpose of theft or rape. In the first case, the punishment is almost useless, the crime itself being so grave a punishment that it is certain the offender will never repeat it. In the second case, every delay and every mitigation of the penalty is a peril of honest men. Thus, in case of assault, it is absurd to establish, as the codes do, a great differentiation according to the seriousness and duration of the effects, especially since antiseptic methods now hasten the cure. For the murderer does not measure his blows, and it is only purely by chance if they are not mortal. On the contrary, in crimes of this kind we must observe carefully to see whether the guilty person is a respectable man and whether he had serious provocation. If this is the case, he belongs in the category of criminals of passion, while the crime has a slight motive or has been premeditated with accomplices, and the persons in question are habitual criminals. The slightest assault, the unsuccessful attempt, ought to be punished as a serious crime in order to prevent fatal relapses into crime. In this case we ought to take no account of the quarrel of the two parties, who are not at all interested in what happened to others, for the state has the general welfare to care for. It is impossible, says Ferri, very rightly, to separate the crime from the criminal, as it is impossible, in drawing up penal code, to suppose an average criminal type, which in reality one never meets in any case. Now what does the judge do? Before him is a pair of scales. In one of the pans he puts the crime, in the other the penalty. He hesitates, then diminishes one side and adds to the other, expecting thus to measure the social adaptability of the criminal. But having once pronounced a sentence, the judge does not concern himself to know whether the person condemned falls again into the same crime. What does he know of the application of the penalty and of the effect that it has upon the criminal to be deprived of his liberty? Further, when a criminal is sentenced to 20 years but reformed in 10, why keep him there for 10 years longer, when another, term it will be useful to remain in prison longer, is liberated at the end of 5 years? Crime is like sickness. The remedy should be fitted to the disease. It is the task of the criminal anthropologist to determine in what measure it should be applied. Or what should we say of a physician who stopped at the door of a hospital ward should say to the patients brought him in, pneumonia, syrup of rhubarb for 15 days, typhus, syrup of rhubarb for a month, and then, at the end of the time named, turn them out of doors, cured or not. In order to avoid these faults, the penalty should be indeterminate, and should be subdivided according to the principle of Cicero, a natura hominis descenda est natura juris. We must make a difference according to whether we have under our eyes a born criminal, an occasional criminal, or a criminal by passion. In the case of every criminal, in whose case the crime itself and the personal conditions show that reparation of the damage is not a sufficient social sanction, the judge should give sentence of imprisonment for an indeterminate crime in a criminal asylum, or in the institutions, agricultural colonies or prisons, for occasional criminals, adults or minors. The carrying out of the sentence should be regarded as a logical, natural continuation of the work of the judge, as a function of practical protection on the part of special organs. The commission for carrying out penal sentences should include expert criminal anthropologists representing the judge, the defense, and the prosecution. These men, together with administrative officers, would stand, not for neglecting and for getting the prisoner as soon as sentence is pronounced, as happens now, but for humanitarian work which would be efficacious for the protection, now of society against the liberation of dangerous criminals, now of the individual against the execution of a sentence which, in his case, has been proved to be excessive. It is apparent, then, that continual liberation is bound up with the principle of the indeterminate sentence. Subchapter 211. Penalties other than imprisonment. We ought as much as possible to avoid the short and repeated sentences to prison, which, as we have seen, is a school of crime, and especially of associated crime, the most dangerous of all. They prevent any cure, and render impossible any continuous effort, and they give the criminal a sort of distinction, for there are many prisoners who mark on their caps the number of their sentences. We might say, writes Crone, that most countries have adopted the principle of sending to prison as many men as possible, as often as possible, and for as short a period as possible. He might have added that they do this in a way to make the prison do as little good as possible and as much harm as possible. I have seen in prison 11 children arrested under the very grave charge of being a band of malefactors for having stolen a herring, and 4 others who had stolen a bunch of grapes. At the same time, 3 ministers in the legislative chamber were defending a thief who had stolen 20 millions. According to Joly, there have almost always been in France as many as 3 million men who have passed at least 24 hours in prison. Each year, more than 100,000 individuals step in to keep up or raise this formidable number by taking the place of those who die. Berenger reckons that the isolation, and we may add, the imprisonment, of half the persons sentenced might be dispensed with. Of 300,000 persons convicted, 57,000 were for violation of police ordinances, etc., 7,000 or 8,000 imprisoned for debt, 5,500 foreigners expelled from the country, and 13,000 or 14,000 awaiting transfer, and 12,000 serving sentences of less than 6 days. The short sentences, almost always served in company with habitual criminals, can have no intimidating effect, especially with the ridiculously short sentences of 1 and 3 days possible under the penal codes of Holland and Italy. The effects, on the contrary, are disastrous, since they make it impossible for justice to be taken seriously. By taking away all fear from the minds of the persons convicted, they drive them irresistibly to new offences on account of the dishonour already incurred. Accordingly, other repressive measures must be substituted for imprisonment for minor offences, such as confinement at home, security for good behaviour, judicial admonition, fines, forced labour without imprisonment, local exile, corporal punishment, and conditional sentence. Let us look into these new means. Subchapter 212. Corporal punishment, confinement at home. Corporal punishment for minor offences would be an excellent substitute for imprisonment if applied in a manner in harmony with our civilization. Fasting, the douche, and hard labour would be incontestably very efficacious, and at the same time less costly and easier to apply in varying degrees. In England, whipping has been reintroduced, and according to Tissot, with success. No less useful would be the confinement of the guilty person in his own home, a measure already employed in the army. Subchapter 213. Fines. After corporal punishment, the penalty which is most easily adjusted and most efficacious, provided it is guaranteed by bond, is a fine. Applied in proportion to the wealth of the culprit, it will contribute to diminish the enormous judicial expenses while striking the criminal rich, who escape punishment most easily on their most valuable side, the side from which they are most often impelled toward evil. Bonfil de Marsagny truly remarks that a fine is the most liberal, the most divisible, and the most economical, the most completely remissible punishment, and therefore the most efficacious. The more we advance, he says, the more value money has in this sense, since the number of pleasures it can buy becomes illimitable. Further, the number of those who use money for pleasure increases also, so that the more we advance, the more useful the fine becomes. Fines ought always to be employed for the punishment of those guilty of minor offences, thus diminishing greatly the number of imprisonments. According to the Code of Criminal Procedure in Holland, proceedings against a person guilty of a misdemeanor are not begun if the offender, on being called, is willing to pay the maximum fine. The case goes on only in the event of refusal to pay. For offences for which the penalty would be not more than a month's imprisonment, this function could be exercised by the Chamber of Advice, which could stop the proceedings upon the payment of a fine by the defendant. Those who refused to pay would be sentenced to labour, and if they refused to submit to this, they would have to serve a prison sentence made as severe as was consistent with health and life. As for the objection that the fine is difficult to proportion, it is not deserved to be taken seriously, for while a rich man does not care as little for 1 day in prison as a vagrant does, a fine of 10,000 francs from him would be the equivalent of a few francs from a poor man. Subchapter 214. Indemnity. A fine permits also the indemnifying of the victim, and in this way we strike at the root of crime, so much the more since the greatest number of criminals from cupidity are drawn from the professional and other well-to-do classes. The penal judges themselves should be obliged to fix the amount of damages to be paid, in order to avoid the delay and discomfort of a new trial in the civil court, and the public prosecutor, by virtue of his office, should call for the fixing of damages in cases where, whether through ignorance or fear, the victims take no action. Bonfil de Marsagny proposes to grant the victim a special lien upon the property of the convicted person. The indemnity should be collected by the state along with the expenses of the trial, and if necessary, a part of the returns of the prisoner's labour should be retained in favour of the victim. Subchapter 215. Reprimand and security. The judicial reprimand as substitute for punishment in the case of minor offences is already admitted in the codes of Italy, Russia, Spain, and Portugal, also in the Canton of Vaud, and the Roman law which prescribed Monit lex antiquam ponet. However, if admonition can be efficacious in cases of the pranks of the young, brawls, and insults, it is not serious enough for the offences of criminal law to that security, which is really a suspended fine. The magistrate obliges the culprit to deposit a sum of money which shall guarantee society against his relapse. The deposit is made for a definite time, after which is restored to him if his conduct has been irreprehensible. This practice is allowed in the United States and in Denmark, and it is certain that the obligation to deposit a sum of money and the fear of losing it in case of relapse are much more effective in preventing rioting or violence than a few days in prison. The security for good conduct is no less useful when a magistrate in place of inflicting punishment demands of the defendant a guarantee that he will not disturb the peace of another, or that he will maintain good conduct, or abstain from certain definite acts. He warns him that in case of a new offence he will be subjected to more serious penalty than would have been inflicted for the first transgression. This measure has been adopted into the Spanish Code, and in England it has been in operation from early times under the form of reconnaissances to keep the peace, and of good behaviour demanded by the justice of the peace from bad characters, or from a person who has threatened another, always upon the demand of the person threatened, supported by evidence. The same method has been authorised since 1861 as an accessory penalty in convictions for crime. Subchapter 216. Probation System, Conditional Sentence. The best preventative institution for minor or occasional criminals is the probation system, widely used in the United States, especially for young criminals. A young criminal, not a recidivist, is not put into prison, but receives an admonition from the judge who warns him that the first relapse he will be sentenced, and he is placed under the surveillance of a special officer of the state. If this officer finds that in his family he is not receiving a proper education or sufficient oversight, he is put into a special home for neglected children. If he commits a fresh offence, he is again brought before the court and is sent to a reform school. This system has given such excellent results in Massachusetts that the idea was suggested for extending it to adult criminals, and a law of 1878 instituted a special official, the probation officer. This officer is supposed to inform himself with regard to all persons convicted of misdemeanors by the courts of Boston, and to determine, by the aid of the information received, whether the offenders are capable of being reformed without the need of the infliction of a penalty. He is present at the trials of all those for whom repressive measures do not seem to be necessary. After having made known the results of his investigations, of which the principal aim is to discover whether there has been a previous conviction, he asks that the culprit be released on probation. If the court consents to this, the culprit is put on probation for a period which may vary from 2 months to 12 under conditions imposed by the court. The probation officer formally undertakes to see that the conditions are carried out, and has the right at any time during the period of probation to arrest the culprit for any case whatsoever, and to bring him before the court again in order to have him undergo a sentence which had been suspended. When the term of probation has expired, the probation officer asks that the sentence be annulled, but in certain cases he may ask that the time first fixed be prolonged. The number of persons released on probation in the city of Boston guilty of drunkenness, receiving stolen goods, petit larceny, and assault and battery reached 2,803 during the period from 1879 to 1883. Of these, 223 did not conduct themselves properly during the term of their probation, were brought to court again and had to undergo the penalty. 44 took flight and could not be apprehended. In 1888, out of 244 persons put upon probation, 230 appeared to be reformed. Many of these promises, without doubt, have not been kept, but on the whole the desired effect seems really to have been attained. The officer declared that nearly 95% of the persons under his charge the previous year had maintained good conduct and had been released. Only 13, recognised as incorrigible, had had to undergo punishment. The experiment has been so successful that the law of 1880 extended the application of it to the whole state of Massachusetts. An analogous system was put into operation in England by the Probation of First Offenders Act of 1887. But while in America the concurrence and cooperation of the probation officer guaranteed the good conduct of the culprit, in England the pledge of the offender himself is required, or at least the concurrence of a bondsman whose assistance will be the most efficacious, since he is stimulated by the thought that a fresh offence will forfeit the bond. Further, the English law demands special grounds for release on probation and allows his magistrate to fix the time without the intervention of any special officer. According to a letter of Colonel Howard published by Professor von Litz, the number of persons continually released between 1887 and 1897 reached 20,000, with 9% of recidivisms. In Belgium, this institution, introduced by law in 1888, bore immediate fruit. The Minister of Justice reported to the Chamber in 1891 that of 449,070 persons convicted, 27,564 were conditionally released, and only 2% relapsed into crime. These persons admitted to probation had been convicted for damage to property, blackmail, fraud, breach of trust, defamation of character, seduction of minors, marriage, brokage, indecent exposure, thefts, adulteration, unintentional injuries, approbation of lost objects, mendicity, vagabondage, the carrying and sale of forbidden weapons, unintentional homicides, kidnapping, attempted rape, arson, and fraudulent bankruptcy. The crimes handled in this fashion, then, were mostly those that are committed by occasional offenders, and only a few such as born criminals commit. In France also, this new institution has been tried since the passage of the Berenguer Law in 1891. M. Dumas, Director of Penal Affairs, reported in 1893 upon the first 9 months' experience with the law. The correctional tribunals have pronounced 11,768 conditional sentences, of which 7,362 were for imprisonment and 4,406 were fines. This was out of a total of 162,582, of which 97,245 were prison sentences and 15,337 were fines. Hence, the sentences suspended represented 7.5% of the prison sentences and 6.7% of the fines. In New Zealand and Australia, in the first period of 2 years, according to the report of the Minister of Justice, the results of the experiment were excellent. Of 121 persons admitted to probation, 58 had conducted themselves properly, 9 had not fulfilled the obligations imposed, 1 had taken flight, and 53 were still in a state of probation at the end of the second year. From the 1st of October 1886 to the 31st of December 1888, in New Zealand, according to the report of Captain Hume, sentence was suspended and replaced by probation for 203 persons, of whom 70% appeared to be reformed and 5% were arrested again. Subchapter 217. The Reformatory at Elmira. Another method of applying the principle of which we have been speaking is found in the Elmira Reformatory, which was created by Brockway under the inspiration of my Homo Criminale, as he himself says, and of which Winter, Way, and Ellis have given good descriptions. To this establishment are regularly sent only young men between 16 and 30 years of age, guilty for the first time of a minor offence. The law grants unlimited authority to the board of directors, who may set the prisoners at liberty at any time before the expiration of the sentence. The liberation is to be based upon a strong conviction that the culprit is reformed. The only formality which accompanies it is the word of honour that he gives the superintendent. However, though the board can shorten the sentence for the better prisoners, it cannot lengthen it for the others. Brockway concentrates all his efforts upon gaining a knowledge of the young criminal, of his psychological conditions, of the environment in which he has lived, and of the causes which have contributed to debase him. From these he deduces the means to bring about his reformation. He sets himself to develop the criminal's muscular system by douches, massage, gymnastics, and by a proper dietary, and to strengthen his will by making him take part in procuring his own liberation. Immediately upon arriving at the prisoner takes a bath, is then clothed in the uniform of the prison, is photographed, examined, and vaccinated. For 2 days he is shut up in his cell to meditate upon his crime and to prepare himself for reformation. The 3rd day he is brought before the superintendent, who places him, according to his tendencies and schooling, in a school or industrial class, and he is made to understand his duties and the conditions upon which he may regain his liberty. He is instructed in a trade, more than 75% of the prisoners know none, which shall permit him to earn his living after his liberation. This is the first care of the management. The young prisoners are divided into 3 classes, the good, the medium, and the bad or least corrigible. Each prisoner is marked monthly according to conduct, work, and progress in school, with a maximum of 3 for each, and to pass to the highest class he must obtain the maximum of 9 marks each month for 6 months. Promotion to the first class carries with it certain advantages, especially with regard to correspondence, such as receiving visits, having books, and eating at a common table instead of in a separate cell. Finally, the better prisoners are permitted to take walks together in the field, and responsible tasks are given to them, such as superintendence of the other prisoners. But just as they may win a place in the first class, so by negligence or bad conduct they may fall out of it. In this case they are put back into the 3rd class, and must submit to harder work in order to regain their position. Brockway, taking account of the aptitude and physical strength of each prisoner, fixed at the beginning of each month the amount of work that he must accomplish in order to obtain the maximum number of good marks. Each week there is published in the reformatory the summary, a paper conducted exclusively by the prisoners themselves. It contains a review of the political events of the week, taken from the better American newspapers. In addition, there are items with regard to the life of the institution itself, lectures that have been held, promotions and degradations, and the liberation of prisoners. I have been receiving this paper for a year, and find that no justice organ in Italy or France is so rich in news, and especially in information as regards criminality. All the work of the institution, even to the superintendence and guarding, is done by the prisoners themselves, so the expense is reduced to a minimum. At the same time, the work of the prisoners is chosen with a view to fitting them for life in society and not to making the institution pay a profit. The prisoners in first class are intentionally exposed to various kinds of temptations. After 6 months, Brockway proposes to the board that they be given conditional liberty. The board has a right to refuse permission, but as a matter of fact, always authorizes their liberation when Brockway considers it advisable. The release takes place, however, only after permanent employment has been found for the prisoner. After being liberated, he must give account of himself regularly for the first 6 months at least, and receive complete liberty only at the end of a year of good conduct. This is, then, the probation system perfected. No one is a warmer partisan than I myself of this reform, which is the first practical application of my studies. I believe firmly that the individual and physical study of each criminal, with practical, individualized instruction, can but have excellent results when applied to criminaloids. In these it will increase especially the habit of working. But for born criminals, this method does not seem to me equally efficacious. When I see that 49% of the inmates of the Elmira Reformatory are completely lacking in moral sensibility, that 12% have left home before they were 14 years old, that 37% come from drunken or epileptic parents, and that 56% show no signs of repentance, I don't believe that they can be reformed by hot and cold baths, great activity, and a sound education. I feel this the more since the promising children are there in limited numbers and are mingled with the adults. In fact, if we examine the detailed statistics of 1,722 prisoners set at liberty after remaining at Elmira for an average of 20 months, we find that 156 are settled in the other states, 10 are dead, 128 have not yet finished the term of their probation, 185 cannot be liberated until the expiration of their full sentence, 271 have been given partial liberty after having completed 6 months probation satisfactorily, 47% were arrested for other offences during the time of their probation, 126 did not furnish the reports required and disappeared, 79 have had to be returned to the reformatory, 25 returned voluntarily, having lost their employment. Leaving out the 10 who died, we have 533 who were not reformed. This is to say 31%, a proportion closely approaching that which I have given for born criminals. Moreover, the supervision of the individuals under probation is so superficial that if we count as recidivists those who have been lost sight of, we shall approach much more nearly to the reality than if we presume that they are reformed as Brockway does. But notwithstanding these defects, this system, together with the agricultural colony system, is the best possible substitute for the prison. Subchapter 218. Asylums for the Criminal Insane. There is another institution which we believe destined to promote harmony between humanitarian impulses and the safety of society, namely asylums for the criminal insane. We might argue indefinitely upon the abstract theory of punishment, but the whole world is agreed upon one point, that among real or supposed criminals there are many who are insane. For these, prison is an injustice and liberty a danger to which in Italy we have opposed only half measures, such as violate both morality and the social safety. The English who have arrived at reforms by the practice of true liberty have been trying for a century to fill up this most dangerous gap in the social structure, and have in large measure succeeded through the institution of asylums for the criminal insane. Beginning with 1786, dangerous lunatics were confined in a special ward in Beltlam, for which they could not be released except by the authority of the Lord Chancellor. In 1844, this measure appeared to be insufficient, and the State resolved to confine 235 of the criminal insane in the private institution of Fisherton House. But the number of these unfortunates increased continually, and special institutions were finally erected at Dundrum in Ireland in 1850, at Perth in Scotland in 1858, and at Broadmoor in England in 1863. New laws ordered that not only should those be received there who had committed a crime in a state of insanity or had become insane during their trial, but also all prisoners who, whether from insanity or from idiocy, were incapable of undergoing prison discipline. These last are separated from the others and placed in particular sections. If cured, they are returned to prison, and others remain in prison as long as a royal order does not authorize their release. The number of these criminal maniacs in 1868 was 1,244. The character of the attendants, the attraction to the comfort of the inmates, and the arrangement for their employment and entertainment are all excellent. Yet many English philanthropists think they have not yet done enough, and complain that there are many persons in the ordinary prisons who should be confined in these asylums instead. In America, there are similar institutions, including an annex to the great penitentiary at Auburn. Now I ask myself, is it possible that an institution which has been found useful by the most oligarchical nation in the world, and also by the most democratic, which in 24 years has been so greatly extended without yet fully meeting the demands upon it? Is it possible that this is a mere luxury, a caprice of Anglo-Saxon race? Does it not rather correspond to a sad social need, and ought not we, here in Italy, desire to see it take root and spread abroad in our land? If in Italy and in France the number of the criminal insane appears to be much smaller, this is because the public mind has not yet grasped the fact that a great number of criminal acts proceed from morbid impulses. If at times insanity is recognized as the sole cause of a crime and the trial is stopped, the authorities do not concern themselves further. Besides, many of these unfortunates have periods of rationality in the midst of their insanity, and are supposed on this account to be merely feigning. From another point of view, the presence of these unfortunates in penal institutions is an offence to the moral sense, and is not without danger both for society and for discipline. They can neither be cared for nor washed properly because of lack of fit quarters and of suitable organization. Further, they often act violently without sense of shame towards the other prisoners, and are so much more dangerous since they have sudden fits of excitement, often for the most trivial reasons. Thus an insane prisoner killed another of the convicts because he would not black his shoes for him. At the same time, they obstinately resist the prison discipline, show themselves indifferent to punishment, discontented and defiant, and make themselves the centre of the pretext of continual insurrections. If they are kept isolated and chained in cells, as is too largely the custom, inaction and insufficient food and light soon make them the prey of disease, even if they do not themselves put an end to their unhappy existence. On the other hand, to send them to ordinary insane asylums gives rise to other inconveniences. They take their vices with them and become the disseminators of sodomy, flight, rebellion, and theft, to the detriment of the institutions and of the other patients, who are terrified by their savage and obscene manners and by the unhappy reputation that has preceded them. There is another class of the insane who, at a certain period of their lives, have been victims of a criminal impulse. These have not the depraved tendencies of the first class, but they are not less dangerous, for they are often irresistibly driven to savage and unforeseen acts. They wound persons and burn buildings, surmounting with remarkable clearness of mind all the obstacles that oppose them. These are those of them who feign the most perfect tranquillity in order to obtain their liberty, or to combine secretly for an escape or a plot. They do not avoid society as other insane persons do, but tend to associate among themselves, and as they preserve the restlessness of mind that they had before they became criminal or insane, they continually imagine that they are maltreated or insulted, and succeed in inspiring others with their false ideas and in giving form little by little to plans of flight or rebellion. This again differentiates them from ordinary lunatics, who are quite incapable of such enterprises, but like somnambulists, live isolated in an imaginary world. All alienists are in agreement as to these facts, and I myself have had direct proof of them in the institutions of which I have been director. Thus ere an insane person already in prison for receiving stolen goods complained incessantly of the injustice of the courts and of our treatment of him, which he did not find sufficiently respectful. He wrote absurd letters of protest to the king and to the prefect. One day he appeared entirely changed. He had become humbled and well-behaved. He had set himself to plotting with 3 other parties for a slaughter of the attendants, and a little later, while the attendants were engaged in distributing the soup at noon, he and his companions tore up part of the paving of the court and began to throw the stones in all directions. A few years later, an epileptic homicide did the same thing and nearly succeeded in putting the whole force of attendants to flight. Another insane criminal, a homicide with hallucinations, was so intelligent that although he was a poor shoemaker without education, he was able to write his autobiography in a style worthy of Cellini. This man conducted himself properly for 2 years, but one day there was discovered hidden in his bed a bar of iron which he had prepared for the express purpose of striking myself. Another day, having made a picklock of some pieces of wood, he opened 2 doors, let himself down from a window, and escaped. All instigators who have treated of this subject give examples of the danger of unexpected relapse into morbid tendencies on the part of individuals apparently harmless. The burgomaster of Graz some years ago became the victim of a religious monomaniac who had already threatened the life of another person. Hatfield, before making his attempt upon the life of George III, had attempted to kill his wife and 3 children. Confined in Bedlam, he there killed an insane person. Booth, the assassin of Lincoln, had once thrown himself into the sea, to speak, as he said, with a colleague who had drowned himself. The harm of the unrestrained liberty given to insane criminals ends by extending itself to the whole nation. This is not simply because these unfortunates turn their homicidal thoughts towards the heads of the nation, but especially because, being endowed with a very clear mind and a tendency to form associations, they succeed, when the moment is favourable, in forming a bipartisan band. This is the more dangerous because the leaders, lacking balance of mind, are unable to control themselves, but act upon the mind of the mob by the very fascination of their strangeness, and succeed in drawing them blindly after them. They are, we might say, ferment gems, powerless by themselves, but terrible in their effects when they can act at a given temperature and upon predisposed organism. Historic examples of this are to be found among the epidemics of insanity in the Middle Ages, among the Mormons and Methodists in America, in the incendiaries of Normandy in 1830, and in those of the Commune in Paris. We know now that, leaving aside the influence of certain rare idealists, the Commune was the effect of an epidemic delirium called forth by defeat and the abuse of absinthe, but especially by the great number of the insane, ambitious, homicidal, or even paralytic, freed too soon from the asylums, who, finding in this overexcited population a propitious soil, united and put into action their disastrous dreams. Laborde cites at least 8 members of the Commune who were notoriously insane, such as Eudes, Ferre, Goupil, Lunier, and Florenz, and such was B, who nevertheless was elected by 10,000 votes. The horrors of the French Revolution also were often provoked by the delirium of homicidal maniacs like Marat and Terriogny. The Marquis de Sade was president of the section of the pikemen. The only remedy for all these evils is unquestionably the institution of asylums for the criminal insane. If these received legal recognition and their position were unequivocally fixed, the continual conflict between justice and public safety would cease, a conflict which now is renewed every time one of these unfortunates comes to trial and an attempt is made to determine how far he was driven by morbid impulses and how far by the perversity of his own will. In doubt, the judges extricate themselves, now by injustice, now by imprudence, and later when they lighten the sentence of a man who appears insane, or acquits him altogether. The former, when, as alas, too often happens, they condemn, perhaps to death, one whom an alienist would recognize at once as insane. Many will object, it is true, that if we allow ourselves to be led by these considerations, we shall end by punishing no one. But the same objections were raised against those who opposed the burning of those insane unfortunates whom men called witches. This position should not be ascribed to a sentimental pity, dangerous to others, for the measure is preventive even more than humanitarian, since if those unjustly convicted are numerous, those imprudently acquitted are not less so. The thing to be done then is to prevent them from returning to society, to which they are a great source of danger, until we have every assurance that they have become perfectly harmless. It may be objected again that it is easier to confuse those who feign insanity with those who are really insane, and in fact, the number of these is very great among criminals. But the most recent studies have shown us that mistakes are made only because so many observers are ignorant of the connection between moral insanity and crime, and because, moreover, it is very difficult to make a true diagnosis, since many of the persons pretending insanity are really predisposed to it, so that in a short time they become actually insane, or are genuine insane persons who, ignorant of their true disease, easily pretend an artificial one. Further, these patients often present very rare forms of mental disturbance, and on this account, the distrust of the physician is quite rightly aroused. Jacobi tells that he had to change his opinion 4 times about an insane person who appeared to be feigning insanity, but proved to be really insane. A thief who was pronounced by Delbruck to be feigning insanity starved himself to death. Another pretended that he had in his right leg a disease that he had in reality in his left. A homicidal monomaniac imitated in prison a form of insanity which he did not have, and did this, as he told me, to escape sentence. But if some criminals really succeed in feigning insanity, the perpetual seclusion in a hospital for the insane will be punishment enough, even if modern society, not content with defending itself against them, still wishes to revenge itself upon them. Insane criminals in fact complain incessantly of being kept in the hospitals, and demand without cries to return to prison. There is, for example, the case of Cesare, who would not be allowed his counsel to defend him as insane, preferring to be executed to being immured in an insane asylum. Would not the asylum for the criminal insane be the best means of making such criminals harmless? I do not know whether Wecker merely pretended to be insane, or was really so, but if he had been permanently confined in an insane asylum, the lives of several men would have been spared. Weidmeister objects, further, that the asylums for the criminal insane in England are often the theatre of sad scenes of blood, and require for their maintenance 3 times the expense of the others. This is true for the tendency to make plots. Very rarely in the ordinary asylums is, on the contrary, very frequent in the criminal asylums, since inmates know that they will never be released, and furthermore, being conscious of their impunity, destroy clothing and utensils, attack the attendants, wound and kill. In 1868, there occurred at Broadmoor 72 cases of which attendants were injured, 2 of them very seriously, and the daily expense especially great because the damage done by the insane and the high pay given the attendants reached 5 francs for each insane person. There is nothing, however, to wonder at in that, or should it cause any serious opposition, for it is natural that the bringing together of so many dangerous individuals should bring great dangers with it, especially to the poor attendants, who, notwithstanding the high wages, seldom remain long in the service. But if it were not for the asylums for the criminal insane, these things would occur in the ordinary asylums. Besides, the subdivisions recently introduced by Orange at Broadmoor have greatly improved conditions. First, the convicts are separated from the others, and those who have been indicted but not convicted. Finally, the ordinary prisoners who have been sentenced for short terms for crimes of little moment are returned to the country asylums. The government has carried the reform to completion and removed all inconveniences by setting aside one wing at the working prison for convicts who become insane while in prison. The statistics of asylums for the criminal insane show that they have a noticeably lower mortality rate than the general asylums. This is an encouragement to establish more of these institutions, at the same time proof that conditions in them are not as bad as has been represented. The expense does not appear to be so excessive when one compares with the cost of caring, not for ordinary insane persons, but for the violent insane, who, needing double watchfulness, occasion a considerable expense. It is necessary also to take into account the expenses occasioned by escapes, frequent in the case of the violent. In Massachusetts, this expense has been estimated at not less than $25 a day, while the escaped lunatic is at large. This is even one of the reasons that led the state to erect an asylum for the criminal insane. We may add that the expense could be considerably diminished by transferring to the asylum a number of the better penitentiary guards and advanced pay. In this way, the frequent changes of attendants would be avoided, and at the same time, men accustomed to this sort of danger and not easily intimidated would be secured. Finally, the number of inmates might be cut down by removing criminals who become inoffensive, by eliminating those who come from prison in an accurate state of insanity, and are therefore, as the experience of Gutch and Bruchel shows, more likely to be cured, and also by retaining in the prison infirmary under strict surveillance those prisoners who are suspected of feigning insanity. End of section 29. Section 30 of Crime as Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. Penalties anthropologically adapted to the sex, age, etc. of the criminal and to the nature of the crime. Subchapter 219. Sex. As I have shown in Chapter 14, and in my Female Offender, we may conclude that the true-born criminal exists among women who in the form of the prostitute, who already finds in her lamentable calling a substitute for crime. Most female criminals are the only criminals from accident or passion, passing frequently from one to the other of these two classes. They very rarely show the type and tendencies of the criminal, and commit only from 11% to 20% as many crimes as men. They lead, it is true, in poisoning, abortion, and infanticide, but of the highway robberies only 6% to 8% are committed by women. When we add that the crimes which are more essentially feminine, such as abortion and infanticide, are just those for which there is least need of punishment, being almost always committed at the suggestion of the lover or husband, it is often sufficient to separate the criminals. The penalty for the greater number of female criminals could be limited to a reprimand with suspended sentence, except in the very rare cases of poisoning, swindling, or homicide, in which it would be necessary to confine the offender in a convent, where, on account of the great susceptibility to suggestion, religion could be substituted for the eroticism that is the most frequent cause of their crimes. I have had proofs of this in a cellular prison under my charge, where, however, the nuns and attendants were not especially well fitted for their duties. As for those who relapse 2 or 3 times into sexual crimes, the only method would be to enroll them in the official list of prostitutes, which would have the advantage of preventing clandestine prostitution, much the most harmful sort. Recognizing the great importance which women attach to dress and ornament, we may often in minor offences, such as thefts, brawls, and slanders, replace a prison sentence by penalties which will touch female vanity, such as cutting the hair, etc. In adopting special penalties for women, we shall only be returning to usages of the ancients, the Jews and the Germans. In Russia in the Middle Ages, a woman who struck her husband had to ride upon an ass with her face toward the tail. In England, women who quarrelled among themselves had to go through the village with a weight chained to their foot. Slanderers and busybodies had to wear a muzzle. Conrad Keltz writes in his De Origine Situ Moribus et Institutionibus Domain. Women who have been brought in disrepute because of witchcraft or superstitious practices, or have been guilty of infanticide or abortion, have various punishments inflicted upon them, being either sewed up in sacks and drowned, or even burned to death, or buried alive. Yet these cruel punishments are not sufficient to prevent their continually adding crime to crime. Subchapter 220. Abortion. The crimes of abortion which do not have professional gain for the object ought to be punished only by a reprimand or putting upon probation. It is to Balestrini that the credit is due for demonstrating that the procuring of an abortion ought not to be treated as a crime, for the lawmaker cannot in this matter pretend to be protecting the family, since this crime is most often committed by unmarried mothers just with the object of not creating an illegitimate family. Regarded as a defense of the person, such as law would have no force except where the abortion was procured without the consent of the mother. The abstract legal object is equally without standing, since society has nothing to gain from the birth of illegitimate children. The fiction of civil law which extends personally to unborn children cannot be characterized over into criminal law. The legal existence of the fetal life as a part of the social structure is, moreover, very contestable. An embryo does not represent a human being, but a being still at the stage of animalism, or rather a lower animal, which, in the earlier months, it would take an embryologist to recognize as human at all. No right is injured, then, by an abortion produced by a woman upon herself, not even by the danger which she incurs, no one being able to prevent another from injuring himself. We may add that indictments and still more convictions are very rare, and that there is a risk of an unjust conviction from the difficulty of obtaining certain proof except in very rare cases. In Italy in 1863, out of 9 women tried, 4 were acquitted. In 1870 there were 4 acquitted to 8 indictments, and in 1881 the same number to 13 indictments. In England from 1847 to 1849 there were only 3 cases of abortion tried. In 1850 there were 5, in 1851 4, in 1852 9, in 1853 17, out of which number there were 12 acquittals. In 1853 there was not a single trial for abortion in Scotland, and the same was true in Württemberg in 1853 to 54. And the rarity of convictions, 28%, not only casts ridicule upon the law, but also makes it appear that there is injustice in the rare cases where the penalty is exacted. Subchapter 221. Infanticide. All these arguments are applicable to infanticide also. Birth, the latter development of the embryo, is only an unjust cause of infamy to the woman without being any advantage to society, to which on the contrary it becomes a charge. For if the infant is abandoned, it is received into a foundling asylum, where it is legally assassinated, mortality in these establishments being so great as to be like a permanent epidemic. Thus in Syracuse, the mortality of foundlings reaches 73%, at Modica 99%, and at Turin 50%. It may be objected that we ought not to interfere with the increase of the population, but in that case we ought to pass laws against onanism. All thinkers recognize that law is a relation of man to man, having for its object to make possible the existence of man in society, that it has 2 terms, man and society, but man only in so far as he is a member of society. In the case of the fetus, and in the case of the newly born child as well, we can recognize only one of these 2 terms fully. We may even say that the social element is completely lacking. It is evident in fact that both are rather under the guardianship of the mother, who constitutes their whole environment, than under that of society, of which they are still not directly a part. The alarm society for the life of an infant of whose existence is still ignorant. For infanticide, honorias causa, must necessarily take place before the birth of the infant is known, ought to be much less than that for the loss of an adult in the flower of his age. We must, then, deduct from the theoretical evil caused by the murder of the newborn child the amount of certain or probable evil which would come from the preservation of a life which exposes the father and mother to an irreparable loss of honour, compromises the peace of one family and sometimes of several, or, at least, in case the child is deserted, puts society in a perplexing situation. For on the one hand, the imperious voice of charity imposes upon society the necessity of receiving the innocent foundling, while on the other hand reason and experience teach that, by constantly accepting the bringing up of these children as an obligation, it incurs the risk of encouraging desertion and makes charity degenerate into a reward of immorality. As for the direct harm caused by infanticide, it consists in the suppression of an existence so threatened by the frequency of stillbirths and the great mortality of foundlings, that it does not all approach the harm done by an ordinary homicide. It is hardly necessary to add that a penitentiary sentence would have the infallible effect of depraving the woman, and of taking from her, together with a habit of housework, the means of rehabilitating herself when her term has expired. On the other hand, if we base the penalty upon the fear of a relapse, it can have no hold upon the infanticide, who is almost invariably a criminal by accident or by passion, rarely a recidivist. Probation with security for good behaviour is here, then, very generally sufficient. Limiting in this way the repressive measures against women, we shall prevent those decisions of judges and juries which seems so unjust when we compare the treatment of women with that of men. Out of 100 of each sex who came to trial at the Assize in Italy, 34 women and 31 men were acquitted, 31 women and 19 men before the tribunal, and 8 women and 6 men before the justices of the peace. In France, 25 women and 50 men were acquitted at the Assize, and in Russia, 31 women and 34 men. Subchapter 222. Age, Youth. Prison is still less the proper expedient for the youth of either sex. I have shown that there are offences which belong physiologically to childhood, such as cruelty to animals, theft of food, and cheating. What is really useful in these cases is what we may call moral nurture, putting them into the care of respectable and kindly families where the children will be well treated and where they will be submitted to the proper sort of suggestion, so powerful at that age. Here they will be stimulated to continued activity for the satisfaction of their proper pride, and at the same time will be withdrawn from dissipation and idleness. Charitable institutions, agricultural colonies, and reform schools like Parnato's, and that at Elmira, rendered more useful by the application of new ideas drawn from psychology and psychiatry and by immigration to agricultural centers, will prevent the occasional crime so frequent at that age, and will succeed in certain cases, if not in correcting, at least in usefully transforming the born criminal, and in any case will prevent him from contaminating others. For this purpose it is necessary to avoid the detention prison, which is the greatest source of corruption for youth. We speak, says Jolly, of the prisons of the Middle Ages, where they found a dead man between two sick men in the same bed. What we still do in our prisons is destined, I believe, to cause quite as much astonishment by and by. We put a person away in judgment who is innocent or perhaps only an occasional criminal in contact with the hardened offenders. France, with such promiscuities, transforms into malefactors children who have no tendency to crime. And all this has not even the advantage of making a selection, since, as Jolly very well observes, the children acquitted are worse than those convicted. It is for this reason that every violent correctional measure ought to be regarded as harmful, and we should turn to milder measures, especially remembering the great precocity of criminals. The limit of age at which we begin our application ought to be set at some little time before 9 years, and prolonged in the case of infantilism to a period considerably beyond that set by law. The limit should vary, also according to climate, race, profession, etc. The Semitic and Southern races are, for example, much more precocious in crimes of blood and in sexual crimes, and the poor and those who live in the country are slower to develop than the city dwellers and the rich. Subchapter 223. Old Age. The old man, unable to do harm, ought, like the child, to be spared the prison sentence. In his case, the common refuge, the workhouse, is sufficient. Here such inmates should be kept in separate apartments, with special precautions to prevent the contagion of evil and also escape. Only when the crime shows an unconquerable perversity should the old man be incarcerated in a regular prison. For the true criminals, by passion, remorse for crime is already the greatest of punishments. A fine, a judicial reprimand, or removal from the city or from the persons injured will be sufficient to protect society, to which they present no danger, and this treatment will leave them able to be useful because of the great altruism which is characteristic of their class. Subchapter 225. Political Criminals. Much the same way may be said of political criminals. If there is a crime which should be spared not only capital punishment, but even any severe punishment at all, it is that of the political criminal. This is especially true because many political criminals, if they are not criminals by passion, are insane and need the hospital more than the scaffold, and because even when they are criminals, their altruism renders them worthy of the greatest consideration, and often by having their altruism given another direction, they may be made useful to society. Louise Mitchell was called, in New Caledonia, the Red Angel, so devoted was she to the sick and unfortunate. Moreover, almost all political criminals are young, and it is in youth that heroism and fanaticism attain their highest degree. It is not possible to kill an idea by killing the man who has conceived it. On the contrary, it grows and perpetuates itself better in the glow of the matchless halo, all the more if it is true, while if it is false, it falls of itself. Furthermore, it is not possible to pass final judgment upon a man while he is alive, any more than a single generation can decide with certainty as to the falsity of an idea that has arisen under their own eyes. Russia has, for a long time, given us proofs of the uselessness of too severe laws against political criminals. Each of her terrible acts of repression by condemnation to a lingering death in the mines of Siberia has been followed by new and more violent reactions, and the same is true of France and Italy. Ravachol was not yet dead when he was turned into a demigod, and hymns were sung in Paris in his honor instead of the Marseillaise. There is nothing, writes one of our profoundest thinkers, G. Ferrero, more potent in exciting revolutionary tendencies than those legendary metrologies. that stir the imagination of the numbers of fanatics with whom our society is swarming, and who are always an important element in all revolutionary movements. In every society there is a crowd of persons who need a martyr. They enjoy being persecuted and believing themselves the victims of human wickedness. They enroll themselves in the political parties which offer the most danger, just as certain mountain climbers choose the mountain that has the most dangerous precipices and the most inaccessible peaks. For all such there is no more powerful incentive to embrace revolutionary theories than violent persecutions, and nothing is more dangerous than to give these exalted imaginations the corpse of an executed leader. That which characterizes these political criminals especially is a lack, which we might call specific, of adaptability to the form of government under which they are living. While born criminals show themselves unadaptable not only to the social environment of the nation in which they are found, but also to that of any nation of the same degree of civilization. For this reason, while born criminals must be eliminated from the civilized world, political criminals, who are such by passion, need simply be removed from the government and social environment by the people to whom they have proved unable to adapt themselves. Exile, as it existed in Roman law, and as it now exists in Abyssinia, and in serious cases, deportation, are then the penalties most appropriate for this class of criminals. But these penalties ought always to be temporary and revocable every 3 or 5 years at the will of Parliament, for before the expiration of the sentence public opinion may very well have changed. It is just for this reason that our school, while opposed to jury trial for ordinary crimes, accepts it in the case of political crimes as the only means of diagnosis which permits the recognition of whether the public opinion regards the offence in question as a crime. It was thus that formerly heresy was punished as the gravest possible crime, while to punish it today would seem ridiculous. It will be the same in a short time with crimes of lèse-majesté, strikes, and the pretended offences of socialistic thought. By this means we shall prevent those rare cases of rebellion which are, as we have seen, the beginnings of evolution. And this idea is neither revolutionary nor new, for it has already been applied in different countries and epochs, not really free governments. In Florence under the form of admonition, in Greece under that of ostracism, and in Sicily as petalism. In the Constitution of the United States, it is Congress itself which fixes the penalty for political crimes, and the same situation prevailed in the Roman Republic. But if the punishment for crimes provoked by political passion alone ought always to be temporary, in mixed political crimes, on the contrary, the penalty might be applied in a mixed form, that is to say, fixed for a certain term of years, corresponding to the legitimate social reaction, and indeterminate for another series of years, in order that it may be possible to interrupt it if the attack upon the political organization is no longer considered in the country as a crime. Subchapter 226. Occasional Criminals. The same crime calls for a different penalty according as it is committed by a born criminal, a criminaloid, or an occasional criminal, and even at times in this latter case for no punishment at all. In this case it is essential to recognize the true motive. An offence that is really occasional and which excludes the thought of punishment is a theft of food by persons who are famished. Real punishment is equally inappropriate in all cases of involuntary offences, according to their opinion of Poglia, Pincero, and Capobianco. The amount of the damages to be paid left to the civil judges, for it would be unjust to regard a man as absolutely unfit to live in society, simply for the reason that through negligence or thoughtlessness, or by a pure accident which could not be repeated, he has committed a harmful act. If the same thing occurs repeatedly, it is possible that the simple dangers, a fine, a suspension from the office, act, or profession which have been the cause of the blamable act. Subchapter 227. Aid to Suicide. Among the pretended crimes which the law punishes but which the public conscience absolves are those which Garofalo calls not natural but juridical, and which we shall call conventional. Aid to suicide is an example. If, leaving aside pure abstractions, we interrogate the science of life, we shall see, write Calusi and Ferri, that the interest of society in the existence of each of its members is not absolute, but that it decreases greatly, even ceases altogether in the case of voluntary death. On its side, biology shows us that in the struggle for existence it is the weakest, those least adapted to the social life, who succumb. Suicide is one of the forms of this defeat. It is, according to Haeckel, a safety valve for future generations to whom it spares a fatal heritage of nervous diseases with their consequent misery. It is, says Bagot, one of the instruments for the amelioration of the human race by the road of selection. Such is also the opinion of Morcelli and of myself. I have shown with Ferry that suicide is opposed to homicide, that is, a real safety valve, so that where one increases, the other decreases. On this side, then, suicide is a real advantage to the security of the state. Either, continues Ferry, you maintain that a man has not a right to dispose of his own life, and then you ought to punish the suicide, or else you recognize that suicide is not a crime, in that how can you punish the man who takes part in the suicide by aiding in it, just for taking part in what is no crime? For even if we cannot deny that the state exercises its repressive function for the purpose of defending its citizens as individuals in the case of crime against their safety, who does not see that real and voluntary consent of the victim removes any excuse for interference on the part of the state? Wherein do we feel our safety threatened when we learn that an individual has been killed at his own request? The Church alone can pretend to save the sinner in spite of himself. Subchapter 228, Defamation. The same may be said of the penalties decreed by the Italian Code against defamation having a political or social object. The work most often of men better than the normal, who have the courage to reveal to the public facts that pass for defamation only because the persons accused are powerful. These noble defamers are not to be feared, and they do no damage. They disobey the law only because it is imperfect. They are, then, pseudo criminals, more worthy of praise and punishment. It is enough to make them show their good faith by furnishing proof of the facts, or by retracting if they are deceived, especially since to lay bare our wounds is to begin their cure. Subchapter 229. The Duel. The situation is much the same with regard to the duel. Are we still subject to the tyranny of the custom which drove us to the duel in grave and exceptional cases when the service of the law became unavailing? If it is so, then we have before us, in persons guilty of duelling, harmless individuals. We should be using an excess and unjust zeal if we were to punish them in order to escape a danger which in reality does not exist. On the other hand, is it the office of the criminal law to correct morals? Assuredly not, for morals and laws follow the natural trend of things, and are both determined by environment. It is enough to recall that duels raged most in the countries where they were punished most severely, and that from the Middle Ages to our own time the number has decreased in measure as the laws against them became milder. But whoever believed that prejudices could be overcome by penalties? Have not the prejudices already gathered enough victims without having these useless punishments coming in and demanding new ones? The penal code ought to aim at defending society by purifying it from the evil race of criminals. Now the duellist, at least in most cases, is rather a victim than a criminal, and if on account of the means which science offers us, we are able to identify him as a criminal in those rare cases in which he is such, why should we offer him this honourable means of escape? If he is not a criminal, why should we punish him for being the victim of the very prejudices which we wish to eradicate? But the prejudice will either die, or it will be stronger than the law, and the penalties which, on account of their severity, will not be applied, will render the important efforts of the lawmaker all the more ridiculous. Subchapter 230. Adultery. In the matter of adultery again, the situation is much the same. That it should be punished as a crime in the canon law is doubtless justified, but in the modern code it can be classed at most only as a contravention. Adultery is assuredly immoral, and it is certain that if a law could prevent it by punishment it would be welcome, but that it could do so is not the opinion of the majority. Moreover, in this kind of trial, the victim suffers more than the culprit. It is useless, then, to have recourse in the law, and besides, the general and habitual impunity renders condemnation, in the rare cases where it takes place, all the more cruel. As Bernini rightly says in his magnificent monograph, Offesa e divisa, the law cannot oblige a woman to love her husband or the husband his wife. It can only safeguard rights that may be exacted materially and by force. Love is not a right that either one of a married couple can require of the other, and the law cannot, in consequence, protect a right which does not exist for the person who claims to have been injured. Adultery, by dissolving their natural marriage, involves a moral divorce. Why should not also dissolve the civil marriage by a legal divorce? Why maintain forcibly the cause of the disturbance, while aggravating its effects by the useless scandal of a trial and a condemnation? Subchapter 231. Criminaloids. For criminaloids who are not recidivists and are without accomplices, it would be sufficient for the first time to suspend sentence, take security, and require the repayment of the damage by work where the culprit is not able to pay. This work should be in the fields where the offender is a peasant, or in the case of refusal to work, in a cellular prison. Subchapter 232. Homosexual offenders. Homosexual offenders whose crime has been occasioned by a residence in barracks, or colleagues, or by a forced celibacy, plainly will not relapse when the cause has been removed. It will be sufficient in their case to inflict a conditional punishment, for they are not to be confused with the homosexual offenders who are born such, and who manifest their evil propensities from childhood without being determined by special causes. These should be confined from their youth, for they are a source of contagion and cause a great number of occasional criminals. Subchapter 233. Other minor offences. Many other punishable acts could be transferred from the penal to the civil code for fines and payment of damages. In this class come the violation of private correspondence, damages caused by the property of another, and bad treatment of other members of the family who are not habitual or proceeding from depraved and truly criminal instincts. To this treatment we may add, in the case of husband and wife, separation, divorce. These disciplinary measures will be sufficient in the case of a violation of the duties proper to a public employee, and could be carried to the extent of dismissing him from his position. Simple threats, violation of domicile without criminal intent, insult, arbitrary taking of satisfaction, abuse of pastorage rights, and trespass will be sufficiently punished by payment of damages, which could very well be estimated by a civil judge. I would add to the list thefts of food of small value, provided that the small value of the article stolen showed the occasional character of the offence. It is not a flagrant injustice that petty thieves, most often quite inoffensive children who have stolen fruit, for example, shall be punished as severely as real criminals who steal upon a large scale, or even more severely, since the latter often escape punishment altogether. I shall never forget how upon the day when 5 ministers of the realm of Italy rose as one man in open parliament to deny or to justify the thefts of Tanlongo and Company, running up to more than 30 millions. 7 children were sent to sweep for a month and a half in prison cells for having stolen a herring of the value of 35 centesimi. In the last case, I should wish to make a distinction between the really criminal gang having a common understanding and a minutely detailed plan, and that accidental semi-complicity which often has nothing criminal in it, being the effect of a simple caprice. The former I would punish very severely, while the latter a simple reparation to the person injured with a reprimand or a conditional sentence would suffice. Subchapter 234. Complicity. The least dangerous criminals, those who are occasional criminals or criminals of passion, having for their psychological characteristic always to act alone without accomplices, it follows that complicity, at least in thefts, highway robberies, and murders, in the case of adults, must constitute by itself an aggravated circumstance, and every case should not be looked into, as it is now, merely to determine what share in the guilt each member of the band had, but should be taken as a distinctive mark of criminals belonging to the most dangerous classes. Subchapter 235. Habitual criminals. As to recidivists and criminaloids who have become habitual criminals, they should be treated like born criminals but subjected to a less severe discipline, their crimes being almost always less serious: theft, swindling, forgery, etc. Further, while in the case of the born criminal the first crime is serious, it is sufficient to have him sentenced to perpetual confinement. In the case of the habitual criminal, it is necessary, before determining upon this extreme treatment, to have the evidence of a number of recidivisms more or less great according to the kind of crimes and the circumstances under which they were committed. For the employment of these criminals there should be larger workshops, for those who come from the cities and for those who come from the country, agricultural colonies and districts that need clearing, graded from the least to the most healthful according to the different categories of criminals. The colony of Castidas, which has created an oasis in the most insalubrious districts of Sardinia, and the miracles of the Trois Fontaines prove how easy it is to put these organizations to practical use, diminishing the enormous expenses which respectable people have to pay for the punishment of criminals, and at the same time making them of real service to the society which they have injured. Subchapter 236. The Criminal Insane. As for the criminal insane and the numerous born criminals, in whom epilepsy and moral insanity manifest themselves clearly by fits of mental disturbance, the only proper treatment is confinement in a criminal asylum. By means of such an institution, we take away from the criminal who might feign insanity or desire to do so. We prevent a criminal heredity derived from the inmates. We put an end to their forming criminal associations, the criminal bands having almost all a prison origin. We prevent recidivism and cut down the enormous expenses of trials and the imitative crimes which often result from trials. Weidmeister objects that these asylums will do an injury to justice in case the patient becomes cured. In reply, we will remark in the first place that these cases are quite rare. The statistics of Broadmoor record about 5.5%. However this may be, the inconvenience may be remedied by granting liberty to those patients only who have shown themselves to be cured during a long period of observation. But as soon as a criminal has been recognized as insane, objects Falbet, he is not to be considered as a criminal, but resumes his status under the civil law. To this we reply that he cannot return to that status, because he has killed, ravished, and stolen, and cannot therefore be put on the same plane as the harmless insane, for as long as the danger persists, the right of defense remains. Aside from this method of reasoning is derived from a class of ideas which science will from now on eliminate. That is to say, that while insanity is a misfortune, crime is a perversity of the free will. Now, just as men came to recognize a century ago, contrary to the beliefs of the Middle Ages, that insanity did not depend upon free will, we must now recognize that neither does crime itself depend upon it. Crime and insanity are both misfortunes. Let us treat them, then, without rancor, but defend ourselves from their blows. On the principle of the positive school, the objection cannot be maintained that the insane, so-called criminal comes under the civil law simply. He comes under the law of self-defense as much as the true criminal. For this reason the objection falls that the insane person cannot be detained for an indeterminate time, and that when he is cured, even before the expiration of the term which he would have passed in prison, in case of conviction, he has the right to go free. This objection cannot be admitted, considering the great number of relapses which have been shown to occur in all forms of insanity. There are misfortunes that are inexorable and grant only a short respite. Since we cannot deliver the individual from them completely, let us try at least to prevent the family of the hapless wretch, and society in general, from being victims. Furthermore, all the civilized nations show similar institutions. We have seen that in England they are already ancient. The criminal asylum exists also in Denmark, and has been introduced into Sweden and Hungary. In France, at the Prefecture of Police, there is a permanent medical commission whose duty it is to separate immediately from the other persons arrested those who appear to be insane. In 1870, a real asylum for the criminal insane was erected as a part of the central institution at Gallion. This department is kept under the discipline of the prison except as to the compulsory labour, and also as to the punishments, which can be inflicted only with the permission of physicians. Only those who have been sentenced to imprisonment for more than 1 year are admitted here, and they cannot be discharged without the authorization of the minister. All the other civilized peoples of continental Europe, if they have not regular criminal asylums, have laws and institutions which partly take the place of them. At Hamburg, Halle, and Bruchsal, the penitentiaries have infirmaries which are reserved exclusively for the insane, with gardens, secure cells, and a special discipline so that the insane can receive a continual care there, as in the regular asylums. Belgium law 1850 decrees that persons arrested, proceedings against whom have been suspended, for the cause of insanity, shall be consigned to asylums designed by the public minister. These asylums must have special wards for maniacal prisoners, accused or convicted, who cannot be mingled with the other patients, without special authorization from the Minister of Justice. The physician in charge is responsible for the escape of dangerous or criminal insane persons, and in case of flight, must take all the necessary steps to recover them. A new law, La Loi Lejeune. 1891, requires the appointment of 3 alienists as special inspectors of prison to discover, isolate and care for the insane. In Hungary, a kind of medical senate composed of judges and physicians who are alienists is charged with pronouncing upon doubtful cases. We may say then, in summing up, that in these asylums there should be received, first, all prisoners who have become insane, if they have criminal tendencies; second, all the insane who, on account of homicidal or incendiary tendencies, pedestry, etc., have been subjected to a judicial procedure which has been suspended upon the delivery of their insanity; third, all those charged with strange or atrocious crimes committed without clear motive, in whose case has arisen the suspicion of insanity, or at least of a serious cerebral affection, is attested by 3 expert alienists. Fourth, in consideration of the extraordinary importance of epilepsy, all those who have committed crimes in a state of psychotic epilepsy and criminals who have had epileptic fits. Fifth, all those who, being of general good reputation, are driven to crime by an habitual and evident infirmity, such as pellagra, chronic alcoholism, and perpetual diseases, especially where they have insane or epileptic parents, or show numerous marks of degeneracy. In this connection we see the property of having special criminal asylums for the alcoholic, epileptic, etc. The insane coming from the prisons must be isolated from the others and placed in separate wards in the infirmaries and next to the prison. The discipline should be severe for all, and the vigilance greater than in the common asylums, more like that of the prisons, but the work should be proportioned to the strength and alternated with long periods of rest and amusement. The direction should be medical, but the attendants should have prison training. The individuals who are recognized as habitually dangerous and have already been several times arranged ought never to be liberated. Those who are affected with a transitory or intermittent form of insanity and show signs of a perfect cure should be selected for discharge after 1 or 2 years of observation, and subjected, after their release, to monthly medical visits for several years, as is done in Belgium. Subchapter 237. Incorrigible Criminals. We have seen that the best penitentiary system will not prevent recidivism, and that the individualized system has given unfortunate results in Denmark. On the other hand, we have seen that we have in the collective prisons the most frequent cause of repeated recidivisms and criminal actions. Further, what can one hope for the individuals, like those described by Brenton and Asperel, return to prison 50 or 60 times in a single year? Such persons evidently find themselves better off there than outside, so that for them prison is no longer a punishment, but a reward and an encouragement to corruption. When no method is of service any longer, when the criminal is insensible to all the pains taken with him and relapses 10 or 20 times, society ought not to wait while he perfects himself in crime by a new sojourn in prison, but should keep him shut up until assured of his reformation, or better, of his powerlessness to do harm. We should, for this end, establish special penal institutions to which a jury composed of directors, physicians, and judges shall consign all the individuals who, having from infancy shown an inclination towards crime, have relapsed several times, especially if they present those physical and psychical characteristics which have seen to be masks of the born criminal. Even more important than the well-being of the inmate is the matter of making them useful, that they may not occasion too great an expense, and also the matter of preventing the possibility of escape. For this reason, islands or retired valleys offer the best locations. Here the prisoners may be occupied, if they come from the country, in work in the fields, which will be useful for their health and of advantage to the state, while those who come from the city may be provided for in workshops. Better still, disciplined military companies might be formed, as the practice in Westphalia, and put to work to improve the roads and drain the marshes. They should be permitted daily to spend some hours according to their own taste, but they should be set at liberty again only after extraordinary proof of reformation. The cellular system should be inflicted upon them in the case of a new relapse. In this way the prison would become purged of those criminals who take pride in vice and render all attempts at reform there impossible. In this way we shall apply anew to society the process of selection to which is due the existence of our race, and also probably the existence of justice itself, since it was the elimination of the more violent that gradually allowed justice to prevail. However high the expense of all this may be, it will always be less than the cost of new crimes and new trials. Thompson calculates that 458 Scotch recidivists cost £132,000, of which £86,000 was for the cost of the trial alone. This proposition is not new, for in 1864 the House of Lords proposed to condemn criminals to penal servitude after a second recidivism. Elebist proposes that after the expiration of his sentence, every individual whose total sentences exceed 5 years, and who has relapsed for the 10th time, shall be permanently deported. The same reform is proposed by Bonneville, Tissot, and Doria Barini, and has already been put into operation in Belgium in the agricultural colony of Max-Place, which contains 4,500 individuals. The buildings of the institution were all erected by the labour of the convicts themselves under a superintendence of 30 or 44 men. Everything was constructed little by little according to the needs and resources, so that this magnificent establishment, which in other countries would have cost millions, has cost Belgium only the price of the land. Livestock multiplies upon the place, since the farms have their own bulls and stallions. The workmen are occupied only with the production of such things as have an easy sale, and the making of which they may be useful. The inmates are divided into 4 classes. First, those who are refractory or dangerous, contact with whom might be harmful to the other inmates. Second, recidivist convicts, under the surveillance of the police, those who have formerly escaped, and those who have had a bad record in the institution itself. Third, men whose antecedents have something to be desired, but have never had to undergo severe punishment in the institution. Fourth, those who have not been deported to the colonies more than 3 times, whose conduct might be considered as good. The communions sometimes send their paupers there, paying 65 centimes for those who are well, and 85 for the sick. Those who refuse to work are kept in a cell 3 days upon bread and water. The inmates are paid for their labour in a currency which passes only the institution, but is exchanged for real money when they are discharged. In this way the danger of spending money in the neighbouring hamlets is avoided. Subchapter 238. The Death Penalty. But when, in spite of the prison, transportation and hard labour, these criminals repeat their sanguinary crimes and threaten the lives of honest men for the 3rd or 4th time, there is nothing left but the last selection, painful but sure, capital punishment. Just as the death penalty is too largely inscribed in the book of nature, so it is in the book of history, and like all other punishments, it has a relative justice. Capital punishment assuredly ought to be found in the penal system of barbarous peoples, among whom prison does not inspire sufficient terror, but among civilized people the delicacy of feeling which wishes to abolish it is too respectable to be brushed aside, to say nothing of the fact that the singular prestige produced by a death inflicted in cold blood by judges, and at times met with bravado, often multiplies crimes by imitation and creates among the rabble a sort of worship of the unfortunate victim. But the opponents of this form of punishment do not think of asking, what means of defence is left to society against a man guilty of repeated murders who keeps his guards in constant danger of violation or death? Would it be more just or more humane to keep him bound hand and foot for life? Let no one advance the objection, with Ferry, that in order to make capital punishment effective, it must become a regular butchery, a thing repugnant to modern thought. To retain the death penalty is not the same as multiplying it. It is enough that it should remain suspended like the sword of Damocles over the head of the more terrible criminals, when after having been condemned to imprisonment for life, they have several times made attempts upon the lives of others. Under these conditions, there is no longer any weight to the otherwise fundamentally sound objection which is so often put forward, namely, that this penalty is irreparable. I should also wish to have this punishment retained when the social system of a country is menaced by associated crime under the forms of brigandage, the Camorra, etc. From this point of view, it seems to me that the civil conditions are absolutely equivalent to the conditions for which this penalty is reserved in time of war. What? Shall we be unmoved when by the right of conscription we condemn in advance thousands of men to an early death upon the battlefield, often for dynastic caprice or demagogic madness? And shall we hesitate when it is a question of suppressing some few criminal individuals 100 times more dangerous and fatal than a foreign enemy, in whose ranks a chance bullet may strike at Darwin or at Gladstone? Assuredly, if we take the point of view of strict abstract right, we do not believe ourselves to be God's vicars, and therefore have no absolute right over the life of our fellows. But unless this right comes to us with necessity of self-defense, neither have we any right to deprive men of liberty or to hold them accountable for the least misdemeanor. To claim that the death penalty is contrary to the laws of nature is to ignore the fact that this law is written in the book of nature in letters only too clear, and that the very progress of the organic world is entirely based upon the struggle for existence, followed by savage hecatombs. The fact that there exist such beings as born criminals, organically fitted for evil, atavistic reproductions, not simply of savage men, but even of the fiercest animals, far from making us more compassionate towards them, as has been maintained, steels us against all pity. A love for animals, except among the fakirs of India, has not reached such a point that we are willing to sacrifice our own lives for their benefit. Here I can but recall the vigorous lines which Taine wrote to me shortly before he died. Where in the life of the intellectual, moral, and emotional organization of the criminal impulse is isolated, accidental, and transitory, we can and even ought to pardon, but the more the impulse is bound up with the entire fabric of the ideas and feelings, the more guilty is the man, and the more ought he to be punished. You have shown us fierce and lubricious orangutans with human faces. It is evident that as such they cannot act otherwise. If they ravish, steal, and kill, it is by virtue of their own nature and their past, but there is all the more reason for destroying them when it has been proved they will always remain orangutans. As far as they are concerned, I have no objection to the death penalty if society is likely to profit by it. Many of the measures which I have advocated may appear contrary to certain ideal principles, which, while more noble than practical, are regarded by short-sighted intolerance as unassailable axioms. Further, they may be regarded by those who are frightened at the first cost as difficult to put into practice, but this is to lose sight of the economies which they would make possible in the future, especially if we should suppress, at least for recidivists, the costly and useless judicial proceedings based solely upon errors in form. In any case, they cannot be accused of endangering the public safety, which is the ultimate aim of all penal systems. End of section 30. Section 31 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 4. Practical Proofs of the Utility of these Reforms. England, Switzerland. Subchapter 239. The utility of these reforms is proved by the recent statistics of London and Geneva, where there has been a perceptible decrease in criminality, while on the contrary, crime is increasing in countries like Italy and Spain, where such reforms have not been applied. In the period between 1829 and 1838, there were recorded at Geneva, for each 100,000 inhabitants, 79 criminals convicted by the criminal court and 1,000 by the correctional tribunal, while between 1872 and 1885, there were recorded 12 of the former and 300 of the latter. This is to say, between the two periods, the serious crimes decreased by 5/6 and the minor offences by 2/3. This is certainly a great honour to the city, and the facts are even stronger, for the crimes committed by the Genevese themselves had decreased nearly 9/10 in the last 80 years. What are the causes that make Geneva an oasis of morality in the midst of Europe? Guinand attributes it in the first place to the fact that foreigners who have been for some time residents in Geneva have taken up the customs and morals of the natives. And the observation of Joly is to the same effect, namely that the immigrants at first contribute largely to the criminality, but as they become established in their new country, they gain in morality and honesty. But Ledin urges by way of objection, the assimilation of foreigners to the natives does not prevent immigration. The same causes consequently continue to be active, and if on one side of the population of Geneva annually assimilates a certain number of foreigners, the resultant moral influence is neutralized by new immigrants whose influence is the other way. Nor can we look for the cause in education, since we have seen that this very often increases at least the minor forms of criminality. The sole reason remaining is, then, that Geneva, see Part 2, Chapter 6, is certainly that place in Central Europe where there have been established the greatest number of institutions for mutual aid, which without degrading the recipient's remedy, the greatest evils are poverty, and also preventive institutions for children, for degraded women, against alcoholism, etc. The proof of this conclusion appears more clearly still in England, especially in London, if we compare the criminality there in the years 1892 to 93 with those of the 10 years preceding. We find an increase of 28% in the offences against persons and 18.9% in those against property, caused by a desire for vengeance and taking the form of arson or the destroying of crops. But in other crimes, theft, receiving stolen goods, forgery, offences against the public order, etc., the decrease was respectively 8.8%, 36.3%, 34%, and 22.2%, with a total absolute decrease of 8%. Now it must be noted that in these 10 years the population increased 12%, so that even if there had been as much as an absolute increase of 12% in the criminality, it would mean that relatively to the population, crime was not on the increase in England. The degree there in the criminality of minors, which in Italy continues to increase, is still more remarkable. In 1868-69, there was recorded the conviction of 10,000 children less than 16 years of age. In the succeeding years, the figures fell to 9,700 and finally to 4,000. Thus we find that, taking account of the increase in population, England recorded in 1868, 69, and 70 46 juvenile criminals to the 100,000 inhabitants. In 1893, there were only 14, a real decrease of 70%, while it appears that in France in 1889, the number of juvenile offenders had increased 140% in 50 years. Criminal classes of England are composed of individuals at liberty, known to be thieves or receivers of stolen goods, and of persons under suspicion. Here also there is an improvement. In 1867, this last category comprised, taking prisoners and those at liberty together, 87,000 individuals. This figure fell later to 50,000, in 1881 to 38,960, and finally in 1891, 992 to 29,826. The suspected houses fell from 2,688 to 2,360. We do not have here those accidental variations in figures common in statistics, for they show such a decided difference that no doubt can remain. They extend even to unpublished crime. This great decrease in criminality is actually due to preventive measures, especially those which have to do with children, and to the moral and religious fight against alcoholism. We find an incontestable proof of this in the great diminution of crime in London, as compared with the smaller cities and with the country. This is exactly the opposite of what is observed elsewhere, since the general rule is a greater criminality of the principal cities. And while the city of London, which has the largest population of any city in the civilized world, records 15 suspected persons to 100,000 inhabitants, the country shows 61 and the other cities 50. Further, while London has 3.4 suspected houses to each 100,000 inhabitants, the country has 3.9 and the other cities 8.4. We have another proof of the influence of preventive measures in the diminution of alcoholism which has taken place in just those districts of England and Switzerland where the religious and purely ethical societies vie with the state in striking at the evil at its very source. While in France the sale of alcoholic drinks increased from 365,995 in 1869 to 417,518 in 1893, and from 1.82 litres to each inhabitant in 1830 to 4.2 in 1893. In England, on the contrary, the consumption per capita has fallen in recent years from 7 litres to 5, and in Switzerland from 11 litres to 7. Subchapter 240. Born Criminals. It would be a mistake, however, to imagine that the measures which have been shown to be effective with other criminals could be successfully applied to born criminals, for these are, for the most part, refractory to all treatment, even the most affectionate care being at the very cradle, as Bernardo finally became convinced, such as Jack, whom he placed in conditions best fitted to reform him, but who escaped repeatedly to live a life of vagabondage. While the less advanced peoples are lingering over the utopias of the old jurists and believing that reform is possible for all criminals, are taking no measures against the continually rising tide of crime. The English, more provident, have recognized that although they have been able by their efforts to eliminate the accidental criminal almost entirely, the born criminal still persists. They are the only nation to admit the existence of criminals who resist all cure, the professional criminals, as they call them, and the criminal classes. It will not be useless for the benefit of those who limit the causes of crime to education and environment. To verify this with figures, while crime in England has decreased by 8%, recidivism among male criminals has remained stationary or nearly so. The English statistics, in fact, show 41.7% of recidivism in 1892-93 and 45% in 1894-95. In the case of women, recidivism has increased from 54.6% to 60.4%, and this notwithstanding the fact that the preventive institutions for women in London are much more numerous than those for men. But all efforts break down against the corruption encouraged by prostitution and against the increasing alcoholism of women. No one ever knew of a man, says Paolucci, who has reached 500 convictions for drunkenness, like Tessie J, or even 250, like Jane Cakebread. We have seen in this connection how the introduction of agricultural colonies has lessened theft and vagabondage in Westphalia. We must say, however, that this system can be of use only for occasional criminals, or for vagrants who are such from lack of work, while it is of no value for born vagabonds. We have a proof of this in an experiment which we tried in Paris. According to the economist Francis, 1893, a certain person arranged to obtain positions in stores, factories, etc. at 4 francs a day for all persons presenting a letter from himself. In 8 months he offered this letter to 727 beggars who complained that they were starving because of lack of work. More than half, 415 of these, did not even call for the letter. 130 got the letter but did not present it to any employer. Others worked for half a day, drew their 2 francs and did not return. In short, out of the whole 727, only 8 continued at work. Taking simply those who took the letter, we see that out of every 40 beggars able to work, only 1 has a sincere desire to do so. Even if the young people whom Bernardo sent to Canada were reformed, out of those who immigrated to the same country from the reform school at Redhill, 42% returned worse than before, notwithstanding the £1,000 spent for the Reformation. Jolly. End of section 31. Section 32 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Hardy. Chapter 5. Practical Application to the Criticism of Criminal Law, to Expert Testimony, Pedagogy, Art and Science. Subchapter 241. All these facts prove abundantly that criminal anthropology not only solves the theoretical problems of law, but suggests useful lessons in the struggle of society against crime. While ancient penal science, the more it rose into the exalted regions of jurisprudence, the more it lost touch with practice and less it knew how to protect us. Subchapter 242. Political Crime. One of the newest and at the same time most practical applications of criminal anthropology is that which takes into account the fact that men's hatred of the new is the juridical basis of political crime. From the study of the physiognomy and biology of the political criminal, it establishes a difference between a real revolution, a useful and productive thing, and mere revolts, which are always sterile and harmful. It is a fact now definitely recognized, and one of which I have given proofs in my Crime Politique, that those who start great scientific and political revolutions are almost always young, endowed with genius or with a singular altruism, and of fine physiognomy, and far from presenting the insensibility common in born criminals. They are, on the contrary, marked by a real moral and physical hyperesthesia. But if from the materials of a great social and religious idea we pass to rebels, regicides, and presidenticides, such as Fieschi and Guttau, to the promoters of the massacres of 1793, such as Carrier, Jordan, and Manat, and to the anarchists, we see that all, or nearly all, are of a criminal type. These are rebels. Subchapter 243. Application to Psychiatric Expert Testimony. Medical experts and practical penologists who have studied criminal anthropology have become convinced of the value of this science in recognizing the real culprit and deciding how far an accomplice has participated in a crime. Hitherto these things have had to be determined from unreliable indications, such as prison confessions and vague official information. I will cite as proof of this the following examples. 1. Berson Pierre, 37 years of age, was known as a thief, had been arrested under charge of having stolen 20,000 francs upon the railroad. In prison he feigned madness, pretended that someone had poisoned him. It was soon plain that he had committed many other thefts, since he was found in possession of a number of documents and passports, among others that of a certain Torelli. The result of an anthropological examination was as follows. Mean cranial capacity 1589 cc. Cephalic index 77. Type of physiognomy completely criminal. Touch nearly normal. Tongue 1.9 mm. Between points perceived separately. Right hand 2 3, left hand 1 2. The sensorial mannerism. General sensibility and sensibility to pain very obtuse. 48 mm and 10 mm respectively on the adjustable Ruhmkorff coil, as against 61 mm and 24 mm for the normal man. An investigation with a hydrophysmograph confirmed me in my observation of his great insensibility to pain, which did not change the physiognomatic lines. The same apathy persisted when he was spoken to at the robbery on the railroad. While there was an enormous depression, a fall of 14 mm, when the Torelli theft was mentioned, I concluded, therefore, that he had had no part in the railway robbery, but that he had certainly participated in the Torelli affair, and my conclusions were completely verified. 2. Maria Gall, of Lucera, 66 years of age, was found dead in her bed, her face to the mattress, and her nostrils bloody, bruised and lacerated inside. Suspicion at once directed itself against her two stepsons, M and F, men of bad reputation who had been seen roaming in the neighbourhood during the day and alone had an interest in the death of the victim, since she was about to purchase a life annuity which would have disinherited them. At the autopsy there was shown to be all the internal marks of advanced putrefaction and asphyxiation, and in the esophagus was found an intestinal worm resting upon the opening of the glottis. Two experts pronounced it to be the case of asphyxia, produced by violent suffocation through the victim's being held with her face against the bolster, the worm having been drawn there only through a fit of coughing. Another expert admitted the asphyxia, but was not willing to deny the possibility of it having been caused by the worm. Called in my turn, as a consulting expert, I was able at least to observe that death from asphyxia produced by intestinal worms are found only in infants and insane persons, and that then marked phenomena of reaction appear, which in this case were completely wanting. Further, that the witness, C, declared that he had heard stifled cries and the sound of blows on the night of the crime in the direction of the chamber of the victim, and especially that M, the accused person, was judicially and anthropologically suspected of the crime, which he had been openly accused by his brother, who, much less criminal than he, was less obstinate in his denials. M was in fact the most perfect type of the born criminal. Enormous jaws, frontal sinuses and zygomata, thin upper lip, huge incisors, unusually large head 1620 cc, tactile obtuseness 4 mm right, 2 mm left, with sensorial mannerism. He was convicted. 3. A rich farmer, S, returning from market with 2,000 francs about him, was asked by an unknown man seeking work to take him into the carriage with him. From then on, this person did not leave him. They supped together and were seen towards evening going along the high road, where the following night the unfortunate farmer was found assassinated, bearing the marks of strangulation, his head shattered with great stones and his purse empty. 4 witnesses called the judge's attention to the sinister physiognomy of the unknown man, and a young girl declared that she had seen, in the evening, sleeping near the murdered man, a certain Vazio, who was observed the next day hiding himself when the gendarmes approached the neighbourhood. Upon examination, I found that this man had outstanding ears, great maxillaries and cheekbones, lemurine appendix, division of the frontal bone, premature wrinkles, sinister look, nose twisted to the right, in short, a physiognomy approaching the criminal type. Pupils very slightly mobile, reflexes that tendon quicker on the right side than on the left. Great tactile obtuseness, more in the right hand, 5 mm, than in the left, 4 mm. Motor and sensorial mansonism. Large picture of a woman tattooed upon his breast with the words, "Remembrance of Selina Lura," his wife, and on his arm the picture of a girl. He had an epileptic aunt and an insane cousin, and an investigation showed that he was a gambler and idler. In every way, then, biology furnished in this case indications which, joined with the other evidence, would have been enough to convict him in a country less tender toward criminals. Notwithstanding, he was acquitted. Subchapter 244. Proof of Innocence. Criminal anthropology can not only help us to discover the real culprits, but may also serve, or at least rehabilitate, innocent persons accused or convicted. Such a case occurred where a little girl, 3½ years old, was violated and affected by an unknown man, and her mother accused successively 6 young men who lived on the same staircase and were familiar with the child. They were arrested, but all denied the crime. I picked out immediately one among them who had obscene tattooing upon his arm, a sinister physiognomy, irregularities on the field of vision, and also traces of a recent attack of syphilis. Later the individual confessed his crime. A case observed in my clinic and published by Rossi in Una Centuria di Criminali revealed the innocence of the convict, a certain Rossotto Giancito, as a consequence of a series of false declarations and a letter received from his brother-in-law begging him to give false testimony, was condemned to imprisonment for life for highway robbery. Examining this man before my students, I found to my great surprise that this was the most normal individual I had ever investigated. He was 50 years old, his height was 1.73 meters, he weighed 74.5 kilograms, his hair and beard were abundant, mean cranial capacity 1575 cc, cephalic index 84, and he was without facial anomaly. His sense of touch was very fine, 1.1 mm for the right hand, 1.0 for the left, and 0.5 for the tongue. His general sensibility was normal, 50, and sensibility to pain, 30. He was ignorant of thieves' slang and was not cynical. He showed the condition of mind common to the average man. He was fond of work, which had been his only consolation during the long years of his captivity. His conduct had always been exemplary. Even in prison he had shown no vexation except at his unjust condemnation and a separation from his family. Married at 19 years, he had never had intercourse with any other woman than his wife, and his family included neither insane persons nor criminals. While I was examining him, not yet knowing anything of his antecedents, I said to my students, if this man had not been sentenced for life, he would represent to me the true type of the average honest man. It was then that the unfortunate man quietly answered, "But I am an honest man, and I can prove it." He put in my possession numerous documents proving his perfect honesty, such as deathbed declarations of the real authors of the crime with which he had been charged. He swore before the justice of the peace they had no part in the crime, attestations of prison directors, etc. His neighbours, of whom I made inquiries with regard to him, declared that he was a perfectly honest man. Subchapter 245. Pedagogy. To our school is owing still another application, directed no less useful, namely the application of pedagogy, anthropological examination by pointing out the criminal type, the precocious development of the body, the lack of symmetry, the smallness of the head, and the exaggerated size of the face explains the scholastic and disciplinary shortcomings of children thus marked and permits them to be separated in time from their better endowed companions and directed towards careers more suited to their temperament. And sometimes it may even point the way to a cure, through immigration, moral education, and medical treatment. Subchapter 246. Art, Letters. In literature itself, we can see a last application of this new science, not only in the interpretation of masterpieces in which genius has already anticipated some of the results of criminal anthropology, as Shakespeare in Macbeth and Lear and Wirtz in Anthropdeton, but also in suggesting new forms of art, as in the admirable works of Dostoevsky, Tottenhaus, and Schildenschun, in Zola's Betumain, Garbargs, Kolbrotendebro, Og Andre Skildringer, Ibsen's Hedda Gabler, and Das Nudios Innocente. And why should we not count among our triumphs the new applications that have been made to the most distant branches of science? Thus Max Nordau has found in our science a basis for the criticism of artistic, philosophical, and literary creations. In the same way, Ferry and Lefort have made an application of it to the criticism of the great masters of painting and the drama, and now Sickert, Ferrero, and Bianchi have applied it to modern history and politics. When a collective crime rises suddenly as a strange, inexplicable phenomena in modern society, the researchers into the special crime of mobs explain it for us admirably. At the same time, they teach us to defend ourselves against such crimes as the preventive measures counselled by philanthropy. Otherwise, a cruel reaction would certainly follow with universal approval, and the wound would be poisoned instead of healed. End of section 32. Section 33 of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. The Utilization of Crime. Symbiosis. Subchapter 247. Having arrived at the end of my long labour, like the traveller who finally touches the shore, I cast a glance over the space that I have traversed, and among numerous omissions, of which there is no lack in the most carefully executed work, I perceive that I have too much neglected that side of crime which concerns its utility, proved at least indirectly by its long continuance. If we try to apply the Darwinian law, according to which only those organisms survive which have utility for the species, to the fact that crime does not cease to increase, the least number of forms of swindling, peculation, and bankruptcy, we are driven to believe that it must have, if not a function, at least a social utility. It is known, in fact, that in ancient times, and still today among the less civilized peoples, the greatest crimes were, and still are, utilized as a political weapon. We even possess a code, that of Machiavelli, which is only a long series of criminal projects with a political end, in which Borgia was the model. Do we not see, from the time of the Council of Ten in Venice, who hired assassins for political purposes, to the massacre of St. Bartholomew, crime reigning as sovereign in the most remote as well as the most recent epochs? No one has forgotten the parliamentary corruption of Pitt and Guizot, or the treasons of Fouché and Talleyrand. More recently, the Panamists and the Crispists have shown us that political morality differs widely from private morality, and that ministers may be criminals even though highly esteemed, while the anarchists, in their turn, have declared that they regard crime as a weapon of war. The man of integrity, moreover, whose love of justice and truth prevents his telling a lie necessary to surmount an obstacle, to lure distrusted persons, or to flatter princes with whom flattery is the highest virtue, will always find insurmountable difficulties barring his way. We see, then, that vice becomes almost necessary for parliamentary government of uncivilized and civilized peoples alike. Buckle has shown in his immortal work how much more dangerous it is to have statesmen ignorant than to have them criminal. For if they are ignorant, they leave the nation exposed to all the rascals there are, while if they are rascals themselves, they alone commit crime. It was the worst minister that Italy has had who declared, "We shall be incapable but honest." Yet history has shown that not even he was honest. In our time, the lie is no less necessary to specialists, physicians, and lawyers. It is even the basis of their operations. The pious lie which comforts the last moments of the consumptive is often used not simply for the hysterical and choleric, but even for those who were perfectly well, just as the defense of the orphan and the widow is easily used also on behalf of their persecutors. Further, is there any greater crime than war, which is only an accumulation of theft, arson, rape, and murder, provoked by causes similar to those of common crimes, such as personal ambition and cupidity, and excused only because they are committed on a large scale? However, we must recognize that if war is an evil in civilized countries, it is in semi-barbarous countries the starting point for immense progress. Beginning with the primitive tribe, men are welded by war into small groups, then to larger groups, and finally into nations. Furthermore, military conquest has obliged savage men, who are naturally idle, to endure privations and to overcome the natural disinclination to work. It has initiated the system of gradual subordination under which all social life has been established. Spencer. War, on the other hand, has often contributed popular liberty. It is doubtless for this reason that the indignation against war is not sufficiently general to prevent men from provoking it. Prostitution, which we have seen to be the equivalent of crime, can in its turn prevent a number of sexual crimes, as is proved by the relatively greater number of rapes in country districts. We know that the creation of houses of prostitution brought salon internal gratitude, when it was recognized how useful they were for checking the increasing number of rapes at Athens. Usury itself was not without utility. It was from this that the bourgeoisie arose, with the first accumulations of capital capable of giving birth to the most potent enterprises of humanity. Novikov has shown us that the expulsion of the Jewish merchants and usurers from Russia impoverished the very peasants on whose behalf it was carried out, for it had on its result the lowering of the price of flax, for want of the speculators to sell the product. We know also that the officials of the communes in the Middle Ages, after having expelled the Jews, soon had to recall them because their expulsion had paralyzed all the industries. I have shown that many of the penalties against crimes in barbarous times were themselves only new crimes, such as codified vengeance, cannibalism, etc. The taboo was a series of prohibitions, often absurd, introduced by the priests nearly always for their own self-interest. There are found among these some which are useful, such as those which protect the crops and the fisheries from exhaustion by a premature gathering. Compensation for homicide, which barbarous chiefs imposed upon their subjects and bishops and popes continued during the Middle Ages, was nothing else than simony and peculation under different forms. But it was a check upon homicide, and fixed the principle of a less barbarous codification having a principle of gradation. I believe, then, that the modern tolerance towards so many criminals is due to the tendency to a love of the new which they very often bring into the industries and even into politics, a tendency totally opposed to the temper of the average man. In the writings of criminals, among innumerable things that are shameful, I have at times observed traces of a genius which is not met with in the average man. In criminals, as in men of genius, with whom they have in common an epileptoid basis, degeneracy is not productive of evil alone. Just as in the man of genius the excess of intelligence is compensated by a lack of moral sense and practical energy, so in the criminal the lack of feeling is often compensated for by energy of action and a love of the new, the organic anomaly destroying the exaggerated conservatism habitual to the normal man. Their abnormality, their love of the new, impelled them to enroll themselves into the extreme parties. Caesar and Catiline at first found partisans only among rascals, while the ancient constant party drew only respectable persons. History teaches us that the nucleus of small and great rebellions is criminal. Moreover, criminals play such a part in parliamentary life that it would be impossible to eliminate them from it without great harm, just as it would not have been possible to expel the ancient tyrants who were criminals by useful criminals. Even forgers and swindlers, though they work entirely for their own advantage, set in motion so many different activities that they give a powerful impulse to progress. Their lack of scruples, their violent impulsiveness, and their blindness to obstacles cause them to succeed where honest men would inevitably fail. This fondness for innovations which they carry out by crime is at times a starting point for immense enterprises. The construction of the Suez Canal, for example, is due to a colossal swindle accomplished by the same artificers which were employed in connection with Panama. Similarly, the English Navy had its origin in the piracy of Drake and his contemporaries. The colonization of Venezuela by the Italians is due to an officer expelled from our army for cheating. Maimande mentions 2 swindlers, an incendiary, and 2 thieves who introduced into New Caledonia the cultivation of tapioca and potatoes on a large scale, and also the tanning of leather, while another thief, following a distiller, discovered the means of extracting perfumes and liquors from the indigenous plants. Among semi-barbarous nations, where crime is rather a common activity than a misdeed, the criminals often become popular justices and, as it were, political tribunes. They exercise and put in practice for their own benefit, it is true, but also for the benefit of others, a kind of violent communism, which permits them to enrich themselves while despoiling the rich and powerful, but they apply at the same time a summary justice which supplies a lack of official justice. In Sardinia, in Corsica, and for a long time in Sicily under the Bourbons, the real judges, the true protectors of the oppressed were, and still actually are, the brigands, who often divide their booty with the poor, becoming their leaders in revolts. In Naples, and in Sicily in part, the Camorra and the Mafia, although they are criminal associations, for a long time administered a relative justice upon the people, expectedly in the haunts of vice, in the inns and the prisons. They were able to offer property owners and travellers a kind of security against malefactors, which it was far from being in the power of the government to guarantee. It was for this reason that they were tolerated and even aided by honest men. Thus was it under Louis XIV, during nearly a century, the poorer people of France owed to brigands and smugglers, associated and organized almost into an army, the fact that they were able to harvest salt, which was then so heavily taxed that it had become an article of real luxury. In the midst of too corrupt a civilization, when the extreme of legalism has come to encourage crime by impunity, lynching, which is itself a crime, becomes a barbarous but efficacious means of self-defense. In California, for example, all the public offices, including the judgeships, were in the hands of a band of real malefactors who stole with impunity and were acquitted when accused. The majority of the people, becoming disgusted, rose up and lynched them. Since then, California has become the quietest state in the Union. Without this means justice would never have been succeeded in extirpating the criminals, any more than now in Italy it succeeds in reaching great rascals if they are under the shelter of their high offices. All this explains why, among barbarous peoples, as among the most civilized, many crimes are not only not punished, but are even encouraged, and why the reaction against certain crimes is so weak and insufficient. Besides, the objections, revisions, appeals, and counter-appeals for the purpose of securing the impartiality of the verdict are so numerous that, when sentence is finally pronounced, men have forgotten the crime, or they are so wearied by waiting that the most unjust verdict awakens no opposition. And if sometimes the judgment is unjust and severe, pardons and amnesties remedy the matter, so that a crime must be very poor and very stupid if he is to undergo the whole of the punishment that he deserves. Criminal trials too frequently serve only to allow lawyers to transfer to their own pockets the money which criminals have stolen from honest men. Such trials are, after all, only a pretext for us to lull ourselves into a feeling of security which new crimes daily prove false. We may add that if the ancient criminal trials, judicial cannibalism, the public copulation of persons guilty of adultery, and the combats with wild beasts were wretched and criminal amusements, modern trials, in their turn, are no less immoral, thanks to the theatrical character of the assizes and of the infliction of the death penalty. At these the worst criminals congregate, finding them their best amusements, as well as a means of learning more evil and increasing the number of their misdeeds. It results that the penalty itself and the means of executing it are another form of crime, of which the whole cost is borne by honest men. Thus Italy, having lost 20 millions by the evil devices of criminals, loses 4 times as much in having them arrested and tried, and 6 times as much for their support in prison. It is not too much to say that a good share of honest men's earnings are paid out for the benefit of criminals, for whom an ill-conceived pity always finds extenuating circumstances, and the more so the worse they are. All this would not have persisted through so many centuries if the fundamental usefulness of certain crimes among barbarous or semi-barbarous peoples had not been great enough to prevent a really decided reaction from arising in the hearts of honest men. Subchapter 248. Symbiosis. By this temporary function of crime being omitted, does it follow that the supreme end to which this book is directed, the contest against crime, is useless and perhaps even harmful? If it were so, I myself, in whom desire for the good and hatred of evil surpass any theoretical conviction, would be the first to tear up these pages. But happily we can, even at present, already catch a glimpse of a less discouraging way, which, without abolishing the struggle against crime, will admit of less harsh means of repression. The new way which is open before us is only in part pointed out by our pitiless criticism of present penal methods and our praise of preventive measures as the most direct and effective helps against crime. The new method requires, as one of the principal measures, the creation of institutions for utilizing the criminal in the same degree as the honest man, to the great advantage of both. And this so much the more, since very often crime, for example the crime of anarchy, reveals the most infected seat of the social diseases, just as cholera points out the quarters of the city that most requires sanitation. We aim at this end in proportion as we lay aside the ancient repressive cruelty, in accordance with the change in the times and the amelioration of social conditions. If it is true that crimes are increasing in number, it is also true that they have been stripped of their ancient atavistic ferocity and clothed in new, less repugnant and less savage forms, like forgery and swindling, against which culture and foresight are a better safeguard than repression. As the times change, we see how social inequalities become less and less, and just as our most urgent social needs have been met by collective means in public lighting, education, and road making, so now we begin to see that similar means will repair our greatest social injustices, and that in this way one of the most powerful causes of accidental crime, the insufficiency of work, may be eliminated and the excess of wealth, another potent cause of crime, prevented. There exists, it is true, a group of criminals born for evil, against whom all social cures break as against a rock, a fact which compels us to eliminate them completely, even by death, but we comprehend that this deplorable necessity will end by disappearing, at least for the less dangerous criminals, the criminoloids, and that the means of adapting them to social life will become more and more frequent, thanks to medical cure and to their utilization in occupations suited to their atavistic tendencies. Such would be war or surgery for homicides, the police or journalism for swindlers, etc., and finally colonization of wild and unhealthy countries for vagabonds, where they would be at least subjected to a fixed abode. If on the one hand, natural history has shown us the existence of murderous organs even in plants, carnivorous plants, it shows us also, almost as a symbol of human charity, numerous cases of symbiosis, i.e., instances where plants, harmful in themselves, become useful and beneficial when united together, while increasing their own vigor. Thus the richness of nitrogen in leguminous plants is due to the schizomazet, the Rhizobium leguminosarum of Frank, which collects in the roots of these plants and penetrates by their rootlets into the earth, into their very cells, where it multiplies. The cells in turn, being irritated, divide, giving rise to another tubercle where the germ is formed, part of which is utilized by the plant, and other part spreads in the soil, increasing its richness in nitrogen. In the animal world we see the Medusa Combessa palmaps, which attacks everything that approaches it, defending the Caranx melamphagus against the large fishes, and the same way the hermit crab, in place of devouring the Actinia, allows it to fasten itself upon its shell, and, while carrying and protecting it, makes use of its brilliant colour to attract its own prey. If science has shown us that the fusion of two useless or harmful plants may be useful, as when the fungi and the algae together produce the lichens, the time is not far distant when society will find the means, with an appropriate symbiotic culture, to accumulate the criminaloid to the environment of the most fully developed citizens, not only tolerating him but also utilizing him to its own advantage. The time is doubtless not far distant when we shall see in human civilization the carnivorous plants being eliminated, while the symbiotic plants go on increasing. But we shall attain this end completely only upon the basis of the new science of anthropology, which by individualizing its work can give us powerful aid in discovering the special tendencies of criminals in order to direct them to utilize the less antisocial of them. Nino Bixio is a striking example of the possibility of this reform. Criminal and impulsive from childhood, he was the terror of his companions, whom he struck on all occasions. A vagabond and deserter, he seemed entirely incorrigible, yet he became a famous man when he was brought into the navy, where he could expend his excessive activity. In the same way, men are not rare whom Garibaldi transformed from vagabonds into heroes. Very often in prisons I have heard thieves and assassins declare that they had committed their crimes only in order to get the means to become comedians or bicyclists, protesting, with that accent that does not admit of doubt, that if they had been able to attain their ideal, they would have become famous and forever escaped from crime. I am the more convinced that they were right, since I have observed born criminals occupying high positions in the world who satisfy their evil propensities in the exercise of their profession, becoming very often, instead of the antisocial beings they once were, useful members of society. There is a certain celebrated surgeon who presents upon his face, the skull, and even in his talk, all the marks of congenital criminality, of which he has also the etiology. He has found an outlet for his cruel energy in surgical operations, which, while doubtless sometimes dangerous, have nevertheless always the signs of genius. I have also noticed certain Trinis, an athletic workman, who was well behaved as long as he could spend his energy upon his work, but became dangerous as soon as sickness kept him idle. This is the type of the murderer from superabundance of force, which he discharges against someone else, especially against the police. I have known another criminal, analgesic and afflicted with vertigo from birth, who remained honest as long as he could satisfy his fondness for the sight of blood in his trade of butcher. When he became a corporal, however, he beat the soldiers to whom he had to teach the manual of arms. Out of work he became a swindler, thief, and murderer. Talou, the Sardinian brigand, many times a murderer, was in the last years of his life very useful for the public safety in Sardinia against certain bands organized to steal cattle, whom he kept in order by the terror of his name alone, while soldiers and gendarmes could do nothing against them. Tiburcio did the same for more than a quarter of a century in the Roman Campagna, and prevented all thefts by other criminals, but Talou did still more, for he introduced the prevention of crime by having cattle lent to those who would otherwise have had to steal them, and persuade the people that honest labour pays better than theft. I have shown in my previous studies that genius, like moral insanity, has its basis in epilepsy. It is not absurd, then, to see moral insanity united with genius, and by that very union made not only harmless but sometimes even useful to society. This occurs in the case of great conquerors and leaders of revolutions, so that the criminal marks escape notice, even with contemporaries, although they may be even more striking than the marks of genius. When we study the lives of the great pioneers in Australia and America, we see that they were almost all born criminals, pirates, or assassins, whose excessive fondness for action, strife, carnage, and novelty, which would have been an immense danger for their country, found a useful outlet in the midst of tribes of savages. All this proves that we must profit by the change which epileptic insanity sometimes brings on, impelling born criminals to excessive altruism and even saintliness, which, in its turn, draws along not only individuals but whole masses in an epidemic of virtue. Such were the cases of Lazaretti, of Loyola, and of St. John of Ciudad. Their insensibility to pain and their recklessness make heroes of them in the face of danger, as we have seen in the case of Helen, Fersici, and Montini, who had gained medals for valor in war, and the Cliftes, who were the first heroes of the Greek War of Independence. Many are criminals from that impulsiveness which drives them as irresistibly towards good as toward evil. It is thus that we may explain the heroism of the convicts at the time of the cholera at Naples and Palermo, and the similar heroism which saved the whole village of Kotscha from burning. It is for this reason that the state, instead of using repressive measures, ought to attempt to direct to great altruistic works that energy, that passion for the good, the just, and the new, which animates the criminal by passion in the political criminal. A great people ought to aim at the utilization of these forces, which, left to themselves, would certainly become dangerous, for they can be utilized, and may even succeed in transforming the apathetic masses. Revolutions are the result of energies entirely polarized toward the new and the useful, but often the immaturity of the innovations which they set themselves to introduce makes them, for the time being, unsuitable and dangerous. It follows then that the punishment of the authors, if it is at all possible to punish them, ought not to be made painful, and if it is necessary to prevent the new movement from starting prematurely, it is not necessary to prevent it from taking a direction which might be advantageous at a more propitious time. If the ball which struck Garibaldi had killed him, many great works would never have seen the day, and if death had not so soon snatched him from us, who knows whether he would not have realized his dream of turning the marshes of Italy into fertile fields, in place of our throwing ourselves headlong into the barren moors of Africa. In a nation like Russia, exhausted by an all-powerful bureaucracy, we have seen the energy of persecuted sectaries transformed almost uninhabitable regions into fruitful fields with prosperous and populous cities. Here are the results of symbiosis. This is the sublime goal which the great Redeemer and the prophet foresaw when they prophesied. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the bullock. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, saith the Lord. And it is what Madame de Staël, that saint of a newer time, divined when she declared, "To understand is to pardon." End of section 33. And end of Crime, Its Causes and Remedies by Cesare Lombroso. Translated by Henry P. Horden. Recorded by Leon Harvey.